Hello, I think we're live. Hi. Whoa, I still
Hi.
got bread in my
Hi.
mouth.
Hey,
Hi, welcome to the 2019 Sticky
were
Awards.
you chewing on that piece of bread for like 3 solid minutes? What?
Well, I took another
Bread.
bite, but it's still not 2019. I wish it was still 2019. We'll just change that real quick. It's the
Yeah,
2020 Sticky Awards.
It, yay.
We made it.
Yeah.
We made this
Woo.
means that we all lived through 2020. Good job by
yeah,
us.
yep.
Yeah.
We made it.
Yeah.
Made it out the other side.
Ugh.
But little did they know their troubles were just beginning.
Yeah.
No, we're pretty aware.
Yeah.
It's the year's over. We're gonna talk about it. And how the games was. And I would like to just do a little preamble. I very often will start off be like, "Oh, such a good year for games," or "Oh, that wasn't that good year for games. The games suck." This year for 2020, all I really want to say is thank you, video games.
Yeah,
Thank you
right.
for making this
Seriously.
shit bag of a year somewhat more
Livable.
survivable.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Exactly.
You gave us a
Sure,
different,
wholeheartedly.
better worlds in which to exist, even if some of them were, for instance, trying to escape from hell or being an eco-terrorist in a world that is slowly dying, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Most of those
Eric, the
places.
difference is that in Hades you can escape from hell.
That's fair.
Yeah,
It's
right,
aspirational.
right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Spoilers.
so this is a very carefully and professionally constructed list of the 27, I believe, best games of 2020.
It uses math, right? So it's got to be.
Yeah, power
Yeah.
of math.
This is
Yep.
There's a lot of best of the year game lists out there. Best game of the year list. Hello. I had a tooth
Hello.
pulled recently, so everything is chaos in my mouth right
That's his
now.
excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
how
Eric
high,
is
how
strung out
high
on
on
good
prescription painkillers are you right
I don't. I'll say that I'm extremely, even though I don't have prescription painkillers of any sort.
3 foot high and rising.
Anyway, this is yeah. Like I said, this is the only list that matters as far
right.
as we're concerned.
Also, shoutouts to whoever made that incredible thumbnail art for our stream. That's really good.
that was
Some
that was Eric.
traditions I spent a lot of time working on that. So anyway,
I'm just glad you kept that clip art of that stick trophy. That's
I'm never
It's
getting rid of
pretty
that.
great.
I spent a long
That's
time
pretty great.
making that clip art trophy. So let's see
I was
here.
referring to the one with
had
Zagreus.
to.
Yeah, it's the thumbnail for the thing. Anyway, we should start off with. I should have the list brought back up here, but I don't. Is there anything else? Anything else about 2020 in general? I don't think we really.
Anything else happened this year?
No, I don't think so. No, video games.
Not just video games.
We should talk
I
about
will
video
say,
games.
talking about video games, I keep track of I can keep a list of how many video games I beat each year. And
Mhm.
2020 I had so little else to do that it was the first time I hit 100 video games beaten since I've been keeping track of how many games I beat in a year. I beat 100 games last year.
It's a lot of games.
That's
We
a
didn't
lot
beat
of
'em, Joe.
games. Yeah, right. It's a lot of video games. Only a fraction were from this year though. So
All right. Well, with
Well,
no.
let's talk about those. By the way,
Yeah.
who are we?
Oh, jeez. I'm Eric. I'm here with Alex,
Hi.
who thinks we need to do an introduction, I guess, and
I
Mike.
don't know. I mean, that's probably a good idea, right?
yeah, usually.
Yeah.
It's been like 10
Yes,
minutes.
that's-
It's too late to matter.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Hi, I'm Mike.
It's
Joe's
like a long
here.
cold open.
I am here. You'll never be rid of me.
And Kurt is also here.
Yeah.
For
Kurt
like,
is too excited to
historical-
speak.
That's right.
For like
Kurt is- Kurt-
transparency purposes, I did not submit anything for the list, but so the list is just the four of them. That's
Yeah.
how we made it.
We try to
Also, another
if
friend
we
of ours
if we
will
added
be later, probably.
if we added more people to the mathematical computation that determines the
Oh, it would be
objectively best game of the year, no, it would just be
Right.
it would be too complicated. It eventually
Become a
would.
top 50.
Yeah,
I
it
would say
it'd become
also
a
it'd be-
black hole and then swallow everything. So it's
Well,
just
welcome
it's only
to our
four
list
people.
of the top. We'd be like giant bombs year end and stuff,
Right.
which is always like 12 hours long. So.
Also that, yeah. Anyway, all right, let's
These are
get into the
45
list.
top 10 games.
This year we have a top 27, so we're gonna start out with number tied for 26th, Jackpox 7.
Are we going
Jackpot
that far?
7. Why not? We'll make it fast. Jackbox
Okay.
Jackbox is fun. Jackbox 7 is, a really good one of those. I played it a couple times. I played it with friends. I played it with family because even my family members learned how to play video games over the internet this year because that's what 2020 was. So Jackbox was great. Champed Up, I think, is the pretty clear winner in terms of like the best new game in that bunch. But I'd never played Quiplash before, and that was also very fun. And also, I think Talking Points is great, but I honestly think that I'm pretty good at that game. So we should play that some more
We
at some point.
played that one when
Not with me.
the
No,
night
we did not.
I have not played that one.
No.
The Devil in the Details is like it's like conceptually fun, but it's a bit much.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Is
like
that
their
the one-
take on Among Us to a certain extent. So
Is that the one where you're doing chores?
That was the
and
one,
stuff?
yeah, where we were doing chores and you
Yeah.
have to like, but you can do
Yeah.
selfish stuff
Right.
that gets you bonus points, but like fucks over.
So that's the Shout at Anthony game.
that was the Shout Anthony game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, so not my favorite of the game. I mean,
Every video game that you play with Anthony though is
Kind of
technically
the
a
shout out at
Anthony.
Anthony game, yeah.
I think Overcooked is the quintessential Shout at Anthony game. I think,
Yeah.
in my mind. So
Yeah. Also, shout out to the couple of people that joined us randomly on our
Yeah,
YouTube stream and just like came on, hung
And
out,
didn't- didn't
and
suck.
were cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did not suck. Yeah. Exactly.
you didn't have to kick anybody. It was really good.
Yeah, it was
Given
nice.
2020, that was a refreshing change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So our other number 26 game, I believe, is a Joe pick. It's the Ghost singular of Tsushima.
Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima was. This is going to be super short. Ghost of Tsushima was pretty good. It's a sucker punch game. It's I stopped playing it because I was enjoying the combat. Like it felt like Sekiro, but less demanding on the counter stuff. Which I did. That's what I didn't like about Sekiro is you just had to be. You had like whatever, like a 2-frame window or whatever to do the counter.
Generous. It's more generous than you think.
Yeah, well, okay. Ghost of Tsushima is actually generous, so I enjoyed that more. But also, it's
The giving
such a-
lover.
it's such a by the numbers sandbox game that I immediately recognized how the like mission structure was going to go, and I was just like, I don't feel like doing this. Like, I just don't feel like doing it. I if this was a linear action game where I just like got to do this combat in different places and stuff, I would.
It was
I think
8
I would have
hours
enjoyed
long.
it. Right, I would have enjoyed it a lot more, but I probably played 12 to 15 hours of it, and it was just like I don't want to do busy work for extra costumes. I don't feel like doing that, so I
But
stopped.
the
playing.
costume's really good, Joe.
I played probably around the same amount, maybe a little more. The game is gorgeous. It looks amazing.
Absolutely.
and-
Although on the PS4, on the standard PS4, there's a lot of texture pop in and stuff as you
Yeah.
move around the world.
You
and-
could just say the textures really pop.
And I did find it
Be here all
enjoyable, but I did not. I stopped playing it for a bit, for similar reasons. I do intend to go back and play some more of it, but I had a sort of the same moment I think I had talked about at some point with whatever that first Lord of the Rings Shadow of Mordor or
Shadow of
whatever game.
Mordor.
Oh
I
yeah.
can't remember if that was the first one or the second one. Where like I played the shit out of that game and I thought I was at the end, and I had like run all of this out of it, and I killed off this boss, and there was like, okay, now here's another area that's as big as what you just played,
Bigger.
and
Yeah.
do it all over again. I was like, yeah,
Yeah, that game was a very good like 25, 30 hour experience, but it was actually
Yep.
like a 70-hour game.
right.
Yeah.
I saw a guy I used to work with just finished Resident Evil 7. And in our like old like the work alumni Discord that we all keep on, he was like, "Yeah, man, I don't know. I think I'd be pretty pissed if I'd like paid full price and it was only 15 hours long." And I was like, "You are
No.
part of the problem, my friend.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
You're the reason they keep making games 40 hours that should be 15. Like
Yeah.
that's
It's a problem.
Yeah.
All right.
And 80
I
hours
wanted to
that should be
clip some
30.
out of that game,
Yeah.
so
right.
All right.
Well, let's clip out of this game
And
and
go
into
to our number tied for 24, which is Wasteland 3. Which is a game that I put on my list in some position that got it in about here.
so low.
I think
No,
it.
I
I think
didn't,
it's.
I didn't vote for
I think it
Ghost
was.
of Tsushima. I just played it.
Yeah.
I also didn't vote for this one, but I played it with Eric, and I'd like to play more of it with Eric. But now he's gone off and played without me, so I've been left behind.
I find it interesting that Wasteland and Fallout have continued concurrently because, like, wasn't Wasteland 1 kind of considered?
Wasteland 1
like,
was the OG of the Fallout. Yeah, like the inspiration for Fallout.
Yeah, like Fallout 1 was considered the spiritual sequel to Wasteland.
Yeah,
1.
some of those people worked on like the Fallout game, and then Fallout or Wasteland 2 was a Kickstarter thing where they were going to bring it back. And
that was after Fallout 3.
Yeah, that was after. That was way after
After
all
that
the
was after
Bethesda
New Vegas as well,
returns.
yeah.
But anyway, this Wasteland 3 is it's a a tactical RPG where you make a group of people, unlike say an XCOM where your dudes are kind of expendable. This is like you make a party and that's kind of your party, and you go through the whole game with those. And then you also have some NPCs that you kind of hang out with. The setting is that the Arizona Rangers from the previous Fallout games are in Colorado doing some favors for this guy whose name is the Patriarch, and he wants you to help you like corral his 3 kids and sort of like get everything back under control. He like his legacy is that he fought and destroyed all these like roving gangs and sort of used his force of will to
United
laughing because the skill check was sneaky shit.
Sneaky
good.
shit. But anyway, so that's the basic setup, and then the game is you like go around and like talk to different factions, and there's a lot of like role playing skill checks. I think that the game, like Fallout, is like pretty funny, and there's a lot of like goofy stuff. Like the sneaking skill is called sneaky shit instead of sneaking. There's a toaster repair skill that lets you like buff your fire abilities, and also lets you fix toasters that are around the world. And as you fix the toasters, like you get loot for those, and then you also find pieces of a thing that will become a companion character called the Golden Toaster if you find all of the pieces, which is like a good.
Nice.
There's just like a lot of good weird things, and I think that the combat is really good, and I generally enjoyed the writing. There's like a cult of Reaganites that have a giant robot Reagan that they can control, that's controlled by a Reagan AI that has like laser eyes and like puts judgment down on people, and they control the oil supply of the Colorado wasteland. And then there's like a whole bunch of stuff that you can do with that faction, how you interact with them, or you can just murder them all if you want to, which fuck Ronald Reagan. So
there was something about the Gippers, and I was going to ask, but I think you just explained it. So
I feel like Ronald Reagan is the second best game for you to play from 2020.
Right, yeah, right. If you like Ronald Reagan, then you can hang out with them and make them your friends. Or if you don't like Ronald Reagan, you can just fucking murder them. But yeah, I had a real good time with Wasteland 3. I haven't finished it, and probably like maybe 2/3 of the way through, and then I kind of stopped so I could play some other stuff for like Game of the Year related purposes. But I think it's a really good game. Also, like you could see where I was driving around. This also has like this vehicle that you can use in some of the fights, but on other places you can't because the vehicle can't come with you. So, anyways,
it's
cool.
I enjoyed the evening that I spent with playing it with you.
I wish there was a 4-player version so that we could get our 4-person RPG group to play it all together, because you can, like Divinity, you can make characters whatever. Like my one character is a clown because like one of the backgrounds is like, yo, you grew up in the circus, and then you get like a special feat, and then when you pick that in the character creation thing, it just turns your character's appearance into that of a clown. It doesn't tell you that, it just does it, which is really amazing.
So you wish this could also be the Yell at Anthony game.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, yeah, the actual Yell at Anthony game of the year is coming up in the special awards at the end. Our other number 24 is The Pathless, which I think
I don't even know
Mike
what that
played.
is.
Mike and I voted for that.
I actually kind of unvoted for it at the end. It was in the last place on my list, and then I remembered a much better game. But The Pathless is the latest game from the people what made Journey, more or less.
We were just talking about this.
Who did make Abzu. And I mean, it's basically like, we liked Breath of the Wild a lot, but kind of only has exploring and boss fights, really. And so it's, I don't know, it's a game where you explore a world, except there's not kind of a lot in the world. And then you fight boss fights that are all a little the same, but they have really good animation. And I mostly voted for it because I wound up playing the whole thing twice because my son kind of took a shine to it. And the best part about that for me has been that opened the door for us to playing real Breath of the Wild, which is what we're doing now.
Nice.
And honestly, I was kind of disappointed by this game. I think they didn't do enough with the world. It's really empty, and I don't think it has like the kind of, they made a lot of games like Journey and Abzu and Flower and stuff like that. So I could see why they were hesitant to just make another one. But those games kind of work better, I think, than this does. At least they're stretching out a little bit, I guess.
I think some of those games work. Like Journey worked for me because I could play it in one sitting. You know what I mean? Like I think if Journey was a 10-hour game, I would be like, I don't want this anymore. So maybe that's a factor. I don't know.
So I enjoyed it more than Mike. I was fine with the world as it was. I actually think it would be. It's an interesting thing in that it is a big world that maybe doesn't have a lot of stuff in it. I would say it doesn't have a lot of enemies and things. It has, creatures that are running around, but you don't fight them. But there's a lot of areas to explore and ruins that you can find, stuff like that. But you don't have to. Like, you could mainline this game in, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours.
And it did.
Just going through finding the minimum quantity of, Gugas that you have to find to then be able to fight the boss, and then work your way from boss to boss, and then do the final battle. I, on the other hand, explored all of the areas and found all of the Gugas in each area before I moved on, and did all that stuff. And I thought traversal was really enjoyable. You have so you have the way it works is you can run, and you have a meter that depletes as you go, and then you have a bow as your weapon. You can shoot these sort of icons that are scattered all over the place, and when you shoot them, you charge up your meter. So if you get going on this, you can end up running across the world and continually chaining through these icons and keep moving fast enough that you can keep doing it. And then you can also use that same sort of mechanic where you can leap up into the air and use them, hit one and use it to boost you up, or you can essentially chain jump across chasms and things like that. If you make these things work, and you have a little
You have a bird companion.
You have a bird companion. It's an eagle.
It's your Rivali's Gale and your glider in one.
Right. And you can use that to help you get around as well, and you can get up onto towers and look around and say, oh, I want to go over there, and then float down and slide around and explore things in that way. And there's secrets you can find if you sort of explore the right places. You can go pretty much anywhere on the map. It's a big sprawling area, but you can climb up into the mountains and find things up there, and you can come down and find caves off into the side and explore those and find stuff. So and I think it's really pretty as well. The art direction, I think, is really good. The one thing that I thought it has that's a little wonky is it has that same sort of detective vision thing that games have had these days, where I need to go find a thing, so let me turn on this special spirit vision in this game, so I can figure out where they are. And then there's
I used that like 3/4 of the time because I found the game was too dark all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, because the shtick is that the bosses are spirits that have been taken over by the main bad guy, and so they create this storm, and so it's all dark and fiery and everything. And then once you destroy them, then
They're
light
kind of
comes
like
back.
these beasts that are gods, so you could maybe call them divine beasts, I guess.
Perhaps, but yeah. Anyway.
Well, they sound like they're kind of large, maybe like, I don't know, like colossal inside.
A little bit.
All right. I kind of wanted to check that out, but I never got around to it.
Yeah, it was on a bunch of
someday.
Folks' end of year list, and so I was like, I'm gonna check that out. And then I saw Mike voted for it, and I'm like, well, now I definitely will check it out. And I did. I really enjoyed it. And then
Well,
Mike
I'm
kicked
glad
me
you
out,
did.
which is fine. Moving on.
All right, our next game, which is I don't have the numbers in front of me. It's Predator Hunting
22. I'm
Grounds.
Tied for
22nd.
22.
Predator Hunting Ground is it's man, I think it's real good. Also, you're gonna want to skip forward in this video because I had to wait to get in a match. So,
Okay.
because it takes a minute and
I
whatever.
was gonna say,
2
therein lies
minutes
the
to
problem,
get
though,
there.
right?
Well, yeah, if you want, so they kind of fixed it actually. There's a new
Okay.
mode that I actually had not played until I captured this footage, because they just added it recently. But now there's a 4v4 mode where you if your team
You're
is
seeing
doing
double
well,
4 predators.
yeah, well, yeah, if your team is doing well, what you get one of
Shut
you
up,
gets
man.
to be a predator,
Okay.
and then you so it's not like, because the way it
Is that how it works in the
is.
movie?
Yes, that's how it works in the movie. When you are playing this game normally, you can, if you get in a queue to play as the Predator, it's like a 7-minute wait instead of like a 30-second wait if you want to play as a member of the fire team.
Yeah.
Because it's 1v whatever, right?
Because it's 1v4
Yeah.
usually.
Okay.
1 Predator and 4 human players.
4VP.
So it's usually, that's the problem, and that was the same problem with Friday the 13th, which was also from Ilphonic, which is
Right.
like everybody wants to be Jason, and so if you want to be Jason, you have to wait, or you just go into the like no preference, no preference queue and hope you get lucky. But so this is a 4v4 mode, but the core loop of this game, I enjoyed it a lot. I think several of us played the free beta like in March, I want to say, or April.
Something
And
like
I
that.
think I was the only one who actually ended up buying the game. But to me, it was a better execution of Friday the 13th, which I had a lot
I
of fun with.
100% agree with that. But I didn't like that Friday the 13th game very much. And I feel like this game has the same problem that one did, in that it's just like playing as Jason or playing as the Predator just is kind of not that satisfying.
Oh, see, it's with Friday the 13th, I had the opposite problem, which is that I thought playing as Jason was a blast, but it's just playing as the counselor is like, you can't kill Jason.
Yeah.
Well, sorry.
There's
you
just
can
something
kill Jason,
kind of
but it's
clunky
super
about it
hard.
or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? There's just like something clunky about the game engine that doesn't jibe with me. I don't know what it is, but
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to crap all over a game, because I love the concept. I think that, like, as far as asymmetrical multiplayer things go, like Predator versus 4 people with guns is a great idea. And like this game is like super tense when you're playing against someone who is a good Predator.
Yeah. And if you ever split up, like they will, someone who's a good Predator will get you.
Yeah.
If you split up, because humans are very squishy against a Predator. But I've seen games where I'm playing and where all 4 of the human players are sticking together, and the Predator tries to jump in and just like get after us, and he just gets rocked, because you really can't do that as the Predator. But you can find a way around, and if you get someone alone, it's over. I didn't even notice that I had the option to. I was so into this game, I missed the prompt that told me I could become the Predator. But yeah, so for me, I think, like I was saying, in Friday the 13th, the counselors are totally helpless. It's almost impossible to kill Jason. You get very limited use weapons. It's mostly stuff that just makes him like drop you if he picks you up, because usually that means you're dead. But if you have like firecrackers, you can throw them at him and he'll like get like disoriented and drop you.
Resident Evil
game,
style.
yeah, kind of. In this game, though, you actually have guns and stuff, and so you can kill the Predator. And I tried it because I love the movies, and I had a lot of fun with it because, again, it was like a follow-up to Friday the 13th, which I did enjoy. So, which unfortunately now the official servers have been taken down, so it's a host type thing for Friday the 13th now, which means it's probably it could be unplayable, because if the person who's hosting dies and just decides they don't want to sit around and wait, the whole game's going to get disconnected, whatever. But this game was made by Sony and Fox Interactive, worked on this, and been a big there was a big PS4 push for this game, so I think the servers for this one are going to stay up for quite a while since Sony is doing the hosting. So, but yeah, I don't know if you like asymmetrical, versus multiplayer stuff. I would recommend giving it a shot.
Okay.
That's it.
So let's see. The other game tied for 22 is There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension.
This is no game.
No, There Is No Game. It's totally different. That's
You
one
gotta
of the
say it
few
with a weird
things.
accent.
That's one of the few things this game is lacking, I guess, is a credit song where they sing about what happened in the game.
Yeah, good. Especially if it's a rap, that's even better.
Yeah. But so There Is No Game is, well, it is actually the like sequel to or expansion, I guess, of a Game Jam game that came out in 2015. That it has the legacy of it is sort of the Stanley Parable / Pony Island / Frog Fractions, like weird game where they it's like a meta game where they
Just
constantly
screw with you and screw
yeah
with your conception. Screw with
gonna
the
say,
conventions of games.
subvert
I
your
haven't-
expectations of what you're going to be doing in a video game. And in this game, like the conceit is that the game is actually talking to you, and the game is like actively telling you to stop playing it because it's not finished and
It's not a game.
doesn't want to have to fucking deal with you right now, man.
Right,
And
right.
and then there's like a whole story as to why the game doesn't want to have to interact with you. And I had a
You're
really
gamer
good
by
time.
definition.
I had a really good time poking at it and seeing all the different ways in which it's
I'm liking this LucasArts code wheel that you've got.
yeah, well, so
This section is probably the best one, I think.
yeah,
It's a really funny.
right. So as you see, like you come out and you've got this monitor and you plug in the monitor and then you break the screen and then it shows you like this LucasArts adventure game. And I'll skip forward a little bit to past the dialogue, but then you click on this shard of glass up here, and then you can use that to like cup the fist off of the bottom, and then you can like use the different things from the tool to interact with the game world. And
Wow.
yeah,
That's a good looking fake LucasArts game.
it is a really good looking. It's like a fake Sherlock Holmes based LucasArts game. But then I'll go forward just a little bit more so you can kind of see the part where I get the penny from the guy, and then like the kind of stuff that you're kind of dealing with. So you do a thing, you get a coin from Watson, and then you can use the coin on the back of the monitor. And when you do that, it shows you the back of the game world, like it's some kind of like stage play.
It's a stage play, yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
And
so you're like backstage seeing the other side of the set.
Yeah.
And then you can screw with the set from that side.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's pretty clever.
It's really clever. The game does a lot of stuff like that. That's why I don't feel too bad about showing this one particular part of it off. This is pretty early. Even like the first I don't know. I guess the game is split up into fifths. Even the first fifth of the game does a lot of really clever and kind of funny stuff. I think the writing is really good. The guy that made it does all the voice acting, and he's either French or French Canadian or something, but he speaks in a weird voice, and everybody keeps asking him if he's Russian, and
he gets really pissed about it.
Yeah, and then there's some stuff at the end of the game where it goes into this FMV sequence that just completely blew my mind, and I was just like stunned and just like laughing and having a great time. It's just I think there's one section where it maybe carries on a little bit too long, but the whole thing is like 4 hours long. I think it's totally worth like playing through. And if you don't want to spend a lot of time, you can even just like look up the solutions to the puzzles just to see the clever stuff that he does. But anyway, that's There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension, one of my favorite games of the year.
I played it after Eric talked about it, and I very much enjoyed it as well.
I feel like I need to check this one out for sure.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. It was like whatever ranking I had it is what it is.
How long is it?
Like I like 4 or 5 hours, somewhere in there. It's pretty short. It's about the right length that it needs to be, in my opinion. All right, so we should move on to our number 19. We have a 3-way tie there. It'd be Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2.
Did you
Those are
guys
great
know
games.
that Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is really, really fun? Still really fun.
It's still really
and
fun. It really is.
Adding just like like the fact that you can instantly reload a level, the
Yep.
fact that there's a larger soundtrack with some modern bands.
there's
and the
some
fact
there's like some Machine Gun Kelly and some other garbage on
Yeah,
there. If
there's
there's if look, but then I mean, I guess you kind of want some garbage on your Tony Hawk Pro Skater because like I kind of
Always have
got
them little.
I kind of got excited when that Papa Roach song showed up, and that I mean that song is terrible, but it's also like I want to listen. If I'm playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1, then I want to listen to that because that's what I was listening to in 1999 when I was playing that game. You know?
Yep. Yep.
So they added the revert and the manual to Tony Hawk 1
And
the
2,
revert
yeah.
to Tony Hawk 2.
Yeah.
And it just
I did not know that.
fundamentally changes the way you
Yes.
experience that. If you're a Tony Hawk veteran, like suddenly the way you're navigating the stages of Tony Hawk 1 is completely different,
Right.
and the way you're like comboing and getting the high scores and stuff is just you're like, oh, well now I can just like manual over to that ramp and then
Right.
revert back down and manual back and then like continue my grind line over there,
It feels
which I could not do before.
It feels like the way those games should have felt.
Yeah,
It would
and it's
almost be
just-
weird not to have that stuff in the game at this point.
So I did a big old video about Tony Hawk 1 last December 2019, and that is like Tony Hawk 3 is my favorite in the series. I talked about this before, but like Tony Hawk 3 is the one where they added the manual came in Tony Hawk 2, the revert came in Tony Hawk 3, which is why 3 is my favorite because it's where all
It's kind of the full move set.
Yeah. And going
Nice
back
bail.
to Tony Hawk 1 is hard these days. It's I mean it's still fun, the soundtrack still kicks ass and all that stuff, but like especially if you're used to playing later games in the series, you're just like I can't
Feel
do
really
these.
limited.
Yeah, you feel super limited. So this version it looks great, it plays great, it feels like the perfect mea culpa for that crappy Tony Hawk HD that came out in like
Yeah.
2013
Or Tony Hawk Pro
whatever.
Skater 5,
And Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5,
yeah, which is
like,
execrable. Yeah.
and even like, the last ones that I thought were playable were Thug and Thug 2. Like
Yeah,
they were
those games are all right.
they're all right, yeah.
Yeah.
But this one really just by like adding a little bit to the level design and adding those two, moves that come. Oh, and the way the way you get up from bailing that you just like sort of like glitch back into.
Yeah, it's
standing.
good. Yeah.
Also, like that saves time. It makes the game feel like it's better paced. Like I said, reloading stages immediately is great. I haven't finished the Tony Hawk 1 and 2, but I bought it. I played through pretty much all the stages of 1 in like one night. And
That's what I did, and then I didn't play it again after that because there's something about it that what I really want to do with Tony Hawk is like sit with my friends from high school in the room and like pass the controller around every 2 minutes and just everybody like take a turn and then eat a bunch of garbage food while we're doing that. And it just was like, I don't know.
Kind of rubbing it
It's such a, it's like such a good update of those games, but I mean we all know those games are great, so that was ultimately the reason why I left it off my list, is just because I wanted to put some new
Play it the
stuff
way you
on
want
there.
to.
But it's good.
I-
It's such a, like, if you like those games, you really owe it to yourself to pick this up and give it a shot. Also, I suck at it. It's like I was pretty good at those games like 20 years ago, but it's been a long time since I played it, and it took me a few hours to like get reacclimated to the controls. And then, as you can see here, I'm kind of leaning into it and just bailing constantly, but like I went from having played lots and lots of this game to having played none, and I really, it took me by surprise how bad I was at it, but it's good.
I mean, so on just on the remake front, like aside from not wanting to get yelled at by you, I kind of felt like Mario All Stars 3D was like it didn't do enough to like.
Oh
it's
yeah.
just those
Listen, we'll get
games
we'll
again.
get to that later on. I didn't write it down, but I have a special award for that piece of garbage.
Theoretically,
I mean,
like Mario Galaxy and Mario 64 should just make it, but they didn't do anything. To those
right,
games.
yes.
Later.
Well, here's the thing.
This
I'll just say right
this
now,
game
in favor of
equals
this game, yeah, like they did a great job. Like Activision does a good job remaking the games that they own, right? Like the Crash Bandicoot collection that they put out was really good. The Spyro
Spyro
remakes
collection's good.
are like really good. And fuck Nintendo for not fucking doing that for fucking Mario of all things. Anyway, but this one is really good. And then this team has been like absorbed into Blizzard and will probably be. It sounds like maybe making the Diablo 2 one, which I'm okay with, but also I'm sad that we won't get like a collection of 3 and 4 because I would very much so like to have those games updated as well. But
I didn't spend a lot of time with 4, but again, 3 is absolutely my
3 is
favorite.
great. 2 and 3 are definitely my favorite too. But also like they like tweaked the way some of the levels are, like the downhill levels, and 1 they made it easier to like go backwards, which fundamentally changes those levels and makes them a lot more fun to play. I think all the things that they changed were really really smart, and it's just really really good. Anyway. All right,
Yay.
let's go to our other number 19, which is Astro's Playroom. What's up, Kurt, with Astro's Playroom?
Yep, I voted for this. As until recently, I was the only person that had a PS5, and it's a PS5 pack-in game.
It's literally installed on the console.
Yep.
Packing games, that's kind of cool. Hey, packing
It
games.
is
It
cool,
is
and
cool.
it's a damn fine packing game.
I agree.
It's made by the folks that did Astro's or
Astrobot Rescue.
Astrobot Rescue Mission. Yeah.
Which is a really cool
and it's-
VR game.
Which is a very good VR game, and they did, sort of a similar thing here, where, it's mostly about showcasing the new controller and the all the things you can do with it, all the sort of haptic feedback and different kinds of rumble and all that stuff you can do with it, but wrapped into a game that's actually good.
Yeah.
So it's just a really fun, platforming game, which we don't get much of that these days, and that's a genre I very much enjoy.
It's just pre-installed on all PS5s, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And but it's it's not super long, which is not a problem because then it doesn't ever say it's welcome. But it's just got a lot of fun adventure levels that you can run around in,
Right.
and it's a huge sort of history, nostalgia trip for a lot of people.
It's a real
because
love
all the
letter.
little secrets. Yeah, it's a real love letter to PlayStation because it's there's just all kinds of set pieces, like you're seeing stuff in the video here where there's little vignettes that are happening with robots that are standing around that you don't like, they're just part of the level.
Right.
And a lot of those things are related to PlayStation games of the certain era, or you find artifacts of old PlayStation things like, here it's controllers or, a UMD or whatever.
Right. All of the stuff. All of the weird PlayStation stuff.
Every PlayStation.
They have the
piece of
PS3
hardware.
memory card reader for PS2 memory cards.
Yes.
Yes, they do. It's in the
Nice.
museum.
Yes.
Yep. It's
And they
incredible.
have,
yeah.
the iToy, and they had a bunch of them that I was like, I didn't know this thing existed.
Yeah. Yep.
And watching the little robots, like there's one spot where they're like reenacting a bit of Uncharted.
Yeah.
There's like a robot like crawling around on a wall near you that you can just
There's a robot. There's one where there's like a little robot hiding underneath a box, and you can punch him, and he pops out, and he's got a headband. It's just like, hey, remember all this stuff from the PlayStation and the PlayStation 2 and the PlayStation 3? It's all here again.
Yep, it's all here.
Yeah, that's good.
Exactly.
Man, between this and the VR game, I'm starting to get kind of hype about Astrobot.
You should. They're both really good. I think the VR one is a much better game, but I think this is a really
Yes, I agree.
A really cute.
There's also a lot more to it.
Yeah.
This one is much shorter, but I think part of that too is that the VR game, like the gameplay stuff that they're doing with it, is about the VR stuff, whereas the sort of technical showcase that they're working for on this is about the controller, which is more about making it feel immersive or that kind of thing, which is not necessarily as innovative gameplay wise as that. And then hey, you get zipped up and you can be a little bouncy jumping flash robot.
Oh, was it Commander Robert?
Robert, yeah.
Well,
so yeah, it's good.
I'm so happy that there made one game for your new console.
Yep.
How dare you?
And gave it to me for free.
Bad business strategy, but
Yeah. So like this part with
Anyway.
the frog, when you pull the trigger in, like that's where the haptic feedback stuff comes in like big time, because you pull the trigger in, it gets harder to pull as the spring tightens.
And it feels like it's clicking.
Yeah.
Even though it isn't.
Yeah. It's pretty wild,
it's
actually.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's pretty
So
neat.
I know that no one else has made any good stuff like this, but do you think this is going to be good enough to convince people to eventually incorporate stuff like this into more games? Or is this going to be like doomed to be a Nintendo style, like, yeah, well, we did it like twice, and then no one ever...
Unfortunately, I think it's the latter, but...
I think it will be, I think it will be...
The Sony first-party stuff, I'll use it.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be... And some, like, second-party shit, I'm sure we'll use it as well. I don't think it'll be like, oh yeah, remember these 2 games that did that stuff?
Yeah.
I think it'll be more than that, but it won't be like...
There'll be some indie game that does something amazing
will not get
with
a
it.
version of this.
Yeah.
Right, so
or
like,
a kind of thing that does this kind of stuff. That won't happen.
So it'll be like on the level of like DS Wii connectability. That'll be like...
Remember these 6 games that did this?
Right. Yeah.
Or maybe like N64, like the little red...
pack?
Oh no,
like,
the memory pack.
The memory pack,
The expansion?
the, like,
Yeah, the expansion
thing that made it slightly less N64-y.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, listen,
Yeah,
you
that
needed
was
that if you wanted the best.
65.
You needed that if you wanted the best Turok 2 experience, you know?
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
You actually needed it to play Perfect Dark, which is why I think...
Yeah,
You-
that's what I was
yeah.
gonna say. Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, not having one meant that you couldn't play Donkey Kong 64, so...
Exactly.
That's correct.
It was
You were better
actually
off
fun-
without it. Yeah, throw
fun
that thing in the
fact,
trash.
Didn't actually need that. There was a memory leak that they couldn't fix like in
Oh,
time
God.
to get the game out, so they just like threw more horsepower at it basically by requiring the expansion pack.
Right.
All right, let's move on to the next game.
All right, let's move on to our
know
number 19 game,
The
which
one that
was
Alex is gonna talk
my
about.
6th best game
Oh,
of the
yeah?
year, which is Genshin Impact. Yay!
Right.
Yeah,
Yay
let's
for
go.
Genshin Impact. I played a ton of this game this year. I love about 80% of what this game is doing. This is like anime Breath of the Wild basically is the conceit. I think the story stuff is all surprisingly well done, especially in the second area where it's about this like god who's decided that he's been like watching over this city for like 3,000 years, and he kind of wants to retire, and he's like sets up this elaborate trap to like test the people of the city to see if like he can actually retire. I think there's a lot of really clever writing. I think that I like the character designs. I like the art. I love climbing on stuff and exploring. And it's a gacha game, and it fucking sucks.
So here's the thing. You guys were talking about this and waxing rhapsodic about it, and a bunch of other people were too.
Yeah.
And I was like, I feel like I want to check this out. But you guys would talk about all that stuff, or I would just hear you saying like, "Oh yeah, I got a third blah, and I pulled it or whatever."
I got a third
I was just
dilute,
like-
Kurt.
And I was
Get
like,
it right.
I don't want
It's
to
still-
like. It's 2020. I do not want to have to figure out how to interact with that shit.
Yeah.
That's what I want out of this game.
Well, that's what ultimately holds the game back,
Yeah.
is that it's like... So I was like way into it. Like I played
You were
a
way
ton
into
of
it.
this game. I don't know. It doesn't keep track. So like but I know I played over 100 hours. I don't think I hit
Yeah.
200.
I
but, like,
probably skimmed up against 100 hours, I would guess.
yeah.
That's
and
saying
it's like,
something for you.
Yeah.
but it's like, yeah, like the problem with the game is that what I ran into is that I like we.
Watch
we
me
didn't
climb
mention
up
too, the
this.
combat.
Watch me climb up this wall. So yeah, the thing that really separates this from Breath of the Wild and makes it in some ways better than Breath of the Wild is that you have
Yeah,
like a
I
4
agree.
character party, and those characters all have these different elemental abilities, and you
Yep.
can switch between the characters at will. And because the elemental stuff like
They all
affects
combo
the
and
world,
interact.
yeah, you can combo and interact in like a million really like crazy and satisfying ways, and it feels
Are the
great to do some
are
of
the
that
other
stuff.
ones? Are the other ones in the world like playing with AI, or is it you have
No,
one?
you're one
Out of the
character,
4,
and then
out
you
at
hit
a
a
time.
button,
Out at a
and then you
time.
magically
Okay.
swap to the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have a really important question now that I've seen this one bit.
Okay, what?
Is there a happy little song that plays when you cook things?
Uh,
Because if
It's
not,
like a
then
there
sound
it's
is,
effect.
yeah,
then
there's
it's
like a
nowhere
sound
near as
effect.
good as Breath of
There's a sound effect. It's not as good as
There's-
Breath of the Wild, but
It's not as good as Breath of the Wild or Monster Hunter, but
Right.
which are the two like gold standard cooking
for
mini
your
games.
cooking things,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
It appears that your weapons are not held together by Elmer's glue and chewed bubble gum.
no. In fact, your
Or which
weapons
they
are part of the gotcha thing, which is it
Well, that
really.
see,
Go ahead, Alex.
That's
I'll
the
let you go
problem.
What's going
first.
on here? This is really good for me, but I
I was
still
gonna say
haven't seen
that's
a
the
job.
problem. Is the
Gotcha
game's
stuff.
like the art style is like incredible. Like
Yeah.
exploring the world is great, especially like in the area where Eric is right now. Like
Yeah.
I really like the look of this area.
Yeah, it's
And like it's fucking great. Like but the problem
Also,
with
the
the
hottest
game is,
anime
like,
boys and girls that you'll see in 2020 for sure.
But the problem with the game is all the gotcha stuff because it's like the world is basically, it's not huge. Like it's big, it's really big. But once you eventually find everything, and
It's
it's
only
like, okay,
what's
well,
in the game right now is like 1/6 of what will eventually be in the game if they
right,
actually
and
get
they
to
actually
finish
they
it.
Really?
Yeah.
since the game launched, they've already like released a new area, and they're always updating it, and there's events and stuff. So it's like there's reasons to keep playing. But the problem is that you run into a wall, like a progression wall, where
Yeah.
it's like, okay, your characters, the way they force you to like get money out of you is like you're limited on which characters you have. They give you a handful of free ones, and after that, you gotta do pulls to get the rest. And it's like you either spend real money or you get stuff that you find in the game to do that. Anyway, but the thing is like your characters have.
But is all that stuff in game, or is that like before you load it, like you do a bunch of that shit?
It's
Or,
in the game
like,
menus.
It's in the game. It's
Yeah.
game
Okay.
menus.
But
not like,
there's a ton
conceit
of
like you don't walk up to something in the
no
game world and, like,
no.
pull,
It's just in a
No,
menu.
no,
pull
no.
a slot machine or whatever.
In fact,
But so-
what you do is you buy a currency, and then you convert that currency into a different currency, and then you convert that currency into a thing that lets you do wishes, and then you do the wishes, and that's where you get the weapons and the characters from.
And then I streamed that part.
And then Mike streams the in his Kaizo stream. He streams the part where we try and get new characters
that.
and weapons. Yeah.
So the one thing I will say about what Eric just said is that it does suck and it's true, but it also works exactly the same as like multiple other gacha games I've played.
Yeah.
And this game automates a lot of that, so
Yeah.
that stuff never really bothered me too much.
No, it's actually once you get a handle on it, a lot of that stuff is.
Yeah,
It's
not-
actually not the
smooth-
fact.
But it sucks because
Right.
it's there to like obscure what you're doing.
Right.
Like it's just there to confuse you and make you spend money when you don't need to.
Right.
But so spending money, like back to the thing. So all the characters have things called constellations. So what you get
Right.
is to get your character the best that they can be.
Yeah.
Like so, Eric has 3. This guy, right, Deluke. Eric has 3 of them. So that's like he has the character, and then the second time you get the character, you get their constellation, and then you get their next constellation the next time.
Which
you
is
get
like
them.
a bonus skill or a buff or something to
Right.
change
So
the character.
to make your character the best, you need to get them 7 total times.
Yeah.
But for a character like Deluke, who's super rare to get, you
You
have
have
like
like a-
less than 1% chance.
It's
to
like
get.
a 1/10% chance or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was like points. I don't remember. Fuck it. But your luck is insane, is the point. But so it's like you'll be like, okay, I got this guy. So like for instance, I had a character who was not like the rarest rarity, but like I had a max constellation character. So I'm like, all right, well, I have to use this person because they're the best, right? But I need to get them a weapon. But it's like, well, but weapons also have rarities and
Right.
also have like things that they require to upgrade. You also need to get multiple of them and shit.
Yeah.
So it's like you need to get like so the game encourages you to spend money to get the weapons, get the characters, right? So eventually you get a team going where you're like, okay, like
These are my
I've got
4.
this team.
This is my
These
team.
are my 4. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna focus on these 4. I've got like a weapon for each of them.
Yep.
But
I
then
like the
they
way they
release new-
combo. I like the way they look. Yeah.
Right. And so then they release new characters and new weapons. And you're
Right.
like, well, I don't even want to fucking use that.
Right.
Because
That's
I'd have
the
to
big
spend-
problem. Yeah.
I gotta start all
It's
over
like
again.
I have to start all over,
Right.
and it's like so fuck that. So it kind of discourages you from playing the game
Yeah.
and doing the things that are cool in the game.
I've got 2 new
Uh,
5-star characters recently, and it's just like, the problem isn't even like the gotcha stuff. The problem is that when you get a new character, they start at 0, and it takes not
Yeah.
just time to level them up, but there's all these
takes
resources that you have to
Yes.
grind
That's
for.
what I was-
And
yes.
then in order to get that stuff, it takes so much time to make your character useful that you don't even fucking want to use them anymore. And like ideally what you should be able to do is like feed a high level character into a low level character, like like shuffle around the stats and time that you have invested in order to like make that curve a little bit less. But there's definitely a point of
even if
no
it was
return. Yeah, there's like
even
a
if it was a
point.
disadvantageous trade, it
Right.
would still be worth doing it.
Right. Like if you could say I want to take this like level 60 character and like give like I don't know, like 8/10 of that into this other character to get them to level 50. You know what I mean? Like if there was some way to just like, because like I put a bunch of resources into a character that's not that great, and so
I told you Amber sucked, dude.
well, no, like at the time I can't find the thing, but anyway, we should wrap this up. But
Yeah, we got 19 other games to do or whatever.
but yeah, it's
Yeah.
just it's a really great
It's a
game that is
shame
really
because-
hamstrung by the way that the mechanics and the upgrade stuff works.
Yeah.
And I mean at some point they might like smooth that curve and figure some of that stuff out. And when there's more story stuff, I probably will play some more of it. But it's just this game is probably like one of my favorite games of the year, obviously, but also one of my biggest disappointments of the year. So
I agree.
anyway,
That's
what's
it.
next? What's next?
I don't know. You got the list.
Well,
I
now
have
we're
I
tied.
need a third monitor for this.
It's a five-way tie for 14th.
Okay.
Super Mario 35.
Oh man, why does it
Did
always
you
reset?
order
that?
the video?
That is a game that
Order
came
that
out
are on
this
the list
year.
Yeah,
Kind of.
roughly. Yeah. All right. Here's
Okay.
Super Mario 35. What's up with Super Mario 35, Joe?
It's well. So first of all, this was 2 in the morning, and I was exhausted. So first, you're gonna see me play like absolute fucking garbage. But this is a battle royale version of Super Mario Brothers, which I don't think I would have like conceived of on my own.
Yeah. Well, there's
ever.
there was a fan mod that was just that was basically this, but you just played Super Mario Brothers and like the last one standing one.
Right, but
Yeah,
this
but
has interactivity between the players, and
Yeah.
to a certain extent, let's say.
Yeah, this is it's very similar to Tetris 99, but it's Mario instead of Tetris. In that like so instead of when you make a line you send garbage blocks and you use the right stick to choose who you're sending your garbage blocks at. You use your right stick to choose who you're sending the enemies you defeat at. And so you're incentivized both in terms so you've got a timer and you've got enemies that you send to other players. So basically you get time for killing enemies and every enemy you kill gets sent to one of your opponents. So you're incentivized to kill as many enemies as possible. And the way you unlock more stages the way that the stages are chosen, which is kind of frustrating because a lot of people clearly just pick 1-1 or 1-2
Over and over.
You
And
know
over
you know
and
why
over
they
and
pick
over again.
those? Because that's all you have if you don't play a ton of the
Right.
game. That's why they pick
Well,
those, because you don't have any other
sure.
options unless you play like a few hours of the game.
You don't have to play. It's as soon as you clear a stage, you get to access to the next stage.
Well,
the next
people
time
also
you play.
just suck at video games. Maybe they just like
They never clear World War.
never
it's
clear
possible.
1-1.
It is definitely clear that there are at least a handful of kids, even still now, like months and months after this game came out, who are playing it because
You always
there are
lose
times
5 players on
where-
1-1.
Yeah, like immediately within the first 30 seconds, like 4 or 5 people will drop off because they get killed. In
They just
1-1.
ran straight into the first. Yeah.
But the thing that I love about it, and it takes a while to get to the point where you really see how this game, like the madness that this game presents. But once you get to a point where like you're in, Bowser's castle, and not only is there 1,000 Goombas running around, there's like a Lakitu throwing spinies, and there are bullet bills flying through the air, and there are bloopers swimming in the air because that's what people are killing and sending at you from other stages.
Oh.
Or like
yeah.
you're in like a world where there's already a Lakitu and maybe bullet bills, and then all of a sudden Bowser is just like chilling and blowing fireballs at you.
Jesus.
you start being like, this is the appeal of the game, right? That's where and so for
Where
a
it just
while,
gets totally insane.
yeah, and it's not. I mean, the level to which you are like familiar with the original Super Mario Brothers is definitely like I got a win the first night I played this. I think I came in second, and then I got a win within like my first 5 games, like on the day it came out, because I've played a shitload of Super Mario Brothers. So there comes a point at the end of a game where it's just like, if you're good at Mario, you're just gonna outlast everybody, generally speaking. Which is like the game that you're watching now. I'm probably not going to be talking long enough to see me win it, but I did end up winning this game just because I outlasted, so. But the just the weird shit that you would never expect to see outside of like Mario Maker. But the levels aren't Mario Maker levels. They're the real, the
It's Mario.
yeah, the 24 stages from Super Mario Brothers, but all of a sudden they're filled with enemies in the way a Mario Maker stage is the further you get into the game. And for a while it was just like, it was my like immediately after work, like, working from home. I'm already sitting in my like den office, I would just close my laptop when I got off of work and just pick up my Switch Pro controller and just play a round or two every day after work, like just right away, to sort of like decompress from work. And I really enjoyed doing that. And I don't know. And that was an interesting way to do this. I'm annoyed that they're just like gonna chuck it in the bin at the end of March, apparently.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's
So,
Nintendo, baby.
Yeah, I hate
Yep.
Nintendo so much.
Yep.
I honestly, Joe, I really wish that I had gotten the experience you had, because I found that when I played this game, if I did well, it just became this kind of endless marathon of just like, all right, who can play the most levels without screwing up? Because there's nothing unusual happening. It's just like, nope, you're just playing levels. And at some point, one of you is going to make a mistake and fall down a hole, and the other person wins.
Yeah. See, when I
And
played
I was
it,
never.
it was just all about like I like Mario because it's a traversal game, and my problem with this was just that it's all about Mario combat, and I just don't enjoy that so much.
Mario Combat!
Mhm.
Fist bump.
the best way that I've generally, like, okay, so the clock maxes out at 400 seconds. You can't go over 400 seconds.
Right.
And the best way to get to 400 seconds and then be able to kind of maintain that is just through getting as many invincibility stars as possible and just chugging through a line of Goombas. And then you don't really have to focus on it as much. But I mean, again, you do want to send stuff at your opponents.
Right.
So
But also, it's
Yeah, I
just
don't
like looping 1-1 and killing a million Goombas over and over and over again.
yeah,
I don't know.
that
I think
yeah,
I think
eventually
I
you
think
break
there's a
out.
really great idea for a game in here someplace, but this isn't just not the one I wanted. But I totally get why.
I didn't try any of the weekly, like, kind of mixed up versions of the
Yeah,
game.
those
I
are
wonder if some of those would be more my.
yeah, those are a lot of fun. Sometimes they give you a preset loadout of stages, so you don't get 700 1-1s and 1-2s.
That'd be cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
so
a
that's
more of a like curated playlist where
Right.
something
Uh,
I'm really looking forward to Super Mario 36.
Yeah, right. And sometimes they give you like items, like you start with a Starman, or everybody starts with a Fire Flower or whatever, and so
Is
that
this
stuff
where
is
you win at the end here? Yeah.
yeah, this
All
is
right.
the one that I so.
But Eric, you'll only be able to play Super Mario 36 for 36 hours starting on April 36, 2036.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so this is just like you get the Fire Flower on the water level, and you're just sending. I'm just delighted that I'm sending bloopers into someone's like regular ass Mario stage.
Yeah.
And so
Well, good job by
yeah,
you.
there's a victory. Unfortunately, I jumped right from level 68 to 71, so I didn't even get up.
Boo.
Right?
This game
So-
Not
sucks.
so nice.
All right.
Never mind.
Also tied for number 14, Mike, is
What?
Satisfactory.
What? Satisfactory, the game I forgot that I played because it happened.
You played
uh,
so much of that though.
Yeah, you played a
Yeah.
lot.
I really thought it was 29. I thought this was a 2019 game.
I had to look through our emails because I was like, wait, I didn't talk about this in last year's Stickies, but I know I played so much of this game, and that's because it happened in February.
Yeah.
And my brain does
the
not
bad
consider
The before
in
time.
the before time. Yeah. Mhm.
my brain does not consider that to be this year or last year, I guess at this point. And yeah, happier days, man, happier days. I really enjoyed Satisfactory. The game's not out; it's still not out. It's in early access, and they keep changing it. And in fact, if you look carefully at my enormous, sprawling Mega Factory, you might notice that nothing works right now because I loaded the game up, and for some reason, I don't have power anymore. And if I want that to start working again, I'm going to have to shut everything down and reinitialize my power grid. And I didn't have time to do that last night while I was trying to record this footage. But you do see the giant Christmas presents that were part of the holiday event.
Yeah.
Anyway, I love this game a lot. It is fundamentally about exploring a very, very big map and completely strip mining all of its resources and despoiling the habitat for all the creatures who live in this world. For
Sounds great.
so far, for basically no reason, but that's because they haven't really put the story elements in the game yet. They've just been working on the mechanics, but it's got tons of super fun mechanics. Like you can build big factories, you can build vacuum tubes that suck you from place to place. You can build train systems that will automatically like load and unload stuff. And the fact that it all works in 3D and like pretty seamlessly is really, really impressive to me. Like it just snaps together your building blocks. Like you can see these super long conveyor belts and train tracks just winding their way over the terrain. And like that wasn't hard to build. It was just, I'd do a long section and it would figure it out. And there's bits where it clips through the ground and stuff, but for the most part, I think it looks pretty good. And
you can drink coffee while
you can drink coffee.
There's a cool,
and
big,
just took a lot
tall
of-
dinosaur that you can jump on and bounce on his back. and it's
Yeah,
fun.
I'm sorry. I filled that like 3 times last night, and for some reason I didn't keep any of that footage. It didn't record properly.
I was gonna say it looks like it's not recording very well. So
No, my computer is having a rough time with this, and the video footage is even worse.
yeah,
It wasn't this choppy when I was playing it. This game does give my computer a hard time, but I think I need more CPU for this
Yeah.
one. Anyway, I just found it really satisfying, to set up these production chains and just build stuff. And the world's fun to explore, and it's got good music. It looks really good. I
It's
think
nice,
like some of the when it's not normally single frames per minute when you're playing it. It looks pretty fine. Anyway, I look forward to when this game is done. I actually kind of hope that they put out like a story to it because it gives me Subnautica vibes in the exploring a weird alien world kind of way, except that in this case you are the bad guy destroying everything. And I'd love to see a story that can kind of make good on that and might kind of motivate me to start over again.
they're gonna get the Dr. Seuss license, and you're gonna fight the Lorax, and you're gonna be the Onceler.
Well, you see the sword that I've got. That Lorax is it's gonna get it.
Yeah, I played some of this co-op with you. I think definitely a highlight of the year for me was you spending a bunch of resources to make me a jetpack, and then me kind of like flying off into a chasm in the middle of nowhere, and you getting mad because I was gonna lose your jetpack and die. But yeah, it has co-op and stuff too. So like you and I played some co-op, and I had a good time with it. But I'm also I decided just to hold off until it was done because
Look at how much stuff there is. I
there's a lot
built
of
all
stuff.
of this.
Yeah.
That
When you
entire
start out,
factory.
there's nothing. It's just like an empty landscape with rocks and trees and stuff. All that stuff.
I have like 5 train stations that take you all around the map, and a series of vacuum tubes and a jetpack, and just like
It's cool.
yeah, good game.
It's really
Does
cool.
the jet when you get into the vacuum tubes? Does it make a satisfying?
It does.
Noise.
It does. Yeah,
Nice.
it does.
Except right now I have no power, so I was not able
Yeah.
to show that off. I would have just made an entire video of that if I could have.
Nice.
All right, let's move on to our number 14 game of the year, Deep Rock Galactic.
Hell yeah! I'm kind of amazed this showed up so low on our list.
I thought it would be higher too.
I don't. It was a good like meat and potatoes multiplayer game that I played a bunch with Mike and Kurt and our friend Anthony, and it's all about shooting bugs and
me.
digging
Mine
around
more.
in the dirt. Who? And you, Alex, too. You were there too. Thanks. This is not when I think about the games you and I played this year. This is not at the top.
Yeah,
of the
okay,
list.
that's
This
fair.
is
That's
not
fair.
it.
That's fair.
This might not even be the top 5 games that you and I played this year. But anyways, that's a whole different show. Anyway, Deep Rock Galactic is just like a fun like thing to do with your friends. That is like the stakes are pretty low and it's not super hard, but it's like I felt like the balance between the difficulty balance was kind of right on point where you could just like hang out and chat.
Yeah.
And you had to pay attention. You couldn't completely zone out, but it wasn't like
But
difficult.
you weren't on tenterhooks the whole
Yeah.
time.
Also, you can dance and drink beer.
But
and,
sometimes you are,
yeah.
especially at the end of a
Sometimes
mission.
you are, but not the whole time.
I was consistently surprised by the breadth of the mechanics in the game. Also, like when you first start out, you're literally you have a pickaxe and you just like are
Love that dance you're doing.
you have a pickaxe and you just can dig in the dirt. Like there's 4 different character classes and there's like one with a grappling hook, one with a zip line, one with platforms, and one who's real fast at drilling. And so you kind of want a team with each of those different abilities, and then you're kind of like you go into the mine and there's all these different types of insects with different like elemental things, and like the variety of enemies that are in the game is pretty surprising. And then after you beat a few missions, they give you like a mission where you have to like set up a pipeline, and you're like building like these lines.
It's
of,
like Satisfactory.
it's kind of like Satisfactory, yeah, and that really
Except
surprised
the bugs
me.
are attacking you.
Yeah, there's one where you are riding on this giant drilling vehicle that you have to like protect and like
Repair.
refuel and repair and stuff, and that was pretty thrilling. There's like a big crazy
Destroy the
boss
floating
fight.
laser rocks.
Yeah, I think it looks really nice. It has like a surprisingly good soundtrack, and it was just generally speaking, I had a very pleasant time playing Deep Rock Galactic. I hope they just added some more stuff to it, so I'm hoping that we'll play some more at some point.
It's like it's not revolutionary in any way, but it's just good and enough variety and solid mechanics and just like I'm always ready to play another mission of Deep Rock.
There's a lot of like the game gets really rough on like the hardest difficulty.
Yeah.
And there's lots of like progression stuff you can do. So like you can what's the thing?
Respec?
Call of Duty, and you like start over again.
Oh,
Prestige.
Prestige. Yeah. Like you can like prestige characters, you can do all sorts of stuff. So like there's like if you really want to like get into it, you can. But
Yeah.
also it's like if you just want to have like a chill fun hangout time where it's like, hey, like I'm gonna freaking grappling hook across a giant cave and like shoot a dude that's a bug. Like you could do that. And it rules. It's like pretty good. And
And the escape sequences are pretty awesome at the end of missions. I think
Right.
those are
When you
super
complete
tense.
your objectives, you have to get back to the ship, and those can get pretty intense, especially if you dug a lot.
You spend like, I don't know, 20 minutes like digging down into the bowels of this, thing and making all these tunnels and wandering about, and all of a sudden.
And the map is
you have to be
intentionally
like, "Shit,
obtuse.
Go back.
Why did I make the tunnel that way?
Why didn't I make
Why
this
did Anthony
ladder?
make
'Cause
this tunnel this way?
It's a pain in the ass to get back up.
Yeah,
Is this one of this year's Yell at Anthony games?
definitely.
Oh yes.
Definitely.
yeah,
yeah.
it's
Yeah,
definitely
yeah,
really
uh-huh,
Anthony.
for sure.
This one's in the top 10, but it's near the bottom of the list.
I would put it higher, but it's good.
I didn't vote for this game only because I didn't play as much of it as some other folks did. And the one that the stuff that I picked, I put more time into. But
This was a
It would have
very
been higher up if I hadn't remembered Satisfactory existed.
Yeah, I was gonna say this was just it was like a good year for multiplayer games in general, which we'll talk about more. But it's just like it was a good
Thank God
year
for
for
that.
it to be a good year for multiplayer
Yes.
games. There was a lot of good multiplayer games to play, and we fucking had a lot of time to play multiplayer games. So I'm glad that.
hey,
was
Anthony is now here.
Hi, Anthony.
Hello.
How you doing?
Now it'll
Good.
be the.
Did I
Yell
play
at
10
Anthony
games I got yelled at
video.
this year?
Maybe. I bet it's
Sure,
close.
yeah.
Probably close.
Anyway, all right. So we should move on to our number 14 game of the year, which is Fall
Move on
Guys.
from 14 to
Okay.
14.
God. You never
I had
know.
an extremely enjoyable 2 weeks of Fall Guys and then forgot it ever
It
existed.
seems
But
like
I-
that happened to a lot
We
of
were
people.
supposed to a month,
This
but
this
yeah.
game is very fine.
Yeah, Eric and I went back and played a couple games in the new-ish season one night, like after a wrestling show or something.
Yeah.
We were on Discord and we
They
played
added a
few
bunch of new
games.
mini games.
That cool sock pattern that didn't used to exist.
I think it's a stocking. That's a Christmas.
It's like a
pattern.
Christmas thing, yeah.
Yeah, there was they added snow and a bunch of festive stuff to what was the most recent one when we played, but yeah, I don't know. It's
Goofy.
Yeah, it's goofy. I don't know. I felt like some of the games, some of the
Yeah.
events or whatever stages were just they were frustrating enough that I stopped wanting to play the ones that weren't frustrating because of the ones
Yes.
that weren't frustrating.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, people started to be dicks.
Yeah.
Started to be?
Started.
Yeah.
How long did that take? Let's be real.
It's
here.
not just that people were dicks, but it's also like
More
the
obviously
mechanics are
dicks.
so limited, it's kind of impossible to be a dick in a fun way. You know what I
Yes.
mean? It's just like
Yes.
so I like all the stuff around Fall Guys, but I don't like playing it very much, which was ultimately my big issue with it. It's just
Yeah.
I feel like the mechanics just aren't there. I feel like a game with these like I like the art. I like the idea of you like playing these traversal mini games. It's like most extreme elimination challenge or whatever against a bunch of other people, like battle royale style. I think it's a
That's all
great
great.
idea for a video game, but it just doesn't feel good to play. Like it feels really squishy and it's not very precise, but it's not even like gang beasts in that it's imprecise in a fun way. It's just
It almost seems intentional, like they wanted to make it hard to control, but yeah, I agree that it's not like a super fun, hard to control.
But you can do that in a way that's not. Yeah, like I think squishy is exactly right.
yeah.
It should have been like Octodad or something.
Right, or like I said,
Yeah.
I think Gang Beasts is like whoever made Gang Beasts should just make this game, but with the Gang Beasts engine, and
I can't
those
decide
weird
if I
Jello
agree with you
men
because
would be.
I hated half the time I spent with Gang Beasts and I loved the other half. So
I want like a
Whereas-
weird climbing mechanic, and I want like a more inventive ways to grab people and mess with them instead of the very limited way that you can do it in here. I think a lot of the problems also stem from the fact that the servers were just dog shit for most of
yeah,
the
it
year.
was rough.
Yeah, like we tried to play with Mike a lot, and he would just get disconnected constantly, and then even
Yeah,
it would
he-
happen to everybody else once in a
Is
while
that
too.
feature or a bug?
He'd be about to go in and finish a level and then just get booted.
Yeah,
It
Or
did
would
happen a
finish a
couple
level and
hundred
then get
dozen
booted.
times.
yeah, it was very frustrating.
It was a very strange experience though, because like everybody rolled into this game at the same time. Everyone saying, "Well, this game is the game of the minute, and there's a pandemic on top of that, and so yeah, it's gonna flame out in a few weeks, but we're all having fun right now." And then it sort of like snowballed for that reason. So it was just kind of weird to be playing a game where you knew that nobody would be playing it a few
You
weeks
knew
later.
you were on the Half-Life for it.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I also feel like Among Us like kind
Yeah,
of came out of
absolutely.
nowhere and kicked this game right in the ass off of the top.
And did not disappear.
Right.
Mine has not disappeared.
Had
Although I haven't
staying
played,
power.
I haven't. That game is not on our list for anybody who's wondering.
Right. Well, I mean, that game didn't even
I
come
didn't
out
play
this
it at
year,
all.
so
I didn't play it at all either. Maybe we
I
should.
Yeah, it
mean,
wasn't
we've.
new.
Yeah, Eric, we don't vote for games that didn't come out this year.
I don't think anybody did we?
I don't think so.
I mean, I mean, also that game is just like Werewolf or Mafia or whatever, but like a video
Yeah,
game
and I hate
version of
those
it.
games.
Right.
All right, well
I do. I hate those
But-
games.
All right.
Yeah, I knew that about you.
All right.
Yep.
Should we
what's after Fall Guys?
should we
should
move
move on to
on
number
to
14.
number 14,
Yeah, we'll move on to number 14.
The last 14.
which is a Monster Expedition?
A Monsters Expedition.
What is this video game?
So a Monsters Expedition is a puzzle game from the guy that made shit. I'm trying to remember the names. It was Sokobond and Cosmic Express and A Good Snowman is Hard to Build and all of these kind of things.
I've heard of
So
one of
obviously I'm the person that voted for this game. Um,
Sokobon like fucking
So-
shove it slash.
sorry, Sokobond.
Oh, okay.
So it's like Sokobon but making
Bond, Choco
It-
Bond.
but making
Well done.
chemical compounds.
Oh.
So that's the
interesting.
bond
Okay.
part of it.
Yeah, got it.
If they were in space,
Hey,
I'd be intrigued.
Falsey, I
I
can
was
give
gonna
you
say-
I can give you a 20-minute diatribe about why I hate Mafia if you want, Falsey.
Save it for a different when we
Yeah,
finally
I'm not going to do it right now.
when we
There's
finally
no reason
get
for me
in
to
on
go
the
through that
fad
now.
and stream Among
Next
Us.
Wednesday,
Yeah.
Kurt gives his
Yeah.
20-minute diatribe.
But so this is the latest game from that guy, as well as a bunch of other this on his own. This is my puzzle game of the year as well, and it's a game in which you have you're sort of traversing you're traversing a set of islands as this little monster that you can see here.
with a backpack.
And with a little backpack. Yeah, you're going through an outside museum that is done by these monsters.
Those can be very nice.
And so each island essentially has trees on it, and you can walk up to the trees and push them over. And then when you push them over, then they make logs. You can push the logs around, and you're essentially building bridges to the other islands and making your way from island to island. That's the entirety essentially of the puzzling. But it's it gets more and more complicated, and you have different things that happen, but it's one of those like there's a very basic set of mechanics, and then they intermix them in all kinds of different ways that are surprising and interesting. Um, but it's also aesthetically very pleasing. The art style is terrific. The music is enjoyable, and the as you walk through from island to island, you'll find exhibits in this museum, and they're all written as if a monster found this thing from the human world in the past, and they're all very humorous, talking about things in a weird, through a weird monster lens, and don't understand the things they're talking about. And it does a really good job of sort of teaching you how to play the game without teaching you by sort of ramping up the mechanics, and giving you a lot of ideas about how things might work by sort of playing it out very gradually. And I think it's one of the best sort of puzzle games that's come out in the last few years. It was the guy that made that also joined up with the people that made Baba Is You and
Steven's Sausage Roll.
Yeah, as to put out a Steam bundle of
Okay.
those three things,
Yeah.
which is a set
I'm
of
so
probably
afraid
the
of
three
Steven
best.
Sausage Roll. That
Steven
game-
Sausage Roll is
Impossible.
unbelievably hard.
Yeah.
Unbelievably
so
hard.
what
It's so good, but it's
compared to
so
those
hard.
other two games, how hard is this one? Because
This is way less hard. Than
okay,
those games.
I picked it up. I think I
Yeah.
want to play it because it looks really
Yeah,
cute.
I think even if you don't get through all of it, I think you'll have a satisfying time going through what you can do. And there are variable sort of sets of things that you could do as well, like just getting from island to island, seeing the exhibitions is a thing. But
Yeah.
you'll also see occasionally you'll see islands off to the side that have snowmen on them. Those are like the difficult puzzles, or the more difficult puzzles. So if you see one of those and you can figure like they'll require you to do much more elaborate things. In some cases, like doing multi-island things to make something happen. And so those are the ones like if you see that and you can't figure it out, move on and go to the next thing. But yeah, as the resident sort of puzzle nut, this was my favorite puzzle game of the year for sure.
I'm glad to hear the puzzles are good. So I remember you started this. I don't even remember what game I was playing at the time. I was playing some other game on Steam, and you kept chuckling,
Yeah,
and I kept being like, "What is so funny?" And finally, I like Googled what this was, and I ended up
Right.
watching more videos of it than playing whatever other game I was playing.
yeah.
So I'm glad to hear the puzzles like hold
Yeah,
up
the
to that.
puzzles are quite good. Yeah, and I was reading you some of the things. Actually, I was
Yeah,
reading them to Marion as well, and she was laughing as well. So
Yep, they're pretty good.
it's not just me.
No,
Yeah, they're sort of dry Britishy humor filtered through a monster lens.
All right, I'm in. Let's go.
Yep, that's it.
All right. Also, let's
we got?
go to number 13,
13,
which
lucky 13.
is Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2. I didn't play this, but I would
Yeah.
like to at some point.
I played 2 levels of it, and I need to get back to it.
I'm actually surprised that's on this list.
The first
but I
one,
liked
the
it.
first one was excellent.
With me on this panel, why are you surprised,
I'm not
that
surprised,
a
yeah.
I'm
throwback Castlevania
surprised
game would
it's
be on
this
this list?
high on the list because,
Mm.
like, I think you were the only. I would only expect you to vote for.
I am the only person I think who voted.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay,
that is
okay.
correct.
Well, then
I-
there we go.
I
I forgot
put
how
it-
the math works.
It's
I'm
only
dumb.
at number 13. So
Right.
So,
get-
Ooh,
Kurt's votes are
13.
worth less than Joe's. Interesting.
no,
No, Joe voted harder. He powered up.
Joe voted harder.
This one.
I voted
I didn't put
Oh,
Monsters Expedition up.
hard.
So hard.
All right, fair.
This next
fair.
Castlevania wannabe's gonna feel it.
That's right. Exactly. So
Boy.
the mode I'm playing here is just so I
That will
can
kill
show
your
off
vampires.
all the levels. But actually, this is like pretty late. You have to beat the game twice to get to the point that I'm at
Oh,
here,
Jesus.
where you get the original trio of companions from Curse of the Moon 1.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's another one of those. It feels there's more to it, and it's a little harder than Curse of the Moon 1. But
Yeah.
I really, I haven't finished it yet. Finished. I beat it twice, but I haven't like done every single thing. But I really like it, and I actually need to go back to it. I think I put it down because something else came out, and then I never went back to it. But
How do you
Uh,
how do you compare it to the first one? You
It's
may have just
harder.
said that, and I wasn't paying attention.
It's harder than the first
Okay.
one.
But quality wise,
Uh,
on your desert island Curse of the Moon list, which one comes on top?
I don't know that I can say for sure because I haven't finished this one
Okay.
yet.
Fair.
And
The
I also haven't
worst of the
played this
moon.
one. I also haven't played this one 2 players.
Which one waxes and which one wanes?
Yeah.
Which one is
Oh
gibbous?
boy.
I mean, it can be a waxing or a waning gibbous. Both of those,
It's true.
can be things. But yeah, it's. I mean, it's another one of those. I don't really know that. There's not a ton to say about it except if you like, the classic Vania or vintage Vania, the non-Metroidvania style
Mm-hmm.
of that.
Vinny-vania, if you
Is
will.
is that now a thing? Classic
you should-
Vania.
So, some people, I've heard it both ways. Some people say classic Vania. Some people say vintage Vania.
Oh, God,
I mean, you
Uh,
could just
the
say
worst.
Castlevania, because
Yeah.
Well, no,
I
because
kind
then
of prefer
people
caffeine-free Vania personally.
because people think if you say Castlevania that you're talking about a Metroidvania style Castlevania.
Not me.
So, you know,
I think about Castlevania games.
yeah.
Right.
If you want more, I mean, Konami clearly not only is not making these, but had not made one in this style for a really long time,
Yeah.
except for that one WiiWare one.
And even that was a long time ago.
That was now a really long time ago.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get these from there. And I just really, the people at Inti Creates have done a bunch of stuff that I really like. Some stuff that I still haven't checked out that I've been meaning to. Like I haven't played Blaster Master Zero or Blaster Master Zero 2, which is a bad title.
Blaster
but,
Master Zero is very
Is
good.
that just? Isn't that just two? Zero
Well,
two is just two.
I guess.
Wait, Inta Creates made this?
yeah,
Yes.
Oh, I'm suddenly interested.
they made the
Don't
first
they make
one.
all the retro-looking video
I
games?
didn't know that.
Would
They're
Anthony,
like the retro platformer
Yeah.
company at this point.
Anthony, would you like to play a old school Castlevania game that is actually quite a bit more forgiving than those old school Castlevania games?
Yeah, I mean that's one I always play it on like
Yes.
the
This
veteran
is the
difficulty
bullshit per
with
screen
the,
level.
Yeah, I
ratio.
mean, I play it with the with a lot of the bullshit enabled because there is optional bullshit. Because that's just how
How many
I am.
different bullshit flags are there?
Joe
Well,
Drilling,
there's
bullshit
there's-
enabler.
yeah, there's the knock. There's the knockback one. That's the one that I think a lot
Well,
of
that's
people
yeah.
like
Right.
primary.
But you can
approach.
turn that off, right?
You can turn
Yeah,
it
but
off.
then you're not
Right.
playing Castlevania.
Then you're
You're
not playing- right,
a
Fair.
platformer.
Yeah.
And then
Even with that
there's,
turned off, because you can switch characters on the fly, like it's still way easier and more forgiving than those old Castlevania games. Because like
Yeah.
one character can jump real high, and one, like they have different movement abilities and stuff like that. Or like one character has a super long range attack, right? Like he's like a sniper guy.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
this
gun.
game, there's
Yeah.
this one is sniper.
So Joe's
Yeah.
clearly using the guy bad at platforming.
Oh, boy.
got her. Roasted.
All right.
On that note,
Everybody
Sorry.
knows how good Anthony is at video games. So,
Yep, me. The best.
He's-
Oh, we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
there.
He's
been going
he's the
crazy.
king of video games this year. All right, let's move on to our top 10.
Wait,
God.
hang on, hang
What?
on. I like
What?
the first one better. Okay, that's it.
You like the first one better? Okay. All right.
Kurt was saying how it compare. I like the first one better. All right,
But you
they're
still
both-
like
I
this
think
is
I
still
would
good,
probably-
right?
I think I would probably also come down on liking the first one better, but I
Alright.
do need to finish this one.
All right.
to really-
No, this
That's
looks
it. It's
good. I really
good.
want to play this now.
It's good. The first one's also good. They're
You
both
didn't play
good.
the first one? Yeah, start with the first one because this one's an expansion
Oh.
on that.
Oh, wait, hang on. One last thing. We skipped over something big. One of the characters is a corgi who drives a mech. Okay, keep
Oh,
going.
yeah,
Oh,
right.
wait,
man.
hold on,
Yes.
I'm in.
That's true. There's no footage in this footage of the corgi driving the mech. That's not worse.
Yeah, Joe's using all the old characters.
Yeah, I'm using all the old characters, but yes.
Crazy
There's
guy.
a sniper, a nun with a spear, and a corgi driving a mech.
All
She's
right.
in the,
Okay.
Go into a
the-
bar.
She's in the Metroidvania one.
So wait, so you do have the knockback on this? What's going
I
on
do.
right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say this feels like Castlevania a lot.
It is.
So
I mean,
that's-
it is
It is.
literally one of those
It
games.
is literally Castlevania. Like, yeah.
It's Castlevania 3 again, but not so bad.
but not nearly as hard. Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Get this guy out of
All
here.
right. Number 10. Number 10.
Wow.
Number 10. Paper Mario: The Origami King.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh
I
yeah.
was surprised at this because I thought people complained about this when it came out.
I
My
did.
sister liked it.
I like everything about this game except for the thing you spend the most time doing, which is a real shame. Because if this game had like combat that was like either less of it or it was slightly better, this definitely would have been in my top 10 and maybe even high up on my last list, because the art is amazing, the writing is really, really, really good. I think that this is like, if not for the mechanics, this is the best Paper Mario game, and a lot of those Paper Mario games are really good.
This is one of the best written games I've ever played.
It is, absolutely.
I went back on my Switch. I took screenshots of good dialogue. I have dozens of screenshots of just little bits of dialogue that I found delightful throughout the course of the game. I agree that the combat is not great. I don't think I hated it to the same extent that you did, and I also did everything I could to avoid it for the most part.
I
But
started out thinking it was fine, and then the combat's like a weird rotating puzzle thing, and it's fine at first, but after you've done it for like 10 or 15 hours, it's just excruciatingly boring.
You can eventually just throw 500 coins at every fight, which gets you one move away from the perfect solution. And eventually I did that pretty much all the time. But I think that that's too bad, but there's so much good in here, and that's why I place it pretty highly on my list, actually. This game takes you to all kinds of wonderful places, and it's got really well-written characters. And look, you're hanging out inside a floating spa called Shangri Spa, where all the toads are dressed up like angels, and you have to work with Kamek, who has traded in his broom for a rake because he's become the groundskeeper of Shangri Spa after they accidentally crashed Bowser's castle into the spa and destroyed everything. So now they have to work off their debt. I don't know. It's a beautiful game. It's got some really, really touching moments to it.
Shout out to Bobby.
Yes, shout out to Bobby. I played the whole game with my son, and we had to have a talk.
I cried.
Bobby.
I cried, Mike.
Oh yeah,
it got me. It got on top of me real bad. It was.
Yeah, no, it was rough.
Not just Bobby, but also what's her face's reaction to it is just heartbreaking. Olivia.
Yeah, no, and I got you never finished this game, did you?
No, I never. This is where I am right here.
Yeah.
This is how far
it's not that's not the only part of the game that's a little rough. but it's just a gorgeous game, and I really enjoyed it.
So I gotta ask a dad question.
Mm-hmm.
Does your kid read well enough that you don't have to read all the dialogue?
I opted to read most of the dialogue. I think it's one of the fun things you can do is to do all the voices and stuff.
What's your Olivia voice?
I wasn't sure how much, because that could get tedious in an RPG.
So do you do the Charles Martinet Mario, or do you do the Captain Lou Albano Mario?
You're kind of saved from that decision because Mario never talks.
Yeah.
This is bullshit.
Sorry, bud. I guess you're new to Paper Mario. Makes sense. They've only been around for the last 21 years.
Yeah, well, I didn't really like Mario RPG, and so when a bunch of people were like, "Oh, hey, they're making these paper," I played Super Paper Mario on the Wii.
Right.
You didn't pick the best place to start, but
register. So I was actually just gonna say that I feel like this is one of the most divisive series in Nintendo's stable, because I feel like every one that comes out, there's a bunch of people that are like, "Oh, this is the worst one," and there's a bunch of people like, "This is the best one," and I'm
I think they just made three bad ones in a row.
Unanimously says this isn't Thousand Year Door.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. This is the second best one since Thousand Year Door.
Exactly.
I feel like the last two people did not like very much. The sticker.
I feel like Sticker Star.
No, dude,
I heard people being like Sticker Star.
There are people that are way into Sticker Star
after Thousand Year Door.
That game sucks. That game has worse, more frustrating combat than this one, because it's all resource based and it's just a pain in the ass to do anything.
And no personality.
Yeah.
Look. I've actually played all the good Paper Mario games in 2020 because once my son got into this stuff, he was way into it. So we played the first one. We played Thousand Year Door. We played this game. The first game is decent. Thousand Year Door is very good. This game is the best of them all. I'm pretty sure.
Also,
aside from the combat,
for as much as I'm complaining about the moment to the big boss fights are really good. It's the
can I nominate this?
Go ahead.
Can I nominate this game for most music of the year?
Yeah.
Because the developmental boss battle theme is
so good.
It's so over the top.
So
It's
crazy,
unbelievable. Yeah. It's like 6 songs in one, all playing at the same time.
Yeah, they're wild. Those boss fights are wild. Like I said, ideally what they would have done with this combat is just to have like a small number of like very highly tuned combat encounters. Instead there's a lot of random combat encounters,
Yeah.
and just
There's-
it's just by the end of the game I just didn't want to do it anymore, and that's why I
like
stopped
I said,
playing
you
it.
can
It was
basically pay your way out of it.
yeah.
From the point where you are in the game, just sink 500 coins.
Also,
and start really
I
fighting
adore
those
how
disappear.
messed up the economy and Origami King is. He just Mario has like tens of thousands of coins at certain points, and then some stuff costs you tens of thousands of coins. It's pretty wild.
Like a souvenir.
Yeah, it's good.
Anyway, I love it a lot. It's a great game.
Yep. Also, all the little origami Mario characters are real good. All right.
Oh, the
looks
writing's
really
so good.
pretty.
Yeah, it's good.
It's really pretty.
It is. It's good.
You get the toads in the audience. You fight again, just like in the old days.
I'll finish it at some point. All right. Our number 10 game of the year is Streets of Rage 4.
Oh my!
That's good. It's a good one.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Hey, did you guys know that Streets of Rage 4 is fucking good?
I did know that actually. I like that game.
Yeah, it like who voted for it besides me, or is this just a me?
I think-
Me.
only. Yeah.
I would have
But
voted
we
for it if
played
it
it
had
together.
more slots.
Yeah, we played it together.
We played it. We beat it together. Like the first day
Yeah.
it came out. I think
I was
That the day
there.
it came out, right?
Because
Yeah.
you could only
The whole
do
thing.
2 people online, which was a bummer.
That's a bummer. If we were doing Extra Life in the same place this year, which we're not, obviously, but if we were, I would say we should do a 4-player couch co-op of Streets of Rage. Although I guess we could do it
Yeah.
on we could do it on Parsec theoretically.
Theory.
I would
But-
say this is the best beat 'em up that's come out in quite some time.
I would say this is the second best beat 'em up that's come out in quite some
Behind
time.
River
I think
City
it's not
Girls?
quite as good as River City Girls. Yeah, I didn't think, but
I
For-
didn't like
for-
River City Girls.
for a straight up like River City Girls has the RPG elements you've come to expect from a Kunio adjacent beat 'em up, and this does not. So for a straight up beat 'em up that has no like you don't learn any new techniques. It's just straight up like what you have at the beginning is what you have at the end. This is definitely the best one of those to come out in quite some time. It's true to the series. I did a video on Streets of Rage 2 right around the time that this came out, and so I really felt like they were very clearly going for Streets of Rage 2 vibes. Like
Yeah.
they
For sure.
they were not the stuff that got added into Streets of Rage 3 in a lot of cases, like they weren't fucking around with a lot of that stuff. They were sticking with 2. And some people don't like the art style. I actually ended up liking the art style a lot. I think Lizard I mean I think that the remake of Wonder Boy that Lizard Cube did is maybe better because of the art style of that sort of more fully realized what they were going for, whereas like the Genesis art of the original Streets of Rage games is already super good. And so I think there was a contingent of people who just wanted it to be like a Genesis game,
Yeah,
which I totally respect. But I think this art, I like.
I think
this
this
art
looks
a
really
lot.
good.
I think
It
it's
does.
really good.
Yeah.
It's animated well. It's not like I think when people first saw the art like in isolation, there was a concern that like I love
it was like a Flash game.
Shank looks like a Flash game,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, and this doesn't look like a Flash game. This has individual animations. The moves are all feel like you have enough techniques that the combat never gets boring. You can see me using that dash double gut punch. I use the back kick a lot. I use there's
Being
a
able to-
charge. where
Being able to
big
get the
kick-
health back from your specials, I think, is a really good
Yeah.
addition to the game.
Yes, absolutely.
The juggle
there's-
is really nice. The way you can like
Juggle-
juggle guys off the sides of the screen is good.
Yep, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's one of the most video gamey, like the most unrepentantly video gamey ass
Yeah,
things.
but it feels
in a
good.
Video game in a while, but it feels so good.
Yeah.
We're doing it. I don't do it much here. You'll see it a little bit later, depending on how long we talk about this. But you can the way that the weapon mechanics work in this game is really great. Where you can hit them with a pipe and then like throw the pipe at them, and when the pipe bounces off their face, you can catch it out of midair and continue your combo.
Well, that's just realistic.
And yeah, I mean, if you're good enough, it sure is. Yeah.
Right. When I'm kicking the shit out of thugs, I do that all the time.
Right, exactly. So to me, I think what makes a really good belt scrolling beat 'em up is if it has to be hard enough for your skill level that it's not you don't feel like Superman or the Terminator you feel like John Wick or Bruce Lee. Like you're fallible, you can get punched, but you're a badass who can take on a whole army of bad guys and still come out like maybe worse for the wear, maybe John McClane, but like you still win.
You want to feel like Jackie Chan, like you're always winning, but
Right.
just barely.
Yes, just barely, right. And this game does that, I think, really perfectly. I play it on hard pretty much exclusively. Um, I haven't really bumping it up past hard. It gets to be a bit too much. The enemies kind of become damage sponges, which kind of stops being fun, in my opinion. But the hard mode on this game is really the sweet spot for me. I had a lot of fun playing through it. Like Alex and I played it through it on hard the first that it was out with the online, and the throwback, the arcade cabinets that you hit with the taser that give you the throwback boss fights and stuff are pretty fun, and they put a filter on your characters so they look kind of like Genesis characters and stuff, and it's just I mean this was very clearly a labor of love from .mu and Lizard Cube. Sega just I don't even know if Sega's not even listed as the publisher on Steam, so I guess they just licensed it, I suppose. But I'm glad they did because I mean, there have been so many start stops on a Streets of Rage 4 for decades now. To finally get an actual Streets of Rage 4 and have it be good was just such a delight.
Yeah, it's the game that I never thought I would see,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, it's here, and it actually is like pretty good.
That's good.
Hey, what do you know?
The biggest disappointment for me with this was just that the music is not.
Yeah,
ain't up to
it's not
snuff.
quite all the way there.
It
Yeah.
ain't up to snuff. It's still, I mean, a lot of it's still pretty good. The
That's
guy who did
okay, yeah.
the
But
main thrust of it is like a French electronic musician.
I mean, they got the guy, and even those tracks aren't that
Right.
good. They got
Yeah.
Yuzo. He's there.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's there.
But his heart's not.
But there was one other thing that I was gonna.
I think my biggest problem with this game is that like it kind of tries to do some of the things that Streets of Rage remake did, and it's like I don't know, they kind of did it better.
Yeah.
That was one of my game. That was on like one of my top 5 the year that came out.
Yeah, right, and you were right. Like,
yeah. It's but I.
oh,
I
you know
mean,
what they did?
I was gonna say. I hope I would. I remember what I was gonna say. I'm really hoping still that we get some kind of DLC that lets you play as like the new version of Max and maybe the policewoman Ethel. Is that her name? Because that seems like. Also, the internet did not get as collectively thirsty over her as I was expecting.
It was a bad year for cops.
Yeah,
I'll just say that. Yeah.
True.
I thought you were going to say bad year for thirst, and I was like, no, sir, we haven't gotten there yet.
It was an excellent year for thirst, but not. I really was like, oh,
I played
the
Genshin
muscular-
Impact. I know.
Yeah, the muscular woman who can beat you up and throws grenades at you is definitely going to be a thirst trap all over the internet. But
turns out we were waiting for a tall vampire instead.
Yeah, it turns out we were waiting for a tall vampire. But she's going to be this year's thirst trap.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Shall we move on?
But
go
one
ahead,
last
Alex.
thing, which is just that the single best thing this game does is that picking up food is a different button than attack, so you cannot accidentally stand over food. At first, I was like, "What the fuck? Like, why was it a different button?" And I was like, "Oh God!"
Because
like,
you can manage your resources a lot easier that way, as it turns out.
Stand over food and not in the middle of like 3 guys be like, "Oh, I'm going to take a break." It's like, no, I didn't mean to do that.
Right. Yeah. Picking up anything, picking up weapons is the same. It's the same thing. Like you're not accidentally picking up a thing when you want to be punching somebody.
All right. We'll go on from number 10 to the number 10, the 10th best game of 2020, which is Risk of Rain 2.
Hell yeah.
It says it's Risk of Rain 2, but it really should have been called Risk of Rain, either Risk of Rain 3D or Risk of Rain 64 is what I would have called it, because it is just like a direct translation of the original Risk of Rain, but from a 2D platformer into a 3D third person shooter. And
I'm the fog for an N64 game.
yeah, you have to have a fog slider to turn it back up.
You got the
It's the rain is the fog
expansion.
Yeah, that's right. We got the memory expansion, so
you
we got
can
rid of some
push
of that
the
fog.
I mean, it's not a direct translation of Risk of Rain 1 because you don't have to do arcane magic to get an
Right.
online game of game.
Well, so I think that
Yeah.
so for me, I like this game a lot more than the original one. I think partially because I just found the original one to be inscrutable sometimes. It was so hard for me
Yeah.
to like the character was so small and the game
Yep.
was so zoomed out. I just would get lost. And then like the other big thing is that game was kind of a great idea for multiplayer that was just kind of impossible to play multiplayer because you had to set up a fake LAN with like Log Me and Hamachi or whatever. But I mean
Yes.
that was a smaller indie game with a smaller budget, and then they took that and used that to build this big blown out 3D version of the game that has multiplayer that it eventually did work. At first we had a hard time playing with Mike, would get a lot of lag and stuff, but eventually it seems like now it just works. You can just like hook up with your friends and play some Risk of Rain 2. And now that the game is done and there's like 3 or 4 stage variations for every like tier of level and stuff, I think and there's a lot of characters. And once you unlock all the characters, I think that there's just like it's what you want from one of these games, or there's a real great variety of play styles. And obviously like the format is you just collect a bunch of items and you go from being kind of a chump to being like a ridiculously broken version of that character by the end of a run. And I think it's just a good time, man.
So, did you guys play this in early access
Yes.
before
Yes.
2020, or is
Yeah.
this another one of those like Satisfactory where I'm like,
We
this
played it
come
last year
but I
sometime.
know it's
Yeah.
too bad.
Two
Yeah.
I think
years
it was.
ago.
I think it was 2018. Yeah. But yeah, I've been playing this game since it came out in early access, and it's like there was a period of time I played a bunch of it when it first came out. And I was like, yeah, that was cool, but like whatever. I think I'm good on that till it's for a while, and then it came out, and then it launched, and it's like there's so much shit in this game. There's tons of like little hidden secret things and like secret
Yeah.
bosses and things you can unlock, and even just playing it on the hardest difficulty is like really fun because it just throws a shit ton of stuff at you right away, and it's like, oh,
Even if you play on easy and loop it once or twice, it gets to that
Yeah.
point. There's just like a lot of guys to shoot.
yeah,
How
It's
many
like, hey-
characters? How many characters are there total?
I'd say like 13 or something. But they have they're doing one more free update, and then they're
No,
gonna
there's
do.
not that many. It's like 9.
All right,
It's like
well,
8 or
hang on,
9.
internet. But they're doing one more free update, and then they're
I
doing
think Alex is more correct.
they're gonna do paid DLC at some point. Let me count: 1, 2, 3,
So,
4, 5, 6, 7,
I-
8,
you
9,
can't
10.
count quietly to yourself. Okay.
I win.
I'm with.
I was
Eric.
closest without going over.
I was. That's right. Eric wins by Price is Right. rule.
I was also
Um,
just closest, so I win either way. Anyway,
Yeah, you win either way.
But
it's because I
but,
just unlocked all the characters over the last week. Because that was when I finally got into it. Was over the last 2 or 3 weeks.
I'm with you on. I didn't really like the first one that much. I kind of bounced off of it, and
Yep.
you saying that you were enjoying and like looking at you guys playing it again in this footage, like maybe I will try.
You
this
should
out.
try it. I think you would like it.
Yeah, I think you would. yeah.
Especially
I
what we'll
will
do
say-
for you, Joe, is what we did with Kurt, which is put it on
Yeah.
easy and do a run where we just unlock a bunch of the characters, because the
Yep.
the starting crew is actually, I like the Huntress a lot, and the Commando can be fun with the right build, but it's just kind of nice to have a wider variety of characters to
I mean,
play
Yeah.
with.
but now you're
And-
playing as Willem Dafoe from The Lighthouse with a robot arm. So
Literally, yeah, he's literally the
Yeah, that'd be
captain.
the game
Yeah,
to get the captain.
Well, and and I think that doing that really improved my both understanding and appreciation of the game for sure.
yeah.
Because prior to doing that, like I was like, well, this is fine, but I also found it as inscrutable as the first one, and was just kind of like, I kind of have a vague idea of what's going on, but there's so much shit going down and so many things happening. I can't get my head around what's happening.
Yeah.
And
Part of
enough
that-
to really lean into it and feel like I'm doing
Yeah.
anything useful.
part of that
man.
is that the time pressure, even on normal, is so immense that you don't really have time to look at and absorb what the
Right.
items do, and you
Yep,
don't really have
exactly.
time to like. So, well, the game like randomly rolls item and teleporter locations and monster spawns and stuff like that. The maps are always the same. So after
Yeah,
you play it
learning the
some,
maps is
learning the
good.
maps is
Yeah.
really important. Like you kind of get a feel for like these are the areas you want to go to first, and also then you can kind of split the team up and be more efficient in combing through the levels for the items and stuff.
Yep.
How many players is
Up to
the
4.
multiplayer?
Yeah, and it also I think it scales really well. I think still the biggest problem I have with it is that there's a lot of runs where it's like I'm an invincible god, and then like oop, 2 hits I'm fucking dead, and sometimes that can be a little frustrating, but I think for the most part,
That's just how the game is.
yeah, it's fine. It's like super low stakes. It doesn't matter if you die. Like it doesn't. The only time you really get rewarded for winning a game is the first time you do it when you unlock this character that I'm playing as, and then all the rest of the time you're just kind of. It's just like a Nintendo game or whatever. You're just playing it for fun. Um, but
It's like how far
but
can
yeah,
I get?
listen. When I knew that I liked this game a lot, was there's an item called the Hoppo Feather, which lets you like stack double jumps. So you can like the more of those feathers you have, like that's the thing about Risk of Rain is that you can get multiple copies of the items that you pick up, and they stack like infinitely in some cases. Like there's a lot of cases of diminishing returns past a certain point, but there is one item called the Hoppo Feather, which lets you do extra jumps, and if you have 15 of those, you can jump 15 times without touching the ground. And so I got like 12, and then I jumped 12 times, and then I fell and died, and I was like, yeah, this game is fucking amazing, and just like it has no rules, right? It's like it lets you do the thing you want to do in a good one of these. It's kind of like Binding of Isaac in that way, or the Team Fortress 2 MVM mode where you can just like have these completely crazy character builds that there's a certain point where they don't really resemble the base characters anymore, and I think that's really good. Also, you can tell I like this game because I was like, I'm going to capture like 10 or 15 minutes of footage, and then I had a good run, and I ended up playing it for like 40 minutes or something like that because I just didn't want to. I didn't want to stop. I was rolling, but anyway. Also, the soundtrack, man.
Soundtrack
really
is
good.
The
great.
soundtrack is incredible. The art is good. Like that's the thing about the original Risk of Rain 2, not the original TOO, but but like the art style is good. The aesthetic is good. Like
Risk of Rain.
it's just it's like a good thing to look at and listen to. That was the thing I liked most about the original, and it's also a standout of this game. So
I like the first game so much that I find the sequel just kind of weird because it is so much like you say, just literally the first game but in 3D.
yeah,
So it hasn't clicked for me quite in the same way. And the soundtrack is also very good, but man, the first Risk of Rain soundtrack is an all-time.
I think I like this one more, but they're both very
This is
good.
a bit more epic. I think
Yeah.
the tracks are longer and they take a lot more time to develop and stuff. So
What kind of gamer are you? You like the less epic one. Come on. Next, you're gonna say you don't like Mountain
All right.
Dew.
Speaking of things that are epic, we should move on to our number
game.
7 game of the year, which is, let's say, it's Griftlands, because that's the one I clicked on.
Hey,
Griftlands.
Griftlands. We talked about this pretty recently, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Also, it's midnight, and we still have like a lot of games left. But I love this game for the weird sort of story mechanics that it builds around its kind of premise of card game plus roguelike plus procedural world plus kind of reused actors that exist in all these different kind of plays that you're going through. And I don't know. I've had a really good time with this game this year. Come back to it and I played everything there is, which is 2 full campaigns, and then the third one, which it turns out is not finished, which is too bad because Smith is incredible as a character. He's such a hot mess. It's so fun to play as him because he's just constantly getting into parties and causing trouble and just messing things up. It's really good.
Yeah.
And this is the other game where I have literally taken screenshots because the dialogue has been so good on numerous occasions.
I agree. I love this thing you can see me doing in this footage I shot where all the like capital N nouns you can
words.
you can like scroll over them in the dialogue, and the game will just tell you like this is what a spark baron is, or this is who so and so
Yeah,
is.
I thought that was really,
I
really
wish
good.
more
That's
games
a
would
Pyre
do
thing,
that.
isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Supergiant did that for Pyre.
I think so, yeah.
That was
yeah.
Fantasy Basketball. Right?
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I played a bunch of this over the last couple of weeks. This was in hot contention for the bottom part of my list. I think it's really good. I really like the writing a lot.
Yep.
It's just like, hey, Clay Games is freaking kind of amazing, and that they can
Yeah,
seems like
they
they can
are.
do anything.
The card game mechanics aren't quite top tier the way like Slay the Spire is,
Yeah.
but I think they're pretty good. They just take a while to wrap your head around. But now that I've gotten used to
It's
the
solid.
conversation systems, I actually really like the systems, especially with Smith, who's got a system where you build up renown, basically, like just kind of being known for being a moron, and then if that gets destroyed, then you take a ton of damage because you're falling from grace. I don't know. His whole thing is that he's just kind of like failed socialite from a wealthy family. Anyway, love this game. Played a lot of this game this year.
Who gave this to who for Christmas again?
Mike gave it to me for Christmas, and I dug it. I
Hooray
did not
for
vote
digging.
for it for Game of the Year, though.
All right.
That's it. We talked about this for
Yep.
like a whole
All right.
45
for
minutes, not that
45
long
minutes,
ago.
Yeah,
Well, let's do our other number 7, which is Paradise Killer.
Paradise
Yeah.
Killer.
Yeah, Paradise Killer. So I had this
Paradise Killer.
third, fourth on my list, something
I
like
would
that.
put it there also.
Yeah.
My list doesn't
I-
count, however.
I had this game rated so highly. I think partially just because of how
Soundtrack rules?
partially because the soundtrack rules. It's this and Risk of Rain 2 are probably my two favorite soundtracks from this year. But
Yeah.
like this game is just
Correct.
it's really audacious and it's doing something kind of
It leans
original.
way hard into its own thing.
Right, and it's just like fuck it, man. We're gonna go for it. All right. Like, did you read this title screen where it explains to you what the lore of the game is?
Yeah.
I'm reading it now.
Where it's like,
It's
I'll
some
go
crazy
back to
shit.
it. The Syndicate created the first Paradise Island to worship their dead alien gods. That's the first sentence of the wrap up of the lore. But anyway, so what this game is, it is a first-person exploration and investigation game where you play as a character whose name is Lady Lovedyes, and she has been in
Jail.
isolation for 8 million days. Which works out to I forget what the exact math is, but it's like 8,000 years or something like that. And so basically what happened is sometime in the early 1000 ADs, a bunch of aliens came to Earth and then granted some people these powers, and then these people have been like trying to create paradise using the power of the alien gods for thousands and thousands of years. And every time they do, the world is invaded by demons and the world is corrupted, and so then they have to try again to make their paradise.
They destroy that island and
Right.
then move on to the next one.
Right. And so that's happened 24 times, and this is the 24th go round. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was gonna say, and so also part of that like backstory is that they kidnap people from the real world. 'Cause
Right.
This is like a pocket dimension.
Yeah.
And they like kidnap them from the real
Yes.
world and enslave them and like make
Suck
them
they suck their psychic
Force-
energy to power the island, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like so
They
Yeah.
force them to work for them,
Force them to
and
do
then
labor.
they also force them to worship their gods,
Right.
Yes.
who are generally aliens and
And you meet some of the
Evil.
gods, and they're just like shitty assholes.
yep,
Yeah.
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 It's good.
Yeah.
So like that's the setup.
real good.
Yeah, that's the setup, and then the base of the game is that here at the end of the end of the 20, they thought the 24th one was going to be the perfect world, and then somebody there's a demonic invasion, and then they build the 25th one, which they're absolutely sure is going to be perfect. And then the guy that summoned the demons breaks out of jail and supposedly kills a
Well-
bunch of the people that are on the console that build the islands
The
that are
day
the
the
ruling.
day that they're moving from one island
Right.
to the other,
Yeah.
so they're about to move. Some people have moved.
Yes.
The council that so there's 3 tiers of this society. There's all the slave people that they have kidnapped. There's the sort of
Like the
people that are in
sergeants.
the know.
Yeah.
The syndicate, and then there's like the ruling council of those people.
Right.
The ruling council has all been murdered.
They have a secret meeting room that nobody's supposed to be able to access. They all go in there, and then they are all killed. And
So Shepard went renegade at the end of Mass Effect.
yeah,
1.
yeah.
Right.
And so, like, they can't. Supposedly, there's some people that are saying that it was this one normal person that was demonically possessed and escaped from prison, killed them all. But the person that is the judge is his official title, and he doesn't think that he thinks that's too simple. So this lady love dies, who is the best and is being brought out of retirement, which is one of the things I
Yes.
love
One
about
last
this
job.
game.
Yeah. For
Yeah.
one last job. Yeah.
Also, I love she's brought out of retirement. She gets her computer, which has an ancient nightmare technology emulator, which is initialized when you turn it on, which is just great.
Yeah.
But so you you get the call, you go into the island, and then the game is just like you walk around the island super fast with a jump, and you're like immortal, so you can fall from infinite heights and stuff. And you just kind of wander around the island and you talk to the people in the syndicate and you find evidence and you try and make a case. And unlike a game like a Phoenix Wright or whatever, there's kind of no like right way to do it or right order to do it in.
There's no right answer.
Right. There isn't, like, the game isn't it's not a puzzle game at all. It's an exploration game. There isn't one perfect way to do it. And it's definitely possible for you to like figure something out but not have evidence, and then you just have to go find it because it exists. And there's a lot of really cool
Or you
nooks
can
and
potentially
crannies to
bullshit
find.
your way through, and
Right.
the judge will be like, "Yeah, fine, that works."
You can also
yeah,
right at the beginning, if you want, you can just say, "Yeah, he probably did it," and then the judge accepts that and executes him, and then you just move on to the next
and game over.
island. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great. I like the art. I like like I said, the soundtrack freaking
Soundtrack's
bumps.
like
Yeah.
a super crazy like synth pop, city pop, like 80s like
Anime /
neon
sitcom
drenched.
thing.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Part
Like
part
they
Mitch Murder, business funk. It's good. A lot of saxophone solos.
true.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
I really love
It's
this
real
game.
good.
I played through it on my vacation while I was in a cabin in the woods, and I had a great time. I think that the only thing that wasn't satisfying to me was the ending. But we don't really need to get in that.
We can't really
to that.
talk about that
Yeah.
without spoiling.
Well, we
but
don't. It's not really relevant to how much I liked the game, honestly.
That's true.
Also, the only other thing is that I will say is that if you think you might want to play this game, there's like 3 or 4 character upgrades you can get, and you should look that up and go get those immediately, because one's like a double jump and one gives you like a faster sprint, and that stuff just makes traversing the island a lot easier and more enjoyable.
Agreed.
So,
Agreed.
This has
really-
like Suda 51 before No More Heroes kind of vibes a little
yeah,
bit.
that definitely
Yeah,
is in there,
kinda,
especially in that character named Shinji is a lot like the Killer 7
Gimp,
guy. Yeah.
It's like Travis and Killer 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He doesn't wear a cool t-shirt or tank tops,
Yeah.
but
That's good.
What is that
No,
guy's
his
name?
dick is hanging
What-
out, and he's
what-
flipping you off all the
Travis.
What is the no? Yeah, no, right. No, the guy in the red leather gimp outfit in.
Oh, I forget his name.
Killer
Yeah,
7.
that's the guy. But anyway, we should move on to number 6. Mike.
I will concur. I also voted for this game, and all the stuff that Eric
I
said
would have. This game
is correct.
Yeah.
I do feel like I liked the soundtrack a lot, but by the end of it, I wanted it to be slightly more varied. Like
I think
it all kind of has the same mood.
Yeah.
And for as long as I played it, because I actually played it over Christmas break, and I played it pretty consistently, and so by the time I got to the end of it, I was kind of like, yeah, and listen to something else. But I needed to have
You can just
audio
turn the
on.
music off and listen to something else. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, you
did.
got to
I
have the
eventually did
audio
it.
cues.
You gotta have the audio on because
Yeah.
there's audio cues for some stuff.
for finding the secrets. Yeah.
Eric, I think you skipped one of our number 7 games. Of the
Did
year.
I? Sister Rage, Griffland.
I turned-
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
I turned
Kurt.
it out.
I'm sorry, Kurt. It's
There's
because
a
I don't have a
screenshot.
video of it. Yeah. I
Yeah,
have
there's
a
no video
screenshot.
for it.
What's up with Half-Life, Alex?
So yeah, I voted for
liked
Half-Life
it.
Alex. I believe I voted it number
Hey,
2
I
on
own
my
this
list.
Mhm.
And nobody else did because nobody else
Has a
Has
$1,000
or has a
VR,
VR
set.
that can run it. But I do. So hey everybody,
Mhm.
remember when Valve made games?
Nope.
No.
I'll
remember
forget-
when they
I'll
made
forget
really
that
good
too.
Half-Life games?
Nope.
Wait, can I put Left?
Now
4
you
Dead
can
on my
feel
list?
like that again. Yeah, so Half-Life Alex is a prequel
Mhm.
I think so.
to the Half-Life games.
Okay.
It takes place, I guess it's between 1 and 2. Now that I think about it,
It's an interquel.
I did not revisit anything, and I played it when it came out, so it's almost a year now since I've played this. But
I
I
think
was going
Alex
to
Vance was
replay
like 5 when the first Half-Life game happened. So
it. Yeah, so it's between the two, and so because it's essentially at the time the Combine have come and are starting to set everything up. But like the Citadel, they're building the Citadel, or whatever it's called, um, as this game is being played. So you play as Alex Vance, um, and it's a Half-Life game in that it's a first-person shooter, and physics-based things go on and so on. Except of course,
only
it's in
you're the
VR.
person.
It's in VR and it leans incredibly heavily into the VR controlling stuff, which it does incredibly well. I think it's the most immersive and well realized VR game I've played. Um, it does. It uses the hand controllers as well as the VR headset. So a lot of what works in this is in how that stuff is implemented and how you interact with the world. Um, the clever thing that they did essentially was they gave you essentially mini gravity guns for each hand, and so you can reach out and you essentially point at something in the world. It'll highlight, and then you grab and pull towards you, and it'll fly up, and then you can grab it out of the air. Um, and you
Wait, would you say
literally
that these are gravity finger guns?
yeah, exactly. You literally like grab it out of the air, and so like when you get when you see like ammo, you'll like point at a clip, you'll you'll grab and pull it, and then drop it over your shoulder, and that sticks it into your pack. And like when you need to reload, you literally like make the hand motion like you're grabbing the slide of your gun and pulling back and forward to reload. Or if you have a shotgun, you like crack it open and then pull shells out of your backpack and stick it in and then flip it shut. Um, and that all sounds incredibly gimmicky, potentially, but it just feels really good. It's implemented so well. The tech stuff that they're always pushing or that they were pushing when they were making their own games, is very much on display here. I think the story is really good. It's uh, they apparently, after having made this game, are like, hey, this is I want to return to it. Maybe we should be looking at making Half-Life 3 now. When you get to the end of it, I was like, yes, I would like Half-Life 3 right now. I'm pretty unhappy that that's not on the horizon, but I also assumed that was going to be the case. Eric Walpaugh actually came back and helped with writing.
So
I
it's
didn't know
funny.
that.
Yeah, so there is funny stuff in it. The character that actually gives you the little gravity glove things is done by this Australian dude who's fairly well known, but his stuff is all very funny. He plays this sort of befuddled kind of scientist dude that's very humorous. Um, but yeah, I just and it's decently long. It's not a lot of like VR games. I think they tend toward to be short because people can't really take being immersed that long or whatever. It's a solid, I don't know, 12, 15-hour game. The combat scenarios are good. The enemy design, the enemy variation and all that stuff is really good. You can
I heard there's a
grab
very
manhacks out of the air.
spooky new type of head crab.
Yeah. Yes, there is, and that's kind of terrifying to watch them like
Kurt's like, yes, there is,
jump,
and let's not talk about it.
yeah, like jump right at your fucking face. And
Just hit him with a crowbar.
yeah, you can do that. You can also whack the shit out of your headset when you do it, as I did a few times. Like clank. Oh shit! I paid a lot of money for this thing. I probably shouldn't do that.
You're getting the experience you paid for, man.
I am. I totally am. I didn't feel bad about it at all.
This is all part of their plan, selling you a new index every month for $1,200.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
This is how they stay afloat now that no one's buying hats for Team Fortress anymore.
Yeah, this was going to be number one until what my number one until I played through what my number one is. I just had I enjoyed it so much.
This is
I was so happy to
absolutely-
return to this world.
You're killing me, Kurt.
Yeah,
Couldn't
this
you
is
just
absolutely
pretend
my
like the game
number
sucks?
one I want to play.
Yeah, couldn't you just
Yeah.
pretend like it was bad? Because the only way to
I-
play it
I
is to
could.
spend like I guess you could play
Can
on
you-
the $300 Rift. I think you could probably get away with
Yeah.
it. But
So can your computer handle
yeah,
the
yeah, man.
horsepower?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got a 2080 and
All
that
right.
shit. I look
You
at
don't
I
know
look
how
at
I
much
might be able.
I
I might be able to help a brother out. Is what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Wow. I should just I'll come down when the pandemic's over and we'll hang out.
I would love that.
Yeah.
do that.
Anyways, but yeah, I
You might be visiting me with biscuits. And we'll have
oh
both
yeah, there we go.
Half-Life and biscuits.
If you could get somewhere near that Sunrise Biscuit Kitchen,
Yeah.
then we could
Shut
get
up.
Anthony
I'll just
to come
feed
hang
you
out too.
delightful
Okay, I can
egg and
take
cheese
you
biscuits.
playing this game, and I can take you having biscuits, but I
But not
can't
all of it.
take. Yeah.
Both of us
Not-
playing
not
Half Life and
both
eating
of us in the
biscuits
same
together.
place
Yeah.
and playing this
Oh.
and eating this.
Using the biscuits as controllers. All right,
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
done.
let's move on here. I'm getting depressed.
All right.
And then I guess the last thing I'll
No
say
more
is
Alex.
I was, really excited for this, but also really had a lot of trepidation that they were going to totally fuck it up,
Yeah.
or that it was just going to be like some half measure or whatever, and they just solidly delivered. I was so excited that it was. that
Okay,
they
so
pulled it
level
off.
with me here. You just
Yeah.
feel like you got ripped off for spending so much money, and now you're trying to trick the rest of us.
Yep, that's
That's it.
exactly it.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Good. That's what I'm going with.
It's
All
nice
right.
that you can be the bigger man, Kurt, and just admit that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm happy to do so.
Anything to
All right,
help
moving on.
Anthony feel better. All right, let's move on to our number 6. My favorite game to
We
watch.
don't have any more ties.
This is my no tie. This is probably the least amount of ties in the top half of the list we've ever had, I think. Anyway, our number
That's true,
6,
yeah.
which is my favorite game to watch one of my friends stream this year, which is Kaizo Mario.
It's Schadenfreude, the
As
Mario
brought
game.
to you by Mike.
So I actually
This
have a
is my
serious-
least
I-
favorite game of the year.
Yeah, right. I saw this on the list, and I have a question, Mike. How many of these Kaizo hacks you've been playing came out this year?
Well, a few of them did. Okay, look, we've bent the rules around here. It's been done before. It's going to be done again on this list.
my
so
God.
I don't feel too bad about this. And if I
It's-
can get
I'll-
completely up my own ass for a second,
It is
one of the
definitely
things I
not
love
going
about-
to be done again on this list.
One of
for
the
the
things I love about playing Kaizo is that it reminds me of traditional music, in that we have taken an old thing, and people look at it and like, isn't this the thing from 30 years ago? But the fact of the matter is that it's actually experiencing a renaissance right now. Like there are more Kaizo hacks that have come out in the last year than basically every other year combined. I think with games done quick and Mario Maker, that it's kind of injected a real shot in the arm into this. There's tons of new creators making new stuff. So there are new hacks coming out all the time that are kind of pushing the boundaries of what this game can do and adding new stuff to it. And so stuff like, from 2020, stuff like Take It Easy World and Hyperion and Little Mario World were all games from there. But I'm not voting for one of them in
No, I
particular.
think you should have to pick one. Choose one, coward.
No, I don't have to because it's my list and I can do what I want. And what I want
true.
is to just because I'm basically voting for the Kaizo scene to a certain extent, like the people who are making and playing these games, and like just all the different Twitch channels and the marathons that you see at Games Done Quick, and I'm somewhat getting to know a few of those people, and encouraging our own little enclave of Kaizo players from the forum, who've now all largely surpassed me at this point. And yeah, it's just I don't know how I got to this point, but I'm really glad I did. And I think it was a perfect project for a really scummy year to just sit down and embrace death just over and over and over again, and
Now you're speaking my language.
get a little farther every time. Maybe you throw a 10 pull in there once in a while, and maybe you figure out the sky tree, maybe you don't. But I've had a really great time getting to know one of my favorite games, and let's be honest, the best Mario game by a very large margin.
So who wants to?
Are we being
Mike?
honest?
Are we getting Mike out of here forever now? That's it. He's gone.
I
Like,
was
we
going to say, I think it's our duty to stage an intervention for Mike and disqualify this from the list and
Okay.
save him from
I
himself.
mean, I mean, I
Yeah,
think
where's
it's
the-
just
where's
Joe
the-
Drilling Media Empire policy that Mike's just wrong about that.
Okay, all right.
So I'm fascinated by things like this, of course. I still think you should choose one, coward. But
Sure, I will choose 2019's Quickie World 2, my favorite game that I played this
There
year.
you go.
I played it 20 times. It is a 2019 hack of a 1991 Super Nintendo game, and I'm putting it on my list as the best game of 2020. Deal with it.
There you go. Done.
Do these people get? Can they get some royalties by claiming they arranged Super Mario Brothers? Is that for comparing it to traditional music?
Yeah.
I'm going to say I don't think that that's the kind of thing Nintendo's going to let happen on their watch.
Super Mario World arrangement by FRX. Yeah, I don't know.
Featuring DJ Killikill.
I'm I try to reserve even doing hacks that I think are really good in our lists here. This is so transformative that I can't sincerely argue.
Yeah, I watched Mike play a lot of these, and like the best ones are like they aren't Super Mario World anymore. Like they use the same mechanics, but they're like there's a lot of stuff in these games that you really couldn't do without really getting in there and changing a lot of stuff. And I was really impressed. Like I said, I had a lot of fun watching Mike learn how to do these and trying to help him figure out like what his next move was, because I can't do it, but I can watch it and maybe figure out what, like tell him what I think he could do going forward.
Yeah, it's a community thing.
Yeah, it was good.
That's why I love it. It's the same thing as traditional music. I love it because there's a community of people who are keeping it alive and innovating and just making it fresh and helping people out and sharing tricks and stuff and getting better along the way. And
yeah, I think there's such a rich community around vintage. Like I'm going to talk about some other vintage game stuff, and I'm sure you will too when we get to the special awards. But I think stuff like this that keeps classic games alive in modern contexts is one of the, like we've talked a lot about how like there's no real better time than now to be a person who plays video games, because like whatever you want, it's out there. And the fact that among all of those things are people like Vitor is a big who did the I talked last year about the SA1 hacks of Contra 3 and Gradius 3, but his initial big push with the SA1 was getting Super Mario World to function properly with the SA1 to make hacks like this.
Although none of the hacks I play use the SA1.
I'll just have to say though that I concur with all of what's been said here. Although just watching this happen is also stressing me out.
It's killing me.
Yeah.
That's the weird thing. It's super relaxing to do. It's like knitting or something. It's like turn your brain off and just you
I
wake
feel
up
like
in
it'd be
half an hour
better
and
if
I
I
finished 2 levels.
It'd be better if I was doing it, but watching you, I'm like, I don't think I would get as far as you are getting in this level, but I also know what you're trying to do, and it's killing me that you're just barely not getting it.
All of that.
But Anthony, the thing is, I'm not sure that you do know what I'm trying to do sometimes, because the mechanics of this game are way deeper than even experienced players know. I had to learn
So that's what I was gonna say, and I was gonna ask for a mild spoiler since I got here late. Have you already talked about a Mario game?
We talked about Paper Mario.
Okay. I was here for that.
We talked about
We
Mario.
talked about Mario
going to
35.
talk about another?
We talked about Mario 35.
Okay, so that's what I was getting at. So I played a fuck ton of Mario 35, and I came away with like a renewed appreciation for the physics in that game and like how good that game is.
It is a good
like
game.
the base game, and like watching you do this is the same, where it's like you can always tell that Mario is a very good platformer, but when you watch like all of the things you're doing, it's like, yeah, there's a lot going on under the hood in any given Mario game, and it's like when you see someone who really is taking it apart, it's really fun to watch.
I would encourage anyone who loves Super Mario World, as any right-thinking person should, to spend 1 hour of their life with Learn to Kaizo and just see, like, because they explain a lot of the fundamental stuff in these games that is not obvious when you're playing it, but like you have so much control over the arc of Mario's jump in Super Mario World, because every time you let go or repress the jump button, it changes your falling speed. And once you get to master that, it's unbelievable the difference that it can make in going from a standing jump from one point to the other. You can take about 6 different paths to get there.
So
Mike,
I
we haven't talked about the rabbit hole I've gone down this year yet, but I'm afraid to like expose myself to that. I know where I know what could happen.
Hey, you want
Mike,
to cut down on your game spending? Get into Kaizo.
Right, there you go.
Mike, I have a question for you. Have
Mhm.
you, since you've been doing these, have you gone back and played vanilla Super Mario World at all? And is it like incredibly easy now? If you
I haven't spent much time with it. I mean, I think I probably would find it pretty easy. So a lot of the stuff that you might consider hard, like bouncing off 7 enemies in a row, it's like, yeah, you've got to do that every level now.
Right. I mean,
don't
Mario
know.
World's not a really
It's actually
difficult
quite
game,
different.
anyways. So
I mean, Super Mario World gets very hard in the special world. Like there are definitely some levels in that game that are really tough. Yeah, it was like Kaizo's just what if every level was tubular, and some of the stuff isn't. I don't know. It's weird. It's like a design language in a certain way. Because Kaizo is not the only way to make a game hard. You can make a game hard in some super bullshit ways that aren't fun. And Kaizo is like a subset of like, well, we do it this way and we like it this way. And it just forces you to do everything more or less to script, kind of, right? Like whereas in a regular Mario level, you might have choices in how you approach things. You might have a leaf left over from the last level, so you can fly over something, or a fire flower lets you deal with this enemy a different way. And Kaizo is always going to make sure that you do or don't have exactly what they want you to have to face a situation.
I think for me, that's what dissuades me from getting into this is that I tend to like games where I have a bunch of options on how to like deal with something, and when it's very clear, like the way to do this is this one way. And
hey,
if you
guess
don't do it
what?
this way, you're not going to do it.
We'll talk more about this when we get to our biggest disappointments of the year.
Hey, what were you saying about Ghost of Tsushima and how you wish that Ghost of Tsushima was
yeah, exactly.
a great action game where you could just play it for 12 hours? Anyway, we should move on. I love Kaizo. We talked about it a lot.
Yep.
It's late. We have games left to talk about.
We do.
Super briefly, one sentence.
Yes.
I worked in an ICU in a hospital. Watching you play Kaizo is more stressful than what I do like 90% of the time.
That's
That's
Listen,
all I'm gonna say. I'm glad you enjoy it, and I understand like why we just talked about. But I'm like, I don't know, dude.
Do you ever do Genshin Impact polls in the ICU to de-stress from?
No, but maybe I should have. Maybe
Okay.
maybe that's where I went wrong.
Anyway, it's my favorite
Okay,
thing
move
this
on,
year,
move on.
and I appreciate having both of you there along with me to be stressed and to get bad characters in Genshin Impact.
Not me. I got a 5-star on stream
Yeah,
one
not
time.
Eric.
Yeah,
Eric
not me. I
gets
got all
some.
the
Yeah,
good
you
stuff.
Don't get it started.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Take us out.
Give me the
Number
tile,
5.
give him the beat.
GTFO
Top 5.
of this conversation with GTFO, the video game.
Yeah.
This
I
is
just
a
talked for
game.
like half an hour.
Yeah, this is the game that we streamed the most this year. For I don't know how many weeks in a row in July,
guys are really
June,
good at
July.
it.
And never, ever, ever won.
Not finished a single level
We never finished this
in like 10 hours.
And yet I'm still interested in
So
playing more.
some of the reason that we didn't finish the level is that we, I think, wisely refused to look up how any of the mechanics and stuff worked and tried to
Yes.
figure it all out on our own, which
That is part of what I enjoyed
Great
about it.
decision, yeah.
I
It's just
had a lot
like-
of fun with that because it is a
Yeah.
very it's not even really a
It's
mechanically
obtuse.
dense game. It is obtuse in some ways, but it's super unforgiving, and it's just like if you fuck up, you're either gonna run out of ammo or you're gonna die. And
Yeah.
you
I
can
mean,
just
the first time we opened a door and we saw the dude with the noodles coming out of his head,
yeah.
That's my moment of the year.
and we were
Yeah,
like,
absolutely. yeah.
what the fuck is this? And then we just got wrecked.
Right, because
And
you got
then-
somebody touched a noodle, and that was the
and
end of
then,
it.
Like,
yeah,
I don't know, 3 or 4. Like we were just taking that dude down.
right. Yes.
Because we were like, okay, here's what we got to do.
Well,
Of these
part
three
of what
people,
I liked
perfect
about
unison
Identif-
about making me sound.
Yeah.
Eric snipes the head off the noodle guy. All right, we're good.
Yeah.
Move
right.
on.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I liked about it. We all had a job. We all had, an expectation of how things should work. We had to work together.
Yep.
Or we were just fucked. Like,
Yep.
it isn't even like, well, this person can carry the rest of the team because they're really good. Like, if everybody wasn't working towards something, you were screwed.
There's too many enemies and they're too difficult to kill, and
Yep.
so you have to actually being in a coordination or setting up a proper crossfire, using your turrets the right way. There's so many
Yep.
different things, and all it takes is one little slip up here or there and you just get wiped.
Yep.
But
Just
yeah,
the fact that the game has in-world terminals that you actually have to type on your computer, like
Yeah.
shell commands in order to look for stuff. And the faster
Yeah.
you can go through a directory search, the more likely you are to not die.
Yeah.
There is no quality of life, like shortcuts or anything for any of that shit. Like you go like this one, get 6 hard drives, right?
Yeah.
You go to that terminal and you say list and show me all the things, and there's like 5 pages of shit that come out of just like hundreds of things.
Did you try
And
filtering that list?
I did not.
Yeah, it might work.
In the middle of all that, there's like 6 lists of like HDD 923, HDD 564, and you're like, okay, these are the ones we need. All right, which one is it? Okay, this one's here. All right, that's not in the zone we're in. All right, what about this one? Okay, that's the next room over. Okay, that's the way we're going. All right, let's figure this
Yeah.
out.
You guys remember when we played that one level where there was a giant pit full of like unavoidable poisonous fog that you couldn't see anything
Yes.
through? So you basically just had to kamikaze a couple runs to
Yep.
figure
to
out where the
figure out how to
freaking ladder
navigate it.
was. Yeah.
Yep.
You start by triggering 50 enemies, including like 2 giants, and just gunning them all down across this weird chasm filled with fog.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the atmosphere is terrific. It has this funky, weird aesthetic
Mm-hmm.
that I really
Plays
like.
really well. Like even on my not that great computer, it plays really smoothly.
Yeah, the shooting model and stuff is all really
Yeah.
good, actually.
Yeah, it feels really good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love this game,
I
man.
I know you guys do special awards at the end.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The only special award I wrote down in prep for tonight was the game most fun to listen to other people play and never ever ask questions about is this game.
This would 1,000% be the #1 yell at Anthony game with a bullet if you played it.
If we did play it with
Let
it,
him
yeah.
within 50 feet of it.
Yeah.
But you guys are constantly talking about like noodles and footballs and
Definitely-
I don't
The
know,
baby,
other
the baby.
babies. Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
baby, I think.
We need
and
the baby. Where's the baby? We need the
football
baby.
And in
The baby
the
and the football are the same thing.
okay.
That's like an 80s sitcom, Baby in the Football.
Baby
Mhm.
on the football,
Yeah, but then there's noodles.
Mhm.
And
Noodles are a
there's-
different thing.
Noodlehead.
Yeah, I know I think I know that. I don't
Crab
know, man.
Walker. Crab Walker.
Anyways, it was a delight to just hear you guys play this sometimes.
Yeah.
This is the
Also,
first time I've actually seen what it looks like.
definitely one of my highlights of the year was when we were for sure going to win a round, and Joe goes, "Oh, we're definitely going to win this one," and then we
Yes.
wiped like 4 seconds
Yes.
later.
That was, I think I even said,
Oh, yeah.
Joe,
And I actually,
say
like,
that.
I was like, we got this. Finally, we've got this. We've
Yeah.
been playing this game for fucking months.
Yeah.
We finally have this. And then Joe said that, and it all went to shit.
Yep. Great.
The
We
media.
were putting the baby football in the thing. Like it
Yeah.
was happening.
All we needed was for everybody to get to the shuttle.
Don't count your
And we
chickens
didn't-
before
and
they
it didn't
hatch,
happen.
dude.
I think Joe's a sleeper agent for the mushroom.
Are there chickens in this?
There's chicken.
Yep. There's
I
chickens.
am the noodly guy. That's what.
This is This is the part of this when we were playing it where Joe has the little tracker device, and so somebody said, "Joe, light him up," and he did, and then Mike
There were like
says,
60
"That
enemies.
didn't help," because now there's just like
It's like, now I'm
20
just
of these
discouraged.
things. Yeah, now I'm just like, "Fuck, we're screwed."
All
I feel
right.
like in the most recent update, they nerfed the enemies to some extent.
Yeah,
I feel like that
this-
was
it would-
less than that.
yeah. This was much smoother. Also, and they also added an Apex Legends style ping system where you can like ping doors and things. You can't ping everything, and it's not meant to like replace like over chat communication. But you can at least say like if you want to tell somebody like I want to look in this door, you can just like ping the door. Which is
Yeah.
kind of nice. Like they've expanded the tool set to make added some quality of life stuff. But I think this game is still in early access, so
Yeah,
you
And they
know,
do this weird thing where they cycle the levels out, but then the old levels just aren't there anymore.
yeah.
yeah,
I'm sure there
So I
will be a
don't think
rotation
that's
or
like the
something
ones
at
where
some
we kept
point.
dying.
Yeah,
yeah. So the level that we spent the most time in and actually knew the best, we can't go back to
yeah,
to try and finish.
yeah. But anyways,
Yeah,
I'll
Definitely
you
like
know
both
why
of
you
my
had
really
to
memorable
GTFO.
multiplayer moments.
yeah.
Yep.
It's great. GTFO is
For
great.
sure, my multiplayer game of the year.
Yeah. Anyway, all right, we should move on to number 4, which is a surprisingly high, I thought, but still a solid game. Resident Evil 3, which was Joe's number 1 pick.
That's right. That's why it got that high because it was my #1. I spent more time with this game
I
this
think I put it in
year.
the middle somewhere.
Yeah, I spent more time with this game this year than anything else. I got I got the platinum trophy.
Is it good?
Yes. It's
It's not as good as 2
it's not as good as 2. That's true. It's not
or
as good as
7.
2. Yeah, it's not as good as 2 or 7. But since those were both my game of the year, the years they came out, you know,
I'm
It's
sensing
not
a
a shock.
theme. I'm sensing
Yeah.
a theme.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
This
starting to
one,
think this
I'm
Resident
calling
Evil
it.
kid
I'm
has
calling
a
it right
future.
now. I'm putting down my futures contract on Resident Evil 8
yeah,
being very high.
where the smart money is.
Yeah.
So this one is, I think what I liked the most about this one is that one, I did not play the original Nemesis back in the day, and my attempts to play it in the last like 2-ish years have largely led to me bouncing off of it. Like I went from 2 to Code Veronica basically, and then to 4, and then or to 0. I paused at 0. 0 is not good.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but then to 4, and then to 5, and then so on and so forth. But I never got into Nemesis, the original Nemesis, and so playing this, I felt like this is a lot better than my experience with the original Nemesis. So that helped for sure. I know there were people who were disappointed, people who love the original RE3 on PlayStation. Did not love this game as much. There's a big section in the clock tower that's just not in this game at all.
It never. They would have had to completely redesign the way that works in order for it to
Yeah.
make sense in this like more action oriented style of game. And so I think it was the right decision to remove it, but that's also one of the like few really interesting original areas in the original game, so I understand why people were a little disappointed, but overall, I would say as someone who did play Resident Evil 3 back in the day, this game's a huge improvement over that game. Especially the early part, which is a super frustrating maze in the original game. They disentangled a lot of that and made it make sort of intuitive sense. And I just generally enjoy this game a lot more than the original version.
What was the clock tower section? Did like the Mr. X have a big set of shears and he's chasing after you, or
No, it's just like it's like a vertically.
Pick up the Dario Argento movie for
It's just like a kind of a unique setting that's kind of like super tight, like constricted rooms that like are kind of like vertically oriented. It was just like a different kind of a setting from what you saw in like those early Resident Evil games. Also, because it was set in an old clock tower, like it had strong Resident Evil 1 vibes, which was kind of a cool thing at the time because 2 and like the first half of 3 is such a departure from what that original game was. Like that was kind of a fun thing, but it's just not like there's like that just doesn't make a lot of sense in this game, in my opinion. But anyway, you should talk more about this, Joe.
so it's this game,
It looks nice.
it's almost like a roguelike without any of the randomized elements, by which I mean it's very short. Right, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's very short. Bitch can't even swim, and it's meant to be played over and over again. Like
My
it
my
has
top 4 word combination of the year. Special award for Resident Evil 3. Bitch can't even swim.
yep. That edged out. Get off my train, shitbird.
That's five.
The two best lines in video games, I think, at least as far as games that I played of 2020.
3 words? It's a me, Mario.
But
Classic.
That's 2 words.
with a hyphen. Is that what you're saying?
It's a me is one word.
It's a me is one word. Okay.
Oh, but Mario is also a word.
Mario's also a word. So, but
Right,
anyway,
so it's a me and then Mario.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So-
everybody
man.
shut up.
so so yeah, there's no randomized elements, but it's very clearly meant to be played over and over again, because instead of what most Resident Evil games do is they do a thing where it's like do a specific task and get a specific reward. Clear the mansion in less than 3 hours and get the infinite rocket launcher. Beat the game without saving in less than 3 hours in Resident Evil 2 and get the infinite chain gun, and so on and so forth. Okay, this is the first Resident Evil game that I can think of that does not do that, and instead this one says, okay, when you get a trophy or a chivo or whatever, you get a certain amount of currency to spend in a store, and then you can buy bonus items in the bonus store, and then you can yeah, and you can replay the game with these different things. So you can get the infinite rocket launcher, of course, infinite machine gun, infinite pistol. You can get a weapon called the hot dogger, which is just a knife that's on
listening.
fire. And when you slash enemies with it, then they start on fire and they take fire damage, which is nice. There's a thing called the Raiden, which is it's always a one-hit kill, but you have to hit the enemy's weak point for it to work, and it has a super long reload time. Or recharge time, I guess. So you shoot one shot, and then you have to wait like 3 seconds for it to recharge before you can shoot again. So you can't just pepper like a room full of zombies with this thing. That won't work. You have to headshot them. But if you do, like, you get one-shot kills on, again, even bosses if you can hit the weak point with it. And so you can, and there's other stuff like their iron defense coin, which is similar to items that were in Resident Evil 7. And assault coins, which up your damage, up your defense. You have a stars manual that will give you a wider window for your perfect dodge time, which you'll see me at some point do a perfect dodge on this boss, and then you get like free shots. And with that item, it's much easier, which is like a must on the final boss when you're playing on the higher difficulties, because he can one-shot you basically whenever, and if you don't do a perfect dodge, you're gonna die in one hit on the final boss. That's a perfect dodge. Of course, I'm on stream delay, so everybody saw it happen already before I said that's a perfect dodge, but whatever. Anyways, so yeah, I don't. The replayability is the thing that I liked about it. Doing it again with different infinite weapons, doing it again with the defense coins, doing it again on a higher difficulty, getting the platinum trophy for getting the S rank on the highest difficulty, which is, man, I was so frustrated fighting that final boss on the highest difficulty. It is ridiculous. But it was like when I finally did it, such a sense of accomplishment, right? And then I think I just ran through the game again with the infinite rocket launcher and wrecked everything just for the like catharsis of it. So yeah, it's like the first run of it is probably 5 to 6 hours, and subsequent run, like most of my subsequent runs were in the like 2 to 3 hour, or even maybe less than that range. It's a very
super
short game.
Yeah.
Once you've optimized it, it's really not that long. And I don't know, again, like, I like Kurt said, not as good as the remake of 2, not as good as 7. I mean, this wouldn't clear my top 5 Resident Evils or anything, but I still really, really enjoyed it. And yeah, it's just my game of the year. That's the one I sunk the most time into and did all the stuff. So
I had fun ripping through it. It's just like a good romp. I feel like that kind of Resident Evil game.
I hadn't played it previously. I played this because I enjoyed 7 and 2.
You can watch my L2 button dying in real time in this footage, by the way. Like, I'm not hitting when it keeps doing that, like
when it was jittering like that. That wasn't you.
I'm not touching the L2 button.
You don't have palsy.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
I thought it was some kind of weird animation cancel thing you were doing for.
Yeah.
Speedrun strats.
Speedrun strats. Yeah, exactly.
No, my L2 button is just dying. I actually just ordered a new DualShock 4 tonight. I fixed it once. I opened it up and tried to fix it once, and it worked for a little while, and then it.
Man, I got like 2 extra ones laying around here. I could have given you one.
Oh, I can cancel the order.
You send it, Joe, and then Kurt will send you the VR system.
That's
Joe,
sounds like an even trade.
Joe's got to get the biscuits.
But Joe's got to give something to someone else now.
Okay.
That eventually makes its way to Kurt.
Yeah.
And I'm going to buy a comb for Anthony.
Just to make it clear, I'm going
to sell my hair.
Just to make these things clear, I'm saying loan.
I know.
I know. I have 2 games that I need to send back to you, Kurt, actually, that are sitting in an envelope. Anyways, all right. All right. Speaking of really good remakes that came out in 2020, it's time to move on to our number 3 game, which is Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Our
Which-
Is
third
that
such
only
remake.
number 3? You guys are dumb.
This game would not have even if you had asked me in 2019 if I thought this game would be in my top 10. Not only would I have not said, like, it's not so much that I wouldn't have thought it would be in my top 10, it's that I would not have thought that I would have been interested in it or have played it at all, because
And I wasn't.
yeah,
Until you guys started playing it.
my expectations
So
were
good.
just really, really low. I
Yeah.
like the original Final Fantasy VII. I think it is a good game that is marred with a terrible translation and like really poor art direction because of all the different ways that it changes and is weird. I think that when that game is good, it's good. I think that a lot of the music is good. I like the materia system. I like a lot of things about it, but it's just it is a very flawed game that is the
There's
product.
some wonky shit.
Right. They tried to do way too much too early in the PlayStation life cycle and just kind of couldn't pull it off. And so it makes sense that they would try and remake it, but also like the fandom around this game is so fucking annoying that it's kind of like if it was just a straight remake, it would have been very boring. And apparently the people that remade this game also felt that way, because this game is in a lot of ways those
And
two
wrote it into the
guys.
story.
Yeah, they're doing like the McNulty thing where he's just like he walks in and the captain goes, "You see these, McNulty?" and he's holding up his two middle fingers. And you're like, one's going in your eye and one's going straight up your Irish asshole, right? And that's basically what this game is to people that are like diehard purist Final Fantasy VII fans, because like the whole game in a lot of ways is just about the people that are making this game trying to like toss off those sort of constraints and like remake and re-envision Final Fantasy VII as something potentially more interesting. I love this game, but we don't know because we haven't played the second and third and potentially fourth parts of it. So I think it's possible that the whole thing, it's possible the whole thing could just go off the rails from a story standpoint. It could become Kingdom Hearts.
Like it will.
And if it does, that's fine, because this is
it's fine because this is still great. So what this game really gets, I think that my favorite thing about this game, surprisingly, is the combat. It's the only RPG I've ever played, I think, where I really, really love a hybrid RPG / action combat system. This also, kind of like Genshin Impact, has character switching when you're in combat, although in this game it's 3 characters on the battlefield and you can switch between them at any time. And when you do, like, time kind of slows down and it gives you like ample opportunity to like micromanage your characters and make it feel kind of like an ATB system without actually being turn-based. And I just like playing all the characters feel really different, like Barrett's gun arm and Cloud's like big sword guy, and Tifa is one of the most fun characters I've ever played in a game, period. Her like super fast. It's almost like she's almost like playing as a fighting game character. It's just like in the way that the various spells and abilities, and they each have like an alternate battle mode, and you can just like combo all that stuff in really crazy, interesting ways. And then they force you to do that by, there's like a million boss fights in this game, and they're all really clever, and they all have really interesting mechanics tied to them, and it's just so much fun.
And then they switch characters around, pull people out of the party.
Right. Yes.
Force you to switch things. And...
Yeah. They don't really ever let you like have that pacifier, the thing that you kind of fall back on. They're always kind of forcing you to. They're like forcing you out of your comfort zone with the boss design and the way that they shuffle the characters around.
The game finished installing during the video.
Oh yeah,
that's what I was like.
Because I was installing it on my PlayStation 5, and since that was hooked up to the capture stuff, I decided to that was easier. That's why I started over, because I don't have my save on PlayStation 5. But I think all that stuff is really good, and then also, like, the writing is a little awkward in some places, but the stuff that I really care about, the parts where you're talking to the main characters, Barrett and Tifa and Aerith and Cloud and all their interactions, I think they nail all that stuff.
They made Cloud so much better.
Yes.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is like I think that Final Fantasy VII is like a game that I always had a weird chip on my shoulder about, where I would like everybody loved it. Yeah, I know, right? Everybody loved it, and I was like, I don't know, dude, I don't get it. I don't think it's that good. Like, it's all right. Like, I don't know, whatever. And then like so it went from this game where I was like the main thing I didn't like about it is I'm like I don't know dude Red 13 sucks like I like Sid but like I don't really like any of the other characters like everybody's just like okay at best and then like now I'm like I love these boys these
Yeah.
are my children
Yeah.
like these people like I want to hug all
The
of
stuff,
them.
the stuff where
Like-
anytime where Aerith and Tifa are hanging out is my favorite thing that happened in a video game
Agreed.
this year. I think
Agreed.
there's
Yeah.
some moments in my number one game. I think that, but this was my number
Yeah.
two, obviously. But like just the relationship between Tifa and Aerith and how much fun they have, like dunking on Cloud, is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like such a fun thing. I think like the biggest complaint is just that there's kind of a little too much of it. They stretch
Yeah.
a 10-hour segment into an almost 50-hour long RPG, and I think for the most part they kind of nail it. But there's a few parts like the train yard where it's just a little too
It's a
little too long.
Yeah.
But
Right.
Well, I thought they
agree.
introduced the new soldier bad guy who's just like I'm like have a motorcycle. And
he's
I'm
the
like,
anime dude who rides a cool
alright.
motorcycle.
That is,
yeah,
it's so over the top and so crazy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
They introduce like that guy who works for Don Corneo too. It's like
Yeah.
who seems like he'll show up again later. It's like, am I supposed to care about this guy? He's like not
Yeah.
interesting.
Hey,
Uh,
how good was the mall market segment though?
so
oh
good.
yeah, dude, that's
Yeah,
fucking
right.
Yeah,
The thing
but
that
that's the thing,
like
is,
one of the
like,
most they
stuff
took
that
one of the
matters.
most offensive, like shittiest things from Final Fantasy VII and turned it into like a joyous celebration and made it so much fun. And
Yeah.
they did a lot of really great things that I did not like. All the stuff that I expected them to screw up, they nailed. And I cannot fucking believe, I said this all the time when we were talking about this game and playing it, I cannot fucking believe how much I liked this game. I still
Yeah, I agree.
can't believe that I liked it. And that it would be my number two game is just really
And I'm-
crazy.
I don't have a thing I can play this on, but I'm there with you in that, like,
Yeah.
you guys have gotten so excited. I'm like, man, I really want this on PC so I could play it, and I didn't.
Yeah, where's that
There's
port?
no way I would have felt that way a year ago.
It's coming
Yeah.
soon. I didn't feel that way until I played the demo and got a taste of what the combat was like, and I was like, "Oh,
Yep.
I think I need to try this." And then when I played it,
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh yeah, it just keeps getting better and better and better as you go. It's
I
really
think
it's really good."
I lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say?
I
Fuck.
don't know.
Oh, I think like the biggest mistake this game makes, aside from what we've already mentioned, is like the final. Like you get to a natural stopping point, and then they're like, "Okay, now we've got to go fight the final boss."
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's like, well, wait a minute. Like it kind of just hits you out of nowhere, and
Yeah.
it's like
And then the final boss is like 18 hours long.
I thought that was fine. Like, I didn't really have a problem with that. It's just it felt kind of rushed and like poorly explained, like what was even.
Yeah, it
happening.
didn't see. Yeah, I think
doesn't,
you're right.
like,
You,
fit
you
in.
get to the top of the Shinra Tower, you do all that shit, and that seems like where it should end.
Yeah.
Like you weren't. You
Well,
don't get the
yeah, there-
idea. You don't
you
get the
do
idea
the-
that there's going to be a thing after that.
You do the crazy motorcycle chase, and they're like, "Cool, we're out of Midgard." And you're like, "Cool,
Yep.
dude, we're out of Midgard. That was it."
Right.
You know, you fight. Well, I won't spoil it, I guess, but you fight
Yeah.
a big thing at the top of Shinra Tower, and it's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, cool, that was the final boss, and that made sense."
Right,
And
and
like,
then you go. Yeah.
and
Exactly.
then they're like, "Hey, now we gotta like do this thing again." I'm trying not to spoil it, but now this other thing shows up, so we can end this thing. And then like then you do that, and then there's the ending. But and it's like they have like interesting ideas that are all tied up in that. So it's like maybe that will pan out into something that's ultimately far more interesting, but it's like
Yeah.
too early to tell.
The other
but
thing about
it just seems a little. It's like a pacing issue. That's all.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The other
sorry,
thing that's interesting about how they stretched the intro chunk of the game into a real game, into a full size game, is that a lot of the like throwaway, very one note or not at all
dude.
realized characters turn into people that I really cared about.
Yeah.
Hell House.
That
dude.
were and were interesting. Like the field trip to Jesse's house
Mm-hmm.
is like a great segment
Yep.
Yeah.
of just character stuff.
Yep. You get to understand who she is and why she acts the way that she does.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good.
Exactly.
Yep. I agree. I really loved this game.
And they used
Unbelievably.
Weaver from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some.
Yeah.
There's some like, I wish that they had like brought Barrett back from Mr. T territory a little bit, and there's some other stuff in it that I kind of would have maybe done a little
They
differently.
played it
but
better. At
it's
least, but
yeah, it's not
it's
nearly
still
as offensive.
it's still
but
there a
it's-
little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're gonna lean into it, just pay Mr. T to do the voice.
I like Barrett a lot in
Yeah.
this game. Like,
No, I do
thought-
too. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. I mean, he's one of my favorite characters from the original game. He's like the soul of the game in a lot
Yeah.
of ways,
Yeah.
especially
Well,
the
they
first
lean
half.
way into that in this game.
Yeah, and it's good, but it's just like he's still like this weird stereotype that kind of makes me a little uncomfortable sometimes. But anyways, I love
Squirrel.
yeah, I love the way that I also love the way they integrate summons into the combat. Like instead
Yeah.
of it being a thing that takes you out of the battle, it's a thing that comes into the battle and fights with you, and
And
that's really
adds to
smart.
it. Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah.
does that mean
Yeah,
when
and
we
then
get
you have to
to-
manage that in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
when we get to Final Fantasy Remake Part 3 or 4 or whatever, that like we won't have to sit and watch Knights of the Round like
Yeah.
7 times in a row.
Yeah, you'll have to
One
you'll
more.
have to
Actually,
control
Dudes.
all of
Yeah.
the knights.
All of the
Yeah,
nights.
you'll
Right.
switch between each night.
So this is one I didn't get to, and I downloaded the demo with the intention of playing it before we did this, and I just did this and Star Wars Squadrons were the two games that I really wanted to get to that I did not get to before
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
but I have the demo, and I have been meaning to play it. And
Check it
I
out.
will say
It's cool.
that Crisis Core is like previously my favorite Final Fantasy VII related thing, and people
Really?
said that this is like that, but a lot better because
The combat's good and better. Yeah, it's good.
So
That poor dog.
It knows what it did.
It deserved
But
it.
I don't.
All right. Let's move on to our number 2
Yep.
here. Number 2, which was also my number 1 game in
And was my
2013,
number
and
one.
is now my number 1 game again since it's officially out and it is a complete work and not just a few chapters.
And not just
Is-
bears on the third floor.
Is Kentucky Route Zero, which is a game
Yeah,
that
they're bears on every
in
floor.
in the first act is the first act of this game had really beautiful artwork and some fairly clever writing, and it is a little too slow and kind of doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. And then sometime about, I don't know, a third of the way into the second act, the game really starts to click, and it starts to show itself as like this criticism of, it's a magical realist game that has its roots in the real world and is this like criticism of like the way that capitalism sort of mows down everything in its path,
It's a game
especially
about
people.
Yeah, it's a game about loss. It's a game about destruction
Right.
of society. It's a game about how capitalism cripples everyone.
Right. It's
a
about
game about
failures of
uh,
institutions
relationships
and
with
like
each other
Right.
and the loss of identity.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a game that's it is a game that has been in development over the course of the last decade, and it feels like it's just like it's about all of the things that made me angry and frustrated and about
So is that cathartic or is that like
it's
hard?
it is somewhat cathartic in that it kind of it gave me a way to like understand
Process.
how I was feeling about a lot of the things that I was experiencing, and not just because since this is a game about like small towns and it's a game about like there's for
It's
instance
a game about liminal spaces, small towns.
right
you
it's
know,
about
the-
the towns that I like the literally like I grew up in a town that was like a mining town that had a canning factory in it, and now the mine is gone and the factory is a shell of what it once was, and nobody has jobs and everybody's poor. And also it's like full of all these like shitty racist people that I can't stand but also deserve better. And also like and so a lot of that stuff is tied up to like that's the context, that's the like the space in which the game takes place. But all the characters in the game are these really wonderful, well-rounded, well-defined people that you just want to like be with, and you want the
Spend
world
time
to be
with.
better for them. And I like all that stuff is really great. There's a really amazing Austin Walker article on Vice or Waypoint that he wrote before the pandemic hit, which playing this game now, it's even like more about like the failure of institutions and how that affects like actual human beings that have to live in the world like created by and ruined by these things. But see, because the game is like more magical realist, like they take all of those things and they like combine it into this huge thing, which is, I forget do you remember what the name of the company is, Kurt? But it's like Consolidated Power or something, which is basically
Yeah.
like every institution like all kind of rolled up into one.
Yeah,
And then-
the
Skeleton?
company that runs the town that gives everybody script.
Right.
It's that company.
Right. It's like that company, but also like the government, like the local
Right.
and state and federal governments and like
Right.
mega corporations. And it's like the game kind of just like rolls all that up into one. And it's just the context for all this stuff is really good. But then it's just like this game has the best artwork that I've ever seen in a video game, period. Like
Yeah,
the
it's
very
so
first thing that you
impressive.
go to is like this gas station that's like a giant horse's head, and then you
God,
go
that
into
gas
the
station is great.
basement of the gas station. It's like, oh, this is like a giant horse that is like half buried under the ground, and you flick the lights on and then it all comes
Yeah,
on and it lights
yeah.
up, and it's just like an amazing piece of artwork. And
Yep.
that happens again and again and again, right? Like this is
And
a game where like
you're visiting it um, at the the at dusk,
yeah,
and so
Mhm.
it's highlighted
yes,
against
the sunset.
and then you go down and then you come back out and
Yeah.
it's nighttime and it's all lit up, and it just and I think
God, I played that
That-
chapter however many years ago at this point, and it still sticks in my mind.
Yeah.
I think the game starting in that place is hugely important to the feeling that you get from the game and the feeling that it's trying to give you, in that it's you feel disconnected from the world and you're wandering around in the middle of the night in this rural area, and you're just running upon coming upon these just sort of very odd
Yeah.
things that you find. You find like there are offices of the other power companies that have been taken over by the original ones, and the offices that you're walking through, like, you don't see them, it just tells you about them, but like they've fallen into disrepair. Like one of them has been taken over by like this glowing moss, and it's just all sort of has this very
Yeah.
surreal, out of time
Yeah.
feeling to it, which is part of what the sense of being in this area that has been built up and then abandoned is like.
Mhm.
It's an extremely dream logic-y game. I've played the first two
Yeah.
chapters plus the interstitial that comes after chapter 2, and I wanted to tell Vio about it at one point. I was like, so it's basically just going to sound like I'm going to tell you about the dream that I had last night, where all the people have been moved into a museum for some reason, and then there's no roof on the top floor, and you go up there, and the guy's like, oh, well, no one sleeps on the roof because there's no roof, so they get wet at night. So I take them to the forest, and Julian helps me. And they're like, who's Julian?
It's
Then
my brother.
giant eagle comes
Julian is-
down. We're like,
Right.
Julian is his brother that's a giant bird.
Yeah.
and it's going for it.
Floor bears.
Third floor bears. We'll go
Third
see
floor
the bears
bears.
on the third floor. It's also really, like I said, it's also very funny and warm, and it reminds me a lot
it has
of Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children or Gabriel Garcia Marquez's
100 Years of Solitude.
yeah, which are both books that I read a long time ago. But this is like this is like what
Yeah,
I
100 Years of Solitude.
best
is
you
one of my
could
favorite
get.
books of all time.
Yeah, I love both of those books, and this is like that in video
Gosh,
game
I should
form.
reread that.
And you can also like
You should.
the dialogue choices don't. It's not like The
on
Walking
the
Dead or
list.
whatever, where you click a thing and the game goes, well, this so and so will remember that. You just click on it and it just kind of like changes the context of the conversation. But the characters are always the characters. Like one of the things I love most about it is you learn a lot about them by their silhouettes and their animations in the way that you do like in a Team Fortress 2 or something like that. Like the art is very simple but very striking, and I mean it's a game about whatever, people being crushed by forces and trying to like live and find solace in the spaces that they can kind of carve out for themselves. And it's also just really gorgeous, and there's just some moments that just completely destroy me, like Junebug's song and the thing, and the
God.
part where you're walking through the forest at the end of Act 2 and it's like all sliced up in
It's
a
all
way that
parallaxed in a way that makes no sense.
Right,
but
like
is
the-
There are
amazingly
trees made out
beautiful.
of background that pass in front of the foreground.
right.
Yeah.
It's really just there's just some really amazing stuff in Kentucky Route Zero. My favorite, I think it's probably my favorite game of all time. There's nothing else on the face of this earth that is like Kentucky Route Zero in terms of the art and the writing and the and just the overall package, especially now that it's all like finished with all the interstitial stuff and all that.
I
So
need to play chapters 3 through 5, and I feel like I should probably just start over at this
Yeah, I'm
point.
in the exact
That's
same boat.
that's what I
yeah.
did.
It's short too. I mean, you can whip through the whole
yeah.
thing in like 5 or 6 hours. It doesn't. It's not a big ask. Right?
Yeah, I played 1, 2, and 3 as they came out, and then when 4 came out, it had been long enough that I was like, well, I should go back and play the other ones to refresh myself, and I kind of dawdled in doing that to the point where 5 was about to come out, and so then I was like, well, I'll just wait for them to all be out. And so earlier this month, I went through all of them. I got the Switch version, even though I had bought it on PC. I got the Switch version because they were all wrapped up together, and they had all the interstitial things as one
The PC
package.
version does that now too.
Yeah, but I also wanted that to be something I could play more easily, and so I worked my way through the whole thing at that point, and it's amazing. They stuck the landing so well.
Yeah, the final chapter is really. I don't know. Anyways, I love Kentucky Route Zero. It's really something. Yeah, it really is. The whole thing is really something.
Am I allowed to just say that the pacing is really slow sometimes?
It's way slow.
I mean, it speeds up a lot once Conway's leg gets fixed.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of limping.
I mean, but that's part of.
I remember
that
the part.
that
I
is
felt like the
intentional.
part in the mines when you're wandering around
Yeah.
in the mines.
Like I said, the
so
the first chapter is like far and away the worst. Like they really hadn't found a direction when that came. You have to remember that came out 7 years ago. And also the Kickstarter from this was from 2011, so it's really been in progress for over a decade at this point. But anyway,
Game of the decade.
they finished it, and especially when when you get to the second half of Act 2 is really when it picks up. But I enjoy the first act quite a bit, just like looking at the art and things.
Yeah.
So
I had no issue. I understand where but it didn't bother me at all because of the sort of I was sort of picking up what they were laying down as far as what they were trying to do with it. So I was okay with that, but I totally understand feeling that way.
Anyway, we should move on to our number one game.
We should.
What could it be? Also, it's one in the
What
morning.
could it
God,
possibly
why
be?
aren't I playing it right now?
Because you're
about to
young
start
us.
talking about it.
Anthony, you haven't said much tonight. Tell us about Hades.
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 That's right.
Some people call it Hell. I call it Hades.
Yep, it's Supergiant's Hades, the super giantiest of all super
It's the
giant games.
correct-
It really is.
It's the correct answer, like to the, you know what I mean? Like,
What's the best game of
I-
2020? It's Hades.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like there's no other, like it's not my favorite game in this year, but it is the right answer. Like
Mhm.
there's no, and I liked it a lot. Don't get me wrong. But
It's
like,
so
you know,
goddamn
it's just,
good.
It's just
Goddamn good.
It's really goddamn good.
Yeah.
It came in for me. It came
Yeah,
in
it's okay.
right behind Resident Evil 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's
The-
got great music. It's got great art.
The
It's got
writing
great
is
writing.
amazing.
Yeah.
The thing I kept thinking when I was playing is that I had the same thought like over and over again, which is this game is an achievement. Like
Yeah.
that's what I thought. That's how I kept
Yeah.
thinking of how like to frame it, and I'm like, it is. It's like
That's an amazing.
I can't
image,
imagine
by the
that
way.
Supergiant will not be known
Nice
for
job.
this game primarily for the rest of their existence.
Oh, they're gonna have to make a
Legendary.
sequel. They're gonna have to break their policy and make some kind of sequel to this game.
I mean, how does
They,
a sequel to
might
this
have
game
finally
even-
like gotten out from under Bastion.
They definitely got out from under Bastion because this game is way fucking better than Bastion.
but,
Bastion
like,
was great.
I agree,
yeah.
but Bastion was fucking good and put them
I
on
like
the map.
Bastion, but I
Yeah.
agree with that
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
I like Bastion and Transistor, and
I like-
this one
yeah.
is like better than both of them combined.
How did you feel about fantasy basketball?
I didn't play Fantasy
That
Basketball.
I didn't
Am I
play
the
that
only
one.
person who played fantasy basketball?
You
I
might
have it. I just never played it.
I
Okay,
played
sorry.
Fantasy Hockey.
Fantasy basketball was a weird
That
game,
group
but
didn't land.
it had a very good story.
I've appreciated it.
Or had a very impactful story. It had one of the coolest bits of working game and story mechanics in together of any game that I've ever played. But aside from that, yeah.
Until you played Hades.
No. But there's I don't know. There's stuff that Pyre does with the story impacting like your team composition in some important ways, and I think that's really cool. And I don't think Hades does that in the same way. Anyway, I like this game. I think it's a really good game, but I've played a lot of roguelike likes in the last 5 years, and I just think it's kind of nice that everyone's like suddenly thinks these games are cool. But for me, it's like, yeah, it's another one of those.
I don't know,
It's a pretty good one.
a lot of those games were really popular. Like that's not like Splunky was hugely popular, and
I know, but I feel like a lot of people
Finding
are discovering the roguelike like
Yeah.
with this game. Like, and I think the reason why is because they've got that kind of like sugarcoating of the good story that doesn't stop the second you finish the game once.
I also think aside
It's
from
just-
Dead Cells and Splunky, this is like far and away the mechanically like
And
the best
I've played-
playing of those games. Also,
And I played both of those, but kind of I don't know, just sort of lost steam on them. But this is just one of those games that's so polished. It lets other people see what other people like about a particular genre.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I mean, as you guys know, and we've joked about, like I've gotten super fucking deep in this game, and it's like I get it. I get why people like other games like this, even though the other ones didn't do it for me.
What's your heat level at?
Yeah, and I agree with that. And also,
Successful?
it will not make me like those games. Like what this game
Yeah,
does,
not
what I like
necessarily,
about
right,
this
right.
game is the things that it does that make that a smoother experience for me.
Right. But now I can like sort of couch it in like, oh, I see. When you're talking about a run just went totally south of like 3/4 of the way through, like I know that
Yeah.
feeling well now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's one of, for me it's one of those games, and I'm sure it's a lot of other people, that has an amazing ability to push you to the next run, or to push me to the next run,
Mhm.
to the point where I was talking with Anthony with Anthony about this like a week or so ago, and it's like, I get done, I die, I go back, I talk to everybody, and then I go, go through, visit people, look at the mirror, and then I go in the other room and look at the weapons, and see, oh, did Skelly now have something to say? Oh well, this
Well,
one
I'm
is
right
now
here.
this one is now the one that has the bonus darkness. I'll pick that up. Well, I might as well start.
Right. And it's also I was thinking of like even more so like because the thing you use to power yourself up is after a lot of the story bits where you check in with people.
Right.
If it had been the reverse, then sometimes there's like, oh, I need to power up this thing, so I'm like I don't do this next time.
Right.
But it's
Exactly.
like you've already done the story stuff first, and then after that it's like, well, there's a little more story stuff maybe with Skelly, and then it's like, oh well, there's the door.
Yeah.
Now I'm
Might
in
as well
the
go
door.
in. Yeah. At this point, like
I'm already here.
my checkpoint in ending a run has become getting through the bone hydra.
Nice.
And then sometimes it's like, well, I might as well go a little bit further.
It could at least be just the fury.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a free, but
For me, it's I'll load up like whatever charm or whatever I'm using first and
Yeah.
start the run and finish the first room and then stop.
Yeah.
So then when I start up the game, I'm in the middle of a run and I already have a boon and I don't remember like why I chose the stuff I did, but I'm like, okay, I guess this is what I'm rolling with.
Yeah.
Like past me set what current me is doing.
yeah.
I think that makes more sense because you do need to learn your build as you go, and so if you've played too far into the game, then you might wind up being kind of playing badly for a little while as you kind of relearn where you were at with your build and you
Yep.
stopped.
Oh, I had to stop for like kid reasons right before Hades once. And I came back
That's
to
rough.
Hades like a couple hours later, and man, I just got creamed.
I stopped to run 2 days ago at the temple, and I'm not looking forward to picking that up again.
Yeah, you're
Rest
in peace.
Don't even bother. Just
Yeah.
fucking
So,
start over.
okay, what is everyone's favorite weapon, and why is it the shield?
It's the shield because you can block everything.
Okay.
It's the bow with the shots into the bow thing because I won with it.
Oh man, that
No,
one's
it's
good
the
too. Yeah.
bow, It's the
I
bow
like the
with
bow.
the no charge shots. Do a rapid fire instead because I won with it.
Oh, I didn't know that existed. That's tight. I want
Oh
that.
yeah, that's
That's a hammer
Daedalus-
upgrade.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a
Daedalus thing.
Daedalus thing.
It,
Okay,
it, it turns your instead of charging, you just fire constantly.
arrow,
And I
yeah.
paired that with the
Yes.
thing that makes it bounce to like 3 other enemies.
Yeah.
And by the time I was
You're just
in,
like a Gatling gun at that point.
right, once I was at Sticks, like all those little rats that you fight in Sticks when you're looking for the gross bag to give to
Right.
Cerberus,
Cerberus.
Cerberus. Um,
Cerebus
you
is everything.
stunlock is he's an
Mhm,
aardvark.
mhm.
Yeah, he's an aardvark.
You can stunlock every room full of enemies basically because you're constantly hitting and it's bouncing between a bunch
Man,
of enemies.
Joe,
Getting
I was
like a
I was
good
telling I was
combo in this game is like so awesome.
Yes.
there are ways to
Yes.
game it a little bit, like if you know what you want to start with, and if you like try to stick with fewer of the gods, so you can keep piling on like all of their boons, they start to work well together.
Oh yeah.
But there's also like, because at the mirror you can change your setup so that you do more damage and do better if you have boons from more types of gods.
Yeah.
So like you can play the opposite way too. So but Joe, I was telling Kurt the other night that I got like a bunch of Zeus stuff on the gun, and like it was doing extra lightning bolts for every light. There's a chance to do more lightning bolts when you do lightning bolts,
Yeah.
and it bounced more and it did more damage. And then I got fire your gun faster and you have extra bullets and a reload. So suddenly I was just like I would just stand in the entrance and fire my gun and it would like shoot out 1 billion lightning bolts. It was great. Like
The
I just
gun
didn't have
was
to
cool.
move half the time.
Yeah.
Nice.
All my best runs have been gun and shield. Like I've beaten it with other stuff, but like
Yeah, but my like absolute favorite is the shield where you throw Zeus's shield where you throw out the shield and it just sort of spins
It's
off
like
and
the
like
blade
damages stuff.
vortexes you get from
Yeah, it's
Ares.
great because it just kind of hangs out there until you press the button to bring it back to you, and you can
Yeah.
just like, but you can also still block stuff. And I didn't realize this for a while, but like when you've got a good setup with your shield, Hades is not very hard because you can
Yeah.
basically block everything he
does. Yeah. It
So
rules.
you had to be
Chaos
telling
shield,
me
man,
about
I'm
this,
telling you.
and literally last night, I was playing with the shield, in the chaos shield,
Yeah.
and I was trying to play as Anthony had advised me,
Mhm.
and I was doing a lot of blocking, and in the Theseus fight, I lost all my Death Defiances trying to play in
Oh,
that
no.
way because I wasn't doing it.
That
And I
fight
got-
you cannot play that way.
Yeah, it turns
Yeah.
out not so much.
It's a little harder with.
And I got to Hades with like half health and no Death Defiances, and yet I made it to like 1/3 of his first phase because I was doing all the blocking and everything. I was like,
Mhm.
I can see how this will work when I do
And-
the other thing better.
It's kind of too bad you didn't get to the next stage because I think the next stage is even easier to block everything
Really?
because he mostly just fires his big laser, which you could just hold the
Stand
button
there.
down and not.
I also loved just being able to hold it up and he would throw the burning skull thing at you and it would just bounce off the shield and go away.
Right. Yeah, that's great.
It was
And
like,
you
I
could-
don't even have to go kill it.
Yep.
um,
Forget it.
Yep. Like,
But
bang,
what's
done.
also great, and this
Whack.
is like a good connection to another thing I like in this game, is like Hades
Murder.
will comment on the different weapons you use.
Yeah.
And so like when you use the shield, I think it's the shield, he's like, how dare you use my own
Yeah.
brother's weapon against me, kind of.
Yep.
And that's the thing I like about this game is there is so much dialogue
Yeah.
based
There's
on
so
so
much.
many factors, and
Con-
all
yeah,
of it is
just-
well written and it's all
yeah.
entertaining. It's just
The
it makes the fact that you've done these runs so many times.
It always feels like the
Okay,
game
so-
is. It always
feels
feels like the
good.
game is watching you.
yeah.
I mean, yeah,
So-
I've literally never seen any duplicate dialogue ever. Like,
I wondered
at any
about that
point.
actually as people were, playing, runs over and over and over again. I was like, I have to think somebody's gonna see something
Well,
more than once.
I've definitely gotten like a just generic, like, oh hey, you picked me and I'm the boon, like
Right.
Right.
dialogue, but
Right.
I've never seen a repeat. It's always like there's
Yeah.
so many variations, even on just the like, hey, like whatever, what's up, like one
Yeah.
that it hasn't
Um,
come up.
And I guess spoilers, as if we haven't been spoiling it already. My favorite bit of that, or the bit where I was really like although I was already all in at this point, was early on in the game. You do a whole bunch of runs and then you actually go to sleep. Every time before that, you can tap on your bed, but he's like, nah, not tired, or
Right.
gotta go. you actually do go to sleep, and then you like have the House of Hades after dark moment, and you're walking around, and this is when you find out that Nyx is not your mother, and the narrator actually mentions it, like,
Yeah.
oh, he's about to find out that he's not his mother, and and then he goes, what? and the narrator gets all flustered. And it was just a really good sort of fourth wall breaking thing that they hadn't really done to that point.
Yeah.
I just thought it was really
A
hilarious.
related one. I think I've figured out who the narrator is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Beca-
well, I don't want to say.
Logan
I think I'm
Cunningham.
pretty sure I figured it out too. But
should
It's
I?
the guy from Bastion.
It's Logan Cunningham.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you can buy an expensive statue of Homer,
Yeah.
and
Okay, yeah.
if you examine it, the narrator talks about how handsome and talented he is.
yeah, okay.
And then if Zagreus says something negative, if you like keep examining it on different runs, he'll start arguing with him. It's pretty good.
I like
I would
it.
say I had assumed it was. Homer
yeah,
or
exactly.
Yeah,
Virgil.
that was like my assumption, but there was like
Yeah.
until that I was like, okay, that is in
Hadn't
fact
been
intentional.
confirmed per se.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Homer confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked a little bit earlier about how like there's a lot of roguelike likes out there, but I think this one, I mean, I liked this more than Dead Cells. I liked it more than Binding of Isaac. I liked it more than
Yeah.
Rogue Legacy. I liked it more
Yep.
than Toe Jam and Earl Back in the Groove. Don't sleep on Toe Jam and Earl Back in the Groove though. That game is actually super fun.
Huh.
You know, and it's sort of like Toe Jam and Earl's like the original rogue like, you know, going way back.
right.
But this one is it's so good.
It's really good. It just plays well.
It plays really well, and I think like the way that the fact that all six of the weapons
Six.
play six. Oh right, because there's a sword that you use until you can get something else.
Yup.
You know, they're all really fun to use. Kind of except
And there's
for the sword.
different variations that are
right,
very different
yeah.
too.
And
So
some of them change it a lot.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
so it's really like what? So there's four. What's math? 24.
24.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
like
the
some
one-
of them aren't that different, but
Yeah.
some of them are like radically different.
I think
Right,
one of the things that I think this does well, you know, to speak about the sort of lots of roguelike likes things is that this game puts a lot of that stuff, a lot of how all that stuff works in your hands
Yes.
as far as choices.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's not like, well, like if you play actual rogue or NetHack or whatever, like you just find like, you know, a thing, and then you look at it and you're like, it's randomized, whatever it is.
Mhm.
You know, and there's other things where you're like, okay, well, I'm going to open this chest and whatever's in it is in it. In this game, like, you know, a lot of times it'll be like, you can go in one of these two doors. You'll get a boon from this guy or a boon from this guy. You get a boon, or you can get a daedalus hammer. You know, and
Always
and
take
then-
the hammer.
always take the
Always
hammer, of
take the
course.
hammer.
But then later it's like, okay, you can upgrade yourself in a whole bunch of other ways. Here's 10 different choices in the mirror for how you can help build yourself up. Here's keepsakes that you can choose which one of these things you want to use to tweak your run.
Well, and I
and
think
then-
that just picking your weapon is a big part
Yeah.
of that.
Yep.
And
yep.
yeah, and that's the other thing. You pick your weapon. You can, you know, and then once you get to the heat level stuff, it's like there's additional sets of things you can do. And
Yep,
you
you
can,
can
and
make
they
it-
have varying choices.
You can make it harder how you want. And
Mhm.
there's also the prophecies, which
Yeah.
are like
Which force
you
you to
get
try and make those
rewards.
choices. Yeah.
Yeah, you get rewards if you pick the thing that you haven't picked before. But then it's
Yeah.
like you might that
And- Yeah, you
that
might totally
can
fuck
tank
your
a run. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can totally fuck
I've sat
yourself
there
over.
and stared at it going like,
I
well,
know
in a
this is gonna
vacuum I
ruin
would
it,
choose
but-
this one.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
But also
ugh.
like they can also force you to play differently than you otherwise would.
Yeah.
Like I when I first started playing this was having really good luck with the bow, and I think the gauntlets the first time I was like, I hate these. I just
I
don't.
love it. They're my favorite.
They're one of my
actually
favorites
do.
now.
Yeah.
But I was
Yeah,
just
I
didn't
like
I
them a
didn't
lot,
get it. I was
yeah.
like, this is not how I play this game. But like
Right.
the combination of needing to do that and the various boons and prophecies forcing me to try it differently, I
Right.
just got better at it. And then I was like,
Specifically,
oh,
when you have the scorpion,
the
get
scorpion
over
grab
here.
is yeah.
That's
Yeah.
my favorite. I haven't actually escaped doing that, but it's still my favorite way to play the game. And yeah, like I mean, I think that's for me what when Dead Cells started to kind of wear thin was when it was sort of like, okay, like I'm good with these weapons, so I have to hope for a run where I get some of these weapons like by the time I'm out of the prison basically, and if I don't, it's a wasted run and I should just
Yeah.
start over. And at least being able to choose your main weapon right out of the gate in Hades makes it a lot more like, even if I get boons that aren't the greatest, like at least I've got a fighting chance because I know that like on pure skill with this weapon I can do, so well.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There was a run where like I died right before Hades, and it's because I couldn't put out damage fast enough and just got poisoned to death.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Uh,
I was so annoyed. I was like, fuck it. And I picked the gauntlets and just went to town the next time. And it was kind of nice that like I had enough control to be like, all I want to do right now is
Kick some ass.
dash to something and kick its ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can punch its ass.
Which is
And if
which
I-
is great
like, if-
until you do try and do that to the
Yeah, right.
bombers or some of these other things.
You just gotta you gotta have your finger on that dash button, man.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
It's dash or die.
So I mean, I can't argue that we picked this as our, game of the year because, like I said, it just barely came in under RE3 for me. But it's just like, I don't even think you need to be into rogue likes. If you're just into action,
I'm certainly not.
Yeah, like just this is a very good. It's like a top-down isometric Devil May Cry that has a bunch of random elements to it, basically.
Yeah.
Except you can't.
God, and you
switch
feel
weapons
so
between whatever on the fly. You have to choose one and stick with it.
and the way it's built everything not only like addicts you like but it makes you feel so accomplished when you get further.
Yeah.
And the first time like I actually took down even got to Hades, I was like, man, I'm so good right now, and I got my ass kicked. But
Did everybody else have the thing where you fought Hades the first time, and maybe people had read it or heard it or seen in like a video or something, but I didn't know he had a second phase.
nope,
So
I
was
sure
like-
didn't. I
didn't
confidently
either.
told Alex that I had beaten him.
Yeah.
And and then died.
Yeah.
That's
I told Anthony I nearly hurled my controller across the room because I had gotten to him a couple of times before that
Yep.
and gotten him really close to the end of that phase, and then I did it, and I was pushing so hard because I thought I was so close that I clicked through the dialogue that he said in between the phases. I have no idea what he said. And then I
Basically,
was
you're
like,
fucked.
God damn it! And then I powered through and killed him.
So if you like put enough heat on and you do the really hard, like you power up, he has the third phase.
Oh,
And
God.
I almost threw my controller
Oh,
again.
the extreme
like,
measures for it.
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Because he has more moves and is super fucking hard in the first two phases. But yeah.
Yeah.
It's nuts. This game's good. And you can fish.
And you can
I don't like
fish.
that fight. For being honest, I have not
Which
enjoyed
one?
the Hades fight
The
so
Hades
far.
fight?
So the thing,
Yeah.
the secret of
I really like it.
the secret of the Hades fight is that he's a punch out character. He telegraphs his moves like big time if you watch his character model, so you always know when to dodge. You just can't fucking get hit by him because he'll fucking wipe you out in like 2 hits.
Unless if you have the shield.
Unless you have the shield, right?
Mhm.
But it's not hard. It
You
really
gotta know when to block.
that's why I think he's so much easier than Theseus and the Minotaur, because he's just like once you understand what his tells are, he's really not that difficult. But he's just
Well, and
you have to know what those tells are, or he'll just fucking.
And
down
I
you
think
real
what's
fast.
good about that,
I
what's
hear
good about
Eric
the
saying,
rest
"Get
of this
good,"
game.
while he's looking right at me.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Oh
right.
no, I'm not. I'm not. I've only beaten him twice. I'm not that good at this game. Like I'm
only
sucking
beaten him
ass in
once.
this run because of it's
I
been
beat
a
him-
long time since I played
I beat
it.
Hades
when I
on my 40th.
recorded this, but
I did it on my 17th.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm aware.
Is that because you were playing with God mode on, Anthony? 'Cause
I
you-
didn't know there was a God mode till Eric told me. So no. But what's great about this is like once I realized that now that I've played the bosses so many times is that they're all teaching you something about how to fight Hades.
Yeah,
Like
everything.
this,
Hades
like
is
this,
Hades
the
is the culmination of all the biggest moves from everybody.
right. And so it's like, but even some of the stuff like Theseus and the Minotaur, like I figured out I do way better when I stay close to them, even though like you're more in range. I can also see what they're doing, and so I know like how to respond, and that helps me with Hades because I start looking for the tells.
I mean,
And
the
Theseus in
secret
particular
the
has a
secret to
lot of tells
Theseus and the
also.
Minotaur is to fuck up the Minotaur first.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
absolutely.
right.
Yeah,
I made the
absolutely.
mistake of, I knew that, but I made the mistake of at one point going, what I should do is work on both of them,
Yeah.
but
A
not
little
take out
bit.
take
Yeah,
out
yeah.
Theseus, but just get him down to the point where when I can concentrate on him, I'm not starting from zero. And then the problem was I was fighting both of them and Theseus's god assist all at the same time,
Yep.
and that did not go well. The other like little touch that is one of my favorite things is eventually you get to be able to go into the administrative office,
Oh,
and
yeah,
that's
yeah.
where you can see all your records and everything. And there's a motivational poster that you can click on, and you'll say stupid dad joke things, and
Yep.
all the shades in there will
They'll
be
go,
all frowny about
Yep.
God damn it. He's like, hang in there, and they're like, fuck off.
Cerberus, officially the bestest boy.
That's true. Also
Officially.
I
true.
mean, that's just fact. Yeah.
Well, so if you're talking about those little like minor things, so in the Theseus and Minotaur fight, like in that stadium, after you've done it enough times, if you go to the top left corner after
Yeah.
you beat them, you have
Yeah.
a fan who's holding a little flag of you, and like and from that point forward, every time you beat them, if you go over there, he'll shout out to his one.
Yeah,
fan.
he's like, hey, Shade, what's up?
Yeah, he's like, I dedicate this one to you. It's great.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's so
I
so
like
much
it.
little stuff like that that's just it's so good.
Yeah.
Um,
Actually, the secret hardest boss in Hades is the Bone Hydra in the like beta version of the game.
The initial.
oh yeah, that was
I've
so
heard.
fucking hard.
Yeah, the original Bone Hydra is really hard.
He's so easy now.
Yeah, he's pretty easy now.
Although my understanding from the No Clip documentary. So, for folks that don't know, No Clip does video game documentaries, and they embedded with Supergiant while they were making this game, and so there's like a six or seven chapter thing on the making of this game, and they actually I don't know if it's the second or third chapter, maybe it's in the first one, I don't remember, but when they released the Bone Hydra, they actually watched a dude like within hours of them release it beat it, and they were just like, oh my god.
They thought it was going to be impossible, or
I think they just didn't expect anybody to do it that quickly.
I mean, the internet, man.
it only takes like half an hour to get
yeah,
there. I
I'm
don't
not
know.
surprised.
Yeah.
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 All right, guys,
Um,
this game is
yeah.
great, but it's 1:30 in the morning, and I've got to go. So,
And
do
I
you have
really
any-
want to
big
play
quitter.
around, so
Do we have any final thoughts? I would very quickly like to shout out the cast, especially Imidi from Crosscode, which is a game that I really enjoyed playing this year, but then just could not keep up with it because it's a little too
It's
demanding.
very long.
It's and how it's just difficult. It's also like the puzzles are hard, the fights are hard, and if you put it down for a while, it's really tough to come back to. I love that game. I had a great like first 20 hours with it, and I really wish that I could motivate myself to finish it, and I don't know if I ever. But Amy Lee is super great, wonderful character, great
Mhm.
writing.
I agree.
She gets so sad when you beat up the cows and the goats.
Any other special shout outs
Special
or comments,
awards.
awards from Mike? I figured
I
we'd
want-
let
Yeah,
Mike
Let's
do
let
his, and then he
Mike
can
do
bail,
it.
and we
You
can
guys can do
I
this for another
have one
3 hours.
do
for
other
Mike.
things. Okay, that's
All right,
important.
go for it.
Shout out to Mike for being my virtual like weightlifting buddy for Ring Fit
Ooh.
Adventure throughout
Getting
like
strong.
all of 2020.
Yeah.
It's just been like you're the only other person I know that was consistently playing it, and it felt like I had a gym buddy in Mike.
Yeah.
We were both playing this
Nice.
like weird Nintendo game about.
And now also weirdly a Breath of the Wild buddy.
Yeah,
Because we're doing that also.
which has the same. Have you noticed they use the same sound effects in Ring Fit that they do?
Oh yeah, you can point those out to me. I don't think I've caught on to that.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Make a smoothie in Ring Fit and tell me where it's from.
Can I put Mighty Bananas in my? I haven't gotten the smoothie making. I got Ring Fit and we played it like a couple of times, and I really just immediately
It's
dropped
Strong
it.
Joe.
I should.
I
can do it.
that game is definitely on my list of favorite games of the year, but that didn't come out in 2020.
I voted for it last year. Don't worry, we covered it.
Okay, good.
All right, I'm getting out of here. Enjoy the happy game time and
All right, Mike.
keep going. Keep going.
Bye.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a couple things. It looks like Eric has a lot. Or Eric and Kurt maybe have a lot of
Yeah.
things to say about Divinity.
I put a bunch of things on there. Yeah.
So,
oh yeah, we're
Go
talking
ahead.
about Divinity a lot.
Yeah, well,
There's
so
4 of us here.
yeah, Kurt,
Mhm.
Alex, Anthony, and I played through Divinity Original Sin 2.
So this is quarantine multiplayer find of the year.
Game of the year.
The
Yeah.
2020's 2017 game of the year. The best nether swap of the year was the deer from
Absolutely,
original
is the best
Divinity Original
moment
Sin
of the
2.
year.
Best transport, teleport troll into lava of the year.
That was pretty good. You guys remember when
It's
we
like
carried
Best
that
carry around
death
death canister
fog?
and then
Yeah,
not actually use it.
we totally
Best-
used it. We
as much
absolutely
we
We
totally
used
used
it.
it,
it.
and then we decided not.
I was
turned out to be better to
dubious
not use
about it,
And it
but
worked
it ended
out
up
at the
being
end.
the smart play. Yeah.
As
And then-
as much as I loved Hades, Divinity 2 was the single best game I played. Like the best time I had playing video
Yeah.
games in 2020.
Yeah, we spent like I don't know,
Months.
half of a Witcher.
3 or 4 months. Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah,
playing
so
that game.
I can't. I can. You guys were playing that, and you were playing. Was it Baldur's Gate? Neverwinter Nights.
No,
Well,
we
we
played
moved
that.
on
We
to that.
played Divinity 2, and then when we got done with that, we moved on to Neverwinter Nights
Yeah. So
because we were like, "Now that was fun. Let's do something else like that."
Yeah, Divinity boys. Let's move on.
And while that is fun, it's nowhere near as enjoyable.
I mean, it's a 20-year-old D&D
Yeah,
based
right.
that's
RPG.
no
yeah.
pox on that game.
Yeah.
It's
It's
Yeah,
fun.
definitely not.
It's not that.
But yeah, that's a game of the like best. Hey, I think I'm about to start. Yeah, I'm fighting. Come help me. Like of the year.
That was definitely the
No,
yell that.
That's
No, definitely.
this is the #1 Yell at
Yell at
Anthony
Anthony
game of the year.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
also, we all,
The
to be
this is the
fair, we
best
all
phrase.
had our
Eric, can you
moments.
quick save?
Yeah.
It's true.
Oh yeah, we definitely did.
There's
We also
#1
definitely
game
had,
of the. Hey Eric, can you say it for a second?
Right.
Game of the year.
definitely also the #1. Hey, why the fuck do I have French fries in my inventory?
Where did all
Or
these
where
dirty
did
underwear
my
come
thing
from?
go?
Yeah, where did my thing
Yeah,
go?
and it's like, oh, great. God damn! Why? Whose idea was it to let Anthony have thieving skills?
Best reverse pickpocket of all time.
Why are all
My-
these
my
people
handsome
dead?
Skeleton.
Where'd all this blood come from?
That was my fault.
Also, the game in which we learned that Alex is a sociopath.
No.
Well, I don't know about
Yeah, no,
learn.
we learned that a long
Certainly
time ago.
reinforced.
Reinforced.
I don't know, man. Like people are talking shit. They're gonna get hit. I'm a lizard. I'm a lizard prince. You know what I mean? Like that's how it works.
Just check my cloaca.
All right,
Yeah.
that's Alex is gonna get his cloaca wet one way or the other. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
I do, unfortunately.
I wish I didn't.
Which,
Yeah, exactly.
which of these games was Snack Pack Cornet the Third?
That was Divinity.
That was-
That's
that was
Alex's son.
Divinity. That's my son.
Making sure.
All these
You know,
references
a thing was a good
are
time
not-
when the inside jokes start to leak out to
Yeah,
other
you just
people.
can't stop.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that was
Yeah.
good. I also.
Yeah, like
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, that's it.
I was gonna move on to. I was gonna say my most improved game. I was gonna give to Apex Legends,
Yes.
which is a
I
game that
agree.
I had on my. It was like on the bottom half of my top 10 last year, and I thought it was maybe arguably. I still think it's the best of those, even though like my PUBG experience is probably going to remain unmatched for
Yeah,
a
I
variety of
agree.
reasons. But that game is it's such a good first person shooter, and they like the way that they've changed the maps and the characters that they've added. I like that game went from being like a really like a kind of flawed but like with a like a core that was really good to just being a really really fucking good game. That's just you can play it over and over and over
Yep.
again.
They
The
made
new maps
lots of
are
changes to weapons and like the loot pools and
Yeah.
things that were all
so
good
well
decisions.
balanced. All the weapons are kind of viable in a way that they weren't, except for the Mozambique. But
Yeah, well,
but even that is like a lot better, right? They put a hop up on it, and you can use
Yeah.
it in a pinch sometimes where you really couldn't before. But yeah, I think that they've just done a really fantastic job of fleshing that game out and making it better. And they have definitely also like figured out how to make much better maps that lead to a lot less third partying than that first map. And I think it's just it went from a game that I really like to a game that I really love. So
I agree. +1, like
Yeah.
across the board. We played a bunch of that. Played a game the other day and we
We
won.
did.
And
We
were
played
like,
a
"All right,
lot of that,
First
yeah.
game, and we're like, well, fuck it.
that was
Let's
probably
stop.
the game I played the most this year. That was like my comfort food game throughout all the bullshit in 2020.
It's really good.
Yeah.
My single player quarantine experience game
Oh, I
was,
got one of those
was
too.
Frostpunk, which is a game that I
Huh.
had on my radar for a while and just never got around to playing. And at some point, I was like, I'm just gonna play this. It was like right after the lockdown really happened. Like had a day off. I was feeling a little, funky, and so I was like, I'm just gonna play this. And I like obsessively played it for like 8 hours. And then over the course of like 2 more days, finished the campaign, and totally dug it. It's a, resource management game in which like has sort of a, steampunky aesthetic in that it takes place in the, probably early 20th century or something like that, and essentially the Earth has frozen over, and humanity has moved north for some reason. And you're trying to essentially survive. So you and a bunch of refugees end up in a crater, in the snowy crater up in the north, and you have to start building your civilization. And you have a giant heater in the center of your settlement that you build and activate, and that keeps you warm. And then you recover resources and build buildings, and eventually build settlements, and you have to worry about managing how warm everybody is, or they get sick, and so on and so forth. But it just had an amazingly compelling sort of hooked for me. Aesthetically it was really nice. I just really dug spending that much time with it in a mainlining it kind of way.
Yeah, I
Likewise.
played some of that did that come out last year? 2 years
I think
ago?
it came out 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I played some of that when it came out, and I liked it quite a bit.
Yeah. Yep. Biggest
That's-
disappointment, Doom Eternal.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Hell yeah. That's not what I was gonna say, but I +1 to that, baby.
I really, really dug Doom 2016, and I really wanted to like that.
Yep.
The new game, and
Right.
Nope.
The new
I threw a
game.
chunk of it.
All you need to
100% on board with this award. That game
Yeah.
was fucking.
all you need to say. It's very simple. All you need to say is
Marauder.
Doom Guy talks.
Oh.
Yeah, Doom Guy talks.
F-. You got it wrong. They had lightning in a bottle, and they said, I know what we should do. We should open the bottle and let the lightning
And
out.
Take a shit in it.
And then put fucking liquid shit in there and put the cork back on. And it's like,
and then
no,
sell you
dude.
that bottle.
And
I
then
mean,
sell you the shit.
It's
It wasn't that. I mean, that's okay. That's actually. I didn't hate it that much. But
that's
I did-
emblematic of the problem, but the big problem with that game is just it's like got a bad case of the Hotline Miami 2s, where the first
yeah, I
game
feel
the
that.
first game like
Mm-hmm.
really encouraged you to be creative and play the game
Yep.
kind of how you wanted to, and
Yep.
like you could like every battle was like this thing where you've like felt like it was like creative violence all the time, right? Like you
Yeah,
just
it was really frenetic, but you were zipping around. You were
Right.
you
I'm going to
were
use my shotgun. Oh, I'm out of shotgun ammo. Now
Yep.
I'm going to use this other gun. Now I'm going to do this
Yeah,
other
Throw
thing.
my
I'm going to
hanging
jump
out-
over
hanging
here.
out on the edge.
Yeah.
just
Right.
barely surviving.
And you could
Yeah, that's-
see the writing was on the wall really early in that game because there's the spider tank with that tail cannon thing,
Yep.
and kind of the only
Yep.
efficient way to take it out was to use the sticky grenade with the shotgun, and that's fine. But then like almost every single enemy in that game has a thing that you have to use a specific weapon to efficiently remove. And
Right.
at a certain point, it's just like, well, now like every combat encounter is just this rotation of.
Yeah.
They turned it into like MMO combat or something. Where you're just like
Yeah, I need
rotating
to do
skills
this thing to
to
debuff them, and then I
right.
do this thing.
and that's fine. And even that was fine. I was having a really pretty fun time with that game right up until I ran into the Marauder enemy, which is the one that
That
it's
where you need
just
the shield-
right.
shield
It's just
thing.
it slows the
Something
game
really-
way down, and then it just stops being fun. Especially when they put that thing into the regular rotation. It just
Yeah.
it's like they kind of missed the point of the things that I liked about
Well,
the original
Yeah.
Doom.
Well,
And-
that feels like that's like a school of bad sequel design that goes back to the Japanese Super Mario 2, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
just like,
Yes.
oh,
That's a
well,
really good point. Yeah.
people like this, so we'll just give them like more of the hardest parts of this and turn it into like it's you have to choreograph it basically
Yeah.
to be good at it, and that does not appeal to me
No.
at all. And I remember seeing
100%.
interviews with the Doom Eternal team being like, one, that they were like, oh, well, like it's supposed to be really satisfying when you like finally figure it out, and I'm like, no, because you just gave me a puzzle with one solution.
Right.
And
And then I have to do it over and over and over again.
Right, and then I just
Yeah.
keep doing it, and that's not. I don't want to do that. And then they were also talking about like, well, we thought we had to like add a little bit more to it, so we would like make the Doom Slayer talk. And I'm like, do you not understand the appeal of the franchise that you are working with? Like
Right.
But
the whole thing that everybody
But
loves
they
about
totally
about-
did because they did it right the first
Well,
time.
right,
right.
That's the part that's mystifying.
the
That's
fact that in Doom
exactly.
2016, he like rips all the monitors out and like punches the speakers when
Yeah,
people are
literally.
putting
There's
words on
there's
him.
a no clip interview with them. That's actually how I found no clip. Is they did an interview with a bunch of the people when the first game came out, and like Hugo Martin, the creative director, is like, they said, you could do this big dump and do this and that, and then we just like took that, ripped the monitor out, throw it down. It was like, fuck it, you want to shoot aliens? Let's do this.
Right. I'm a guy that
And I was
shoots
like, yeah,
demons.
that's what I
I
want.
don't have time
Yeah.
to fucking talk
And then-
about
and
it.
then in Doom
Yeah.
Eternal, there's like suddenly like hell priests who have like motivation. for
Some of
the
that stuff's
story,
cool,
and
though,
I'm like,
Right? Like the art and stuff is cool.
oh yeah, sure.
But
sure.
they
Yeah.
then they
I
spend
don't-
20 minutes talking to you about it. It's like,
Right.
no.
And I'm like, why am I not ripping and tearing his guts? Like,
Yeah,
Right.
just give me the
instead of
MacGuffin and I'll
ripping
move
him
on.
up? Yeah,
It's such a weird shift because in the first game was like a dark comedy where like someone would try to talk to Doom Guy about the lore and he would just like we were saying just like punch a hole
Punch
in the
them,
wall and be
yeah.
like they're like this is very delicate equipment and he's like and then he just like punches through it and it works
Yeah.
because he's Doom Guy.
Right.
But then like they went through and did this
Like
I think
Alien
Eric,
invasion in progress.
Yeah.
I think Eric called it like shitty 90s sci-fi or something,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
Yeah.
because they started doing that where they're like, well, actually, Doom Guy is so strong because he has special powers.
Right.
And
Right.
but
We
it's
have to
like, no,
explain
dude,
it.
like,
He's the prophetic whatever. And
it's like, I don't fucking care about that. It's-
I extremely do not give a fuck why Doom Guy is so strong.
yeah, and it's like the first, it hit like, I remember having this like wave of like, like what is happening like right now? Because like the first level ends with like you found the betrayer and then like this guy's like, oh, it's good to see you again, like Doom Man, like
Yeah.
blah, blah. And it's like this serious conversation and I was like, is he gonna like punch this guy or like is he gonna
yeah,
like
what?
is he gonna rip his head off like
You
what
jam
No,
it.
he
When does he
does-
jam the
well,
grenade
no,
up
and he
his
just
ass?
He
listens
does
and
eventually,
leaves
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it's like
Yeah,
okay what it's like is this the same game and the answer is
No.
No.
it's not
No.
and it just gets worse from there and
Yep.
it's just Doom Guy talks
Yeah, I just don't.
Disappointing.
I feel it's so weird to miss the appeal of that thing that you understood so well 4 years
Right.
ago.
I feel well what's frustrating too is the marketing was such that they showed like oh yeah like there's one level kind of in the middle where like it's like Doom 2K16 like there's all these guys who like are scientists and that you go to the BFG 10,000 which is a giant space station
Yeah. Yeah.
and there's all these scientists who see Doom Guy and they're all like holy shit that's fucking Doom Guy and they're all like scared and like there's all these goofy moments and that like that's where Doom Guy loads himself into a gun and turns himself into a bullet.
Yeah.
That was like a big part of the preview like stuff for the game was like look we get it Doom 2K16 but that's like 12 hours into the game, and it's like there's all the and it's totally at odds tonally with everything before and after. So
Yeah.
it's like they were like, we know what you want this, look, we're doing it again, and then in the final product that's not it at all, and it's
Yeah.
like, why, how, just fucking bull, like, fuck that game.
It's very
That game sucked.
frustrating. Yeah.
Yep.
Very frustrating.
Did not like
Moving
it.
on.
Yes.
Moving on.
Anything else?
Yeah.
The
I thought you were-
well, my award for single best game that I would have otherwise never played because of the pandemic is Witcher 3.
Oh,
We
yes.
talked about a lot, and I played for 200 hours.
The game's real good.
Anthony somehow
game is
went from
fucking
never
good.
playing Witcher 3 to having played like
Playing all the
all
Witcher
of it.
3.
way more of it than I've ever played.
And it's really good.
It is really good.
I played it from
As
like
the
I-
senior director of Witcher 3 deemed him having done more than you.
Yeah.
right. If like I said, my first achievement was in July, and my last achievement is sometime in November. I played that game for a long time,
Nice.
but it was delightful, and I see why people liked it. So thanks,
Yep.
COVID-19.
Don't thank you. Don't thank
Yeah.
the pestilence. Yeah, so I had a couple things that were related to old games. I think, Mike had to bail. I think Mike and I probably would have talked a little bit about Mister if he was still here.
Yeah, I don't know why this took so much longer than it normally does, but
I don't
Because
know.
we normally would have cut off a bunch of the games that we talked about.
did we? I thought we usually ran through
we
them
usually
real
go
fast,
down
but
we usually go down, a little past 10, even, and then end up with like, well, there's 17, but there's like 4 tied for 10, so that's fine.
yeah.
We wouldn't have talked about like 24 to and up usually.
Yeah. Oh well.
But
So be it.
whatever.
But anyways, I'm not going to spend a ton of time on Mister because Mike and I both streamed a bunch of Mister stuff. But it's just today
What
the
about Mrs.?
CPS2, the
Ms.
I wonder why this is taking so long. The CPS2 core came to hit beta for Patreon.
I didn't wonder that.
Yotego.
Yeah.
So it's only Puzzle Fighter right now, but CPS2 is on the way.
What else do you need,
CPS1
baby?
hit last year, yeah, right. CPS1 hit last year, and CPS Dash hit last year, and the PlayStation Core is coming along. So there's a bunch of cool stuff happening there. But I actually want to talk a little bit about. Oh, go ahead.
Let me express my ignorance here. CPS? Question mark.
Capcom Play System. It was
Okay.
a series of arcade boards made by Capcom. So
Yep.
CPS1 is like Strider, Forgotten Worlds, Ghouls and Ghosts, Final Fight, Street Fighter 2. CPS 1.5 is that, but it has a Q sound module. There's only 5 games for it. It's the 2 wrestling games, Punisher, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, and Warriors of Fate. Are the 5 games, which makes it, I think, the best batting average of any arcade board system ever, because they're all good. And then CPS 2 is Super Puzzle Fighter 2, like I said, is the one that's on today, but it's also like Street Fighter Alpha and there is technically a version of Street Fighter Alpha for CPS 1, but it's like Street Fighter Alpha 2, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Marvel vs. Capcom, but not Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And I mean, just a bunch of like all the Capcom arcade games of that era basically are CPS 1 and 2 as like all of 90s Capcom arcade output. And the Mister also got I think Neo Geo hit in 2019, but it's just been this amazing project that more and more keeps coming to it. And there's been a lot of other cool stuff. We talked a little bit when Mike was talking about Kaizo about like the vintage community and just like how like the advent of 3D printing and the ability to sort of like on demand.
Yeah, it's great that you can use that to stack items real fast in Risk of Rain 2. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Oh
shit, Rico.
We can find a printer, right?
That and the ability to kind of get like printed circuit boards almost like on demand from like Taiwan or wherever people order them from has made the modding community is just like a whole other thing than it was for a long time. And like the 2 big ones for me this year, as far as new accessories for old video games, are the Satiator and the X Station, which are both optical drive emulators for the Saturn and PlayStation respectively. And so now basically I have the whole library of those systems at my fingertips, like whenever I want to check them out and not have to pay ridiculous aftermarket prices on stuff like Guardian Heroes or Saturn Bomberman or the PAL version of Deep Fear or Enemy Zero or all these games that are on Saturn that were never ported that are a fortune, and that stuff is just super cool. Very quickly, I also wanted to say that the best overpriced classic gaming toy of the year was the Astro City Mini, which is actually the control panel is tiny, but on this one they actually used, I think, real Sanwa parts. So like the buttons and the stick there's micro switches, they feel substantial. It doesn't feel like you're gonna break them or like they're unresponsive. And it's got a really great selection of games. And then the last thing I want to talk about, I put Tony Hawk 1 and 2 in, as I said when we talked about that game, because I felt like it improved things in such a way that it's practically a new game. But I do have to shout out the Kunio-kun and Double Dragon Retro Brawler bundle, which came out in Japan for Switch the previous year, and I imported a physical copy because I was like, they'll never bring this to the US because they would have to localize 11 games that never got an American release.
But then,
and then those crazy bastards localized 11 games
that never got an American
release. And so, like, it's the Kunio basketball game, which is super fun. I know Anthony loves.
I fucking love that game.
Yeah, so that now has an official.
It's my official favorite way basketball works.
Yes.
Which is nets stacked on top of nets, and if you score on the higher nets, you get more points.
Yep. And
that's how basketball should be.
Yes.
Fucking American cowards.
Yeah. And then Kunio Hockey is on there, and there's a 4-player fighting game that's all Kunio characters that predates Smash Brothers by 8 years or 7 years or whatever. And there's a follow-up to River City Ransom where you're in medieval Japan, but it's a Kunio roaming brawler like River City Ransom. And there's all these games that they never got a US release, and the fact that Arc System Works was like, yeah, we're gonna localize that shit and put it on Switch in the US was just like, I mean, there's a sequel to NES World Cup that we never got. There's a sequel to Crash and the Boys Street Challenge that we never got. There's just all these games that they just did fresh localizations of. In fact, they even went so far as you can play the Japanese version of River City Ransom with Kunio and Ricky in their schoolboy uniforms with the translation of the actual original script of that game instead of playing the localized River City Ransom version. So they just went super hard on that, and I still kind of can't believe that they actually did that. And so that is I couldn't in good conscience put a collection of a bunch of 30-year-old games on my list, but I had to say.
But it's kind of rad that they actually brought it here. So
yeah, yep.
And that's on Switch, you said?
It's on Switch, yeah. And if you wish list it, it'll go on. It's $40 full price, which is kind of a lot. But I just waited for a sale since I already bought the Japanese version and physical. Right. I waited for it to go on sale, and I think I got it for 15 or 20, which is totally worth it, for those games. Just for Dunk Heroes, the Kunio basketball one that you were just talking about, an actual cartridge of that goes for I think I paid $70 for mine, and it's a bare cart. So this collection is totally worth it, at $20 or whatever on sale. So I just wish listed on Switch, especially now that Nintendo has finally I used to have to use a third-party website to tell me when the games on my wish list were on sale. And finally, Nintendo got on board and started.
Oh, did they?
Goes on sale. Yeah, if you wish list stuff on Switch, they'll send you an email that's
oh,
hey,
wow,
game on your wish
that's
list.
great. I didn't know they had added that.
Yeah, they added that. So
Nintendo sucks.
Yeah. Well, Eric, do you have anything?
Oh yeah, we didn't.
Any other special awards about Nintendo sucking that you wanted to talk about before we wrap up here? No.
Oh, I didn't make an award, but I kind of already got into it right when we were talking about Tony Hawk but when Activision is eating your lunch as far as making remakes of classic games, and Nintendo's just like shitting out not even really particularly good ports of their old stuff, it's just sad.
Well, and like Tony
I
Hawk.
know there's a
I love
pandemic. Yeah,
I love Tony Hawk though, but like those
Tony
games
Hawk
are not
deserves
nearly as important as Mario 64.
right. I mean, well, they both all. I would say that both. There's no reason that both franchises can't get like a decent re-release remake thing.
Right.
And for Nintendo to just crap out like badly I mean the emulation's fine, and they did eventually add in some like options to like change the invert the sticks and fucking Mario Sunshine and some other stuff, but it's just like do better. Fucking and then charge the audacity to charge the amount of money that they did for it is ridiculous. It's just and not include Mario Galaxy 2. Yeah.
I'm still convinced that it's going to disappear because they're gonna sell them piecemeal on the eShop for like twice.
Oh, probably. Yeah. It's just I don't know. I don't like the way Nintendo treats people that like Nintendo stuff. I feel like they never
Which is everyone.
right, which just yeah, right. That's the thing is that those are great games and they deserve better than that. Or if you're just gonna put out like a cheap, crappy port, then put them $10 from the whatever. There's no point in making them so expensive. I don't know. It's a disappointment.
Well,
Or even
speaking of
like the
Nintendo-
Mega Man collections and stuff, where they have all those museums of all the artwork and whatever.
Well,
Like,
the first one of those was Digital Eclipse, who has like made their name on. I saw Frank Cifaldi talk at MagFest, and he was talking about the SNK Anniversary Collection, not the Mega Man one, but he was like, our design philosophy at Digital Eclipse when it comes to these old compilations is we're trying to make a coffee table book that you can play. And that is absolutely not the tack Nintendo took with the
No,
Mario
definitely
3D
not.
All-Stars at all. But so be it, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I bought it. I'm part of the problem. Like I bought 3D.
Yeah, I also did. Yep.
But I agree with all the things you're saying. Like they should treat those things with more reverence. They deserve it. But they've been doing that for so long. Like remember when they put fucking this Super NES ROM of fucking Mario All-Stars on a Wii disc and packaged it with a soundtrack, which I also bought. But then they were like,
Joe,
this is the celebration of Mario's 25th anniversary. It's a fucking SNES ROM on a disc, and we're not even going to give you the fucking All-Stars Plus World version. Fuck you.
Yeah. But speaking of Nintendo, like I said the other night, it's interesting to me knowing what your guys' list was going to be, because Animal Crossing was on the top of so many lists this year, or pretty close to it. And no, you guys didn't vote for it, which doesn't
did
surprise
any of us
me
play
knowing
it?
all of you.
Did you play it,
I
Kurt?
played it.
I
You played it.
did.
I played it.
Alex
I played
and I
it for
played
about
a
a month.
bunch, and yeah,
I
It's just-
fucking despise those games.
I know you do. So that's like, it doesn't surprise me, and I don't hold it against you, even though you're wrong. But like,
We're right.
it's just it's so funny because that's like such a cornerstone of like what a lot of people's pandemic
That was
experience
the pandemic
was.
game. Yeah,
It's just like, it's been in my house. Like I said, I live with someone who plays it an hour a day.
I still see people on Twitter being like, "Yo, I got turnips and shit," and I'm like, "Okay." I'm glad.
Yeah.
People who found comfort in that game during the
Yeah.
shittiest year
Yes.
of our
Oh yeah, for
generation,
sure. Right.
Fucking shout outs to you, man. I fucking hate those games, and I always have, and I can't do it.
It's kind of
But
funny
I'm
because
glad
I
thought
thought
it exists and that people fucking loved it. I'm happy.
I thought it was really good until in all the opening stuff where you're like crafting and working towards stuff, and as soon as you sort of stop doing that and it becomes regular Animal Crossing, I kind of fell off.
Exactly.
Yeah,
not-
kinda.
Yeah, which is not what like half the people that playing that game wanted.
I mean, I can't even get fucking. I mean, of course, it's redundant now because of the Switch Online thing. But I can't even get a fucking NES with Punch Out on it in my house anymore in Animal Crossing. So what's the fucking point, really?
Yeah, I totally agree.
Like that was the only reason I even tried the one on GameCube was because people were like, "Oh yeah, you can like unlock fucking old NES games and like have them in your
And it
house."
made sense. Like, what am I gonna do in my like perfect little idyllic house? I'm gonna put fucking old Nintendo games in it.
Yeah, exactly.
A fun thing that people like. We can't have that in our video game.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I don't. In fact, going back to my like optical drive emulator flashcard thing for just a second, I got a an N64 EverDrive this year as well, which is not a new piece of kit. Those have been around for a while, but there are two versions, and the more expensive version has a real time clock, and the only game that it matters for is fucking the translated version of Animal Crossing for the N64. And I was like, well, I'll save myself $70 because I fucking hate Animal Crossing. So it's
There's
literally
Animal Crossing for N64.
yeah, the
That's
first one.
the first one
yeah,
ever
that's the
was
first one.
in
Yeah.
Japan was for
Oh,
64.
okay. I thought I
There
was
is a
like, I thought it was
translated
game.
version.
No, yeah,
There's a translation patch, so people
Okay.
do like people get flashcards and play it. So you have to have the real time clock on it for it to work. But that's the only game apparently that it makes a difference for. And I was like, fuck that, I'm not paying for that shit. So that was
Oh,
nice.
the GameCube. Oh, hey, I just learned something. Okay, neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was also
I'm kinda
called
surprised
Animal
you didn't know
Forest,
that.
which is a really
Animal
good
Forest. Yeah. Yep. I'm actually very surprised, Alex, that you were not aware of that.
Maybe I did and I just forgot. I don't know, but that kind of explains why that game looks the way it does.
Yeah, right.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, they, can I give awards?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll go
Yeah,
fast.
man.
Best DLC, Remnant from the Ashes. I played a
Oh
ton
yeah,
of
I
that.
never played that.
I played like 100 hours. Of that
Kurt
game
Anthony
this
and I
year.
played the first one of those. That
Yeah, we
that
played
came
it
out
all the
last
way
year, but that
through.
game was a good time too. That was a
It
good.
was fun, yeah.
Yeah, that game is really good. And then the DLC came out and they added like a bunch of stuff and like, yeah, there was like this was like the second DLC, but I didn't play the first one, so like, yeah, just going through all that. The game's pretty fucking good. They added like a survival mode too, like that's pretty fun. Like it's like you just run through chunks of the levels. It's like a boss rush kind of thing. Like, yeah, it's cool. Monster Hunter Iceborne came to PC this year, and that's another game that I put like hundreds of hours into. Very good. You guys don't play it, so there's nothing really to say.
I played it.
But,
I tried
you know.
to. I just couldn't get
Hey!
back into it after being away
Hey!
so long. I really
tried to
like
get
hunting the
fucked up.
monsters once or twice, but the
Yes.
game is hunting
Yep.
the monsters dozens of times or hundreds of times, and I don't really want to
Agreed.
do that. But
Agreed.
I like it. I think it's cool.
Yeah. I agree with all of that.
When I was at the point where every mission, like with you, we'd get together and like we'd play the 4 or 5 of us or whatever, however many of us were playing at a time.
Yeah.
And we were playing with
4.
Maddie and stuff, and it was like every time I went on a hunt, it was a new thing I hadn't seen yet.
Great.
That was cool. And then as soon as it's like, no, you have to kill like 7 of those, then I was like, fuck this.
It's not about killing the thing. It's like getting better
Like
at doing the
getting-
killing.
Bullshit.
I don't like
getting
games
the
like that.
loot.
Bullshit. If that game didn't have loot, nobody would play it.
Yeah, no, but that's right. That's exactly.
does-
It's
it
all about the
doesn't
loot
have-
grind.
It doesn't have
all
loot.
about the loot,
It
right?
has crafting.
Yeah, right. What do? You kill
What are
monsters
you
to get stuff
crafting?
to craft loot. It's
No,
just
but
it's just an extra step in
It is.
between
Yeah,
you
it
getting
is.
like
I think there is a difference between like having a goal you can work towards versus the goal is you're just killing something and then there's like a percent chance that something will fall out of it that will hopeful that there's also a percent chance of it having the roles you want. Like Destiny 2
Right.
versus Monster Hunter.
You always get
are
what you want
different
in Monster
loot
Hunter.
grinds. Yeah,
right.
exactly.
But it ends up being the same like in the long run
They're
because
both loot games,
right.
but I think there's a different like mechanic to that, and I think
And
so. I
there
think
are
it's a
cats.
different-
and there are
And there are cats.
That's
There's
all I really
dog-
know about it.
There's dogs in the new
Oh,
one.
I did know that actually. Yeah, you told me that.
There's palicos, and then I think they're called palamutes now. I think, and you can ride them like horses because they're huge, and they fight. They have a knife in their mouth, and they
Yeah.
fight.
No, I'm like I said, I really like playing Monster Hunter and learning the map and like the first like 50 hours or something I played of it, I really had a great time. But I just like beyond that, I don't want to do it again and again and again and again.
And again and again and again from
Yeah.
different angles. Best 2002 RPG that I played with Eric is Outward.
Backpack Corn Nut the Third.
No, a game
Probably
called Outward. That came
Third
out
on my
last
list
year.
of games that were fun to listen to you guys talk about without actually knowing what it was. You said a lot of random shit on that game too.
Oh yeah, that game was cool, but it ended up being kind of too awkward.
There was
for it
kind
to
of
feel good.
there was kind of nothing like once we unlocked a bunch of stuff and kind of ran out of stuff to do about a half or third of the way through the game. Like we kind of
Yeah.
had all the stuff we wanted and there just wasn't a lot
But it
left
was,
to
but
go.
up to then, it was like really cool. I thought the
Yeah,
thing that
absolutely, yeah.
the only thing that was frustrating for me about it was just the game has this thing where there's no fail state. So when you die, you don't die. You just
Yeah.
like, oh, you got kidnapped by bandits,
It's-
found you, and they
It's
took you
totally
to their
possible to
jail,
back yourself
or-
into a corner and just get totally
Yeah.
screwed in that game.
Well, that's true. Eventually, if you die enough times, you just end up back at town. But it's like, sometimes you die back at town.
But
or
yeah,
you end
but
up back
if
at
you
town.
do that, you
Sometimes-
lose everything.
And sometimes you just get dragged to a random cave by a monster, and sometimes like there's always like something that happens when you die. But so
Yeah.
what ends up happening is if you get stuck on something, it's like, oh, let's do it again. It's like, fuck, we gotta walk all the way over there.
Yeah.
Like, fuck. Like, and that's just kind of dumb. But it's a very, like I said, it is an RPG that came out, I think, last 2019.
Yeah, but it's very,
But it
very
plays
much so
like-
like 2002 Morrowind,
Yeah.
Arx Fatalis, like that kind of weird,
Yeah.
that kind of weird thing. Gothic
Uh,
2. That Gothic
yeah.
2 is the one that it reminds me the most of.
Yeah. But that was cool.
Yeah.
For a bit.
I agree. I was trying to think if there was
Uh,
anything else I needed to talk about, but I think
Can I? I just saw something that reminded me of it, and this
Uh-huh.
actually happened this year, but I won't remember it by this time next year. So I'm just gonna say, I would like to report to you all that mispronouncing things you hear in Street Fighter is alive and well in the
Oh, good.
my nephews say Ryu,
of course. I mean,
Okay.
that's his
Uh,
name.
and also speaking of that, I fucking miss Ranking of Fighters. So the pandemic took Ranking of Fighters from me,
Oh yeah.
which is my favorite giant bomb show, and I am so sad about it. Yeah, they say Ryu, and my sister isn't helping. And also, this came from Smash. This came by way of Smash, of course, because my nephews
Oh,
are
yeah.
6 and 9 respectively. But they also like horrifically mispronounce both Hadoken and Shoryuken. And I don't think they've even fully registered like the Hurricane Kick voice line in a way that they can mispronounce it. But that's still alive and well. In case you were curious,
Okay. Good.
I think the Hadouken. I think what I was catching from my older nephew was Baduka. I think is what I was
Sure.
getting.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. So that
Um,
tradition carries on even to this the young generation now.
I totally forgot about this until you mentioned it, but I was at the grocery store like the day after Terry Bogard came out in Smash, and like I'm walking into the grocery store, there was like two like 13, 14, 12, whatever year old kids talking about like who the fuck is this boomer character? This guy's such bullshit. That fucking thing he does is so. It was like total scrub quotes stuff, and I was like,
right.
dude, oh, awesome. Like,
I remember that being like the reaction in general, right? Like
Yeah.
seeing like the kids on Twitter be like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And
yeah.
and then I remember both Ryu and Ken and Terry, I guess, brought out the scrub quotes about like having to do command moves, like they were.
Oh yeah, there's been a ton of that. That's like
Yeah.
Yeah, my brothers both declared Terry to be too niche, and I was like, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Like, just because you haven't played it.
Speaking of fighting games, 2020 was the year where like
Street
Fight
Fighter V
Gate-
finally got good.
no. There's this thing called Fightcade, and there's Fightcade 2, and then Fightcade 2 got like an update this year. And so now it's like, hey, you want to play like a ROM of an arcade game online with like rollback netcode that's good, and it's like with like hundreds of people sometimes. And it's like, yes, and they're like, okay, here you go. And it's like, oh, cool. And then like Guilty Gear, the most recent version of Guilty Gear XX, which is from like 2006 or something, or 8. But the PC version of that got rollback netcode, and it's like, oh, cool, companies are starting to get it. Like, fighting games should have online that works.
What?
So
No way.
maybe that genre will finally catch up in 2020. We'll see.
Nah.
Probably not. Oh man, Grand Blue was this year, wasn't it? Best fighting
Was it?
game,
Oh,
best
Yeah, that was the
fighting game of the year.
that was kind of
Grand Blue
the one
Fantasy
big fighting
Versus.
game that came out this year.
Yeah. You know, it came out right before the pandemic. It was like early January.
Wait,
Yeah.
is the new Guilty Gear still not out, or was the
It comes out in April of this
Yeah.
year,
okay.
and it looks like dog shit in my opinion. But that's okay. Let's not worry about that. I mean, it looks great. I didn't like it when I played it. Anyway,
We just like, I mean, we should wrap this up because my God, but we mentioned it a little bit when we were talking about Streets of Rage 4, but also like fucking shout outs to Parsec.
Oh yeah.
Speaking
Oh,
of
yeah.
like
Yeah, that was really
Netcode
cool.
and, that stuff, like that was like Eric and I. Oh yeah, my other disappointment of the year is fucking Battletoads. By the way,
That was
Fuck
that was disappointing. That was exactly what
was-
Battletoads should have been.
bad. It
Yeah.
shouldn't have been bad. I mean, there are Battletoads games that don't suck ass.
Yeah. I don't know. I
It
feel
was
like in
more
2020
confusing than
Battletoads
anything.
should
Like,
suck.
why did it come out, and why is that what you made it? Like, why bother?
I don't know. There were so many other good remakes, like that Demon Souls re-release. I've been playing a little bit of that, and man, that's real good. There's a lot of good old games this year.
I had the PS5 in my shopping cart, and they wouldn't let me check out. It kept giving
Yeah,
me
that's
errors. Like
listen.
I had.
Listen, if you want this one when I'm done with Demon Souls, you can have it. If you don't have one by
Nah,
then,
I'm alright. I'll get my own. You should keep yours.
I don't know if I don't care if I have
Something
one or
else
not that much.
Something else might come out.
Maybe.
Who's gonna? What? Like, how are you gonna play Tall Woman Choke You?
I'm sorry.
How you gonna play
Well,
Tall Woman Choke?
it's coming to
I don't-
PS4 and
I don't
Xbox
know
One.
what words
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
not-
saying.
What's
I don't
going
know
on?
about
He's
that.
talking about Resident Evil 8. He's talking about Resident Evil 8.
Oh, I'll play it on my PC.
Oh.
My PC is better than a PlayStation 4
Yeah, I know.
No, there you go.
or 5. I mean, it's
Well, it's
it's definitely
so
better
true.
than a
That's true.
PS4
That's true.
also, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. That was 2020 in video games. Good year, I thought.
Yeah,
Like
no,
I said,
yeah, I
my
agree.
my long list was like 43 games or something like that, and I had at least like 16 or so that I had. a hard
Yeah, I
time
did my
picking out.
first pad. I didn't even think about it too much, but I was trying not to
Oh.
have too many things in it. I still had like 20.
Yeah.
Just so we can have it on the record before we end the stream,
Uh-huh.
my game of the year is this year
Uh-huh.
or maybe next year is Baldur's Gate 3 when we
Yeah.
play it together.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
it-
absolutely.
I've like dipped my toe in there. I'm like, this seems pretty good. Please be done so I can play it.
A guy I work with was saying like, "Oh, I could really go for like a Baldur's Gate style game," and I was like, "Boy, are you in luck?"
Yeah, right. Tell them to play Pillars of Eternity. It's good.
Right. Pillars of Eternity is good. Or Divinity
playing
2, Original Sin. I
Or
hear that's
Divinity
pretty
2.
good.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
If he doesn't
both.
mind a more tactical version of it. But anyways, all right. Let me pause Risk of Raid and
Let's get out of here. This place is for nerds.
yeah, fucking
This
nerd
stream
alert.
is a dump. Let's get out of here.
Congratulations to
Let's
Hades,
Go do some crime.
our 2020 game of the year. Congratulations to
Thanks.
us for living through 2020, and congratulations to the world for this 4-hour-long podcast. We finally did the giant bomb runtime for a game of the year. I'm
apparently
very
we did.
proud. Now we just have to do it 5 more days in a row to catch up with them.
God,
Okay.
Jesus.
All right, good night.
Mm,
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good luck in
night.
2021.
Bye.
I hope everyone
Thanks.
stays safe and whatever.
Same.
Bye.
Same.